fights through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Sparkle to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Oh, you're throwing! No!
Welcome to Watch Point, everyone. I'm your host, Zoe Schwind, and with me on the desk for our final day at the Watchpoint Mobile Studio on the Blizzard campus, Jonathan Greenforce Larson, Scott Costa Kennedy, and Danny No Nickname Lynn.
Oh, why don't you be console Overwatch players today? What your nickname?
What's happening?
What's going on?
So confused.
Yes, Zoe, console Overwatch player.
Okay, listen.
This is an intervention.
What?
No, I don't
players
have
are
to-
great.
Thank you, first of all.
Guys, she's throwing a game right now.
It's
There's
inside the
things
game.
going
No,
under the
we
table.
It's a quick play, and I haven't been kicked out.
They haven't lost yet.
We haven't lost yet. I might still get some XP. Listen, the thing is, I have a baby now. I can't get to my PC. I still need my Overwatch 2 fix. So console
Great.
it is.
That's
It
a
is.
really
It
good
works.
way, play
Thank
some.
you.
This is bothering me so much.
I
Right
know
now.
it's the same much. Oh no! Oh, getting kicked right now.
Oh,
Please
come
do,
on.
please do.
Come on.
Wait. Well, anyway, we do have a show. Lots
do.
of things happening. This is the final day here before we're heading to the playoffs in Anaheim. I am excited, guys.
Yeah.
Oh my! I'm just excited to see the fans.
Yeah.
Also,
I know, right?
this is the first time we've been doing the desk for a long time. This will be the first time that we'll do the desk in a venue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
First
all
time,
of
all
us.
four of
Ever,
us.
all
Yeah.
four of us.
Maybe
Wait.
put us
I mean,
outside,
we were in Hawaii.
Is that confirmed? All four of us are gonna be on the desk.
Well, better
right?
be.
Yeah, I hope we're on
You're
the
not
desk.
gonna go. You're not
Did
gonna
I
go cast or
get?
anything.
Did I get
We
cut? No,
said
no,
it. Now we said it live here, so now that kind of happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like
Cool.
that's
We put them in the
job
corner.
security for us. Thank you very much. But yeah, it is the last day before playoffs. Two teams will be joining us in Anaheim. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the season as a whole, because we've got some leaderboards. We love numbers, don't we? These are the top players from the season as a whole, excluding both East and West playing games, of course. So let's start with final blows. I don't think we're going to see a surprise here. I have a feeling it might be my boy. It is my boy.
Wow.
So let's go.
Where's my MVP haters at right now? That is actually a ridiculous number,
That's
much higher
more
than
than
everyone
10%.
else.
Wow.
More than 10% more than Kevster proper is at 17.21.
It's not just even Kevster. It's like there's a pretty good standard array after you get down below Kevster. Obviously, Kevster is a little bit above everyone else, but that is a wide margin. That's impressive, honestly. I wouldn't have expected that kind of deficit.
Yeah.
But proper though.
Zest coming in at 3.
Checkmate at 5 is surprising, I think, to a lot of people probably as well.
Shy at 9.
That seems to is that
amazing.
disappointing to
Oh,
you?
actually, another
yelling
interesting
thing.
one of this list. Someone, the only tank on the list at number 8.
That is true. Everyone else is DPS, right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised Pelican is on 6. I expected him to be a little bit higher.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
They did lose a lot of playoff games.
Below Merit is interesting as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, interesting.
Now we mentioned everyone.
Proper 10.
Anyway,
Number
proper
10.
The only
Wow.
DPS Brig player on the list.
Yeah, that's true.
Lip
Yeah.
on 7. Wow.
Right, let's
Elimination.
take a look at who tops eliminations
Oh
here.
my God.
Proper, my
Proper.
boy, but also someone second.
Yeah.
Okay, Florida must just take a lot of team fights. I'm actually curious because
A lot of
that,
map fives?
Yeah, a lot of map 5s. That might be a good one.
I wonder how many map 5s. What team has the most map 5? Yeah, that'd be interesting to find out. Anyway, there you go.
We do see Hunbin and Smurf in there too, though. So
Yeah.
proper, someone at least isn't the lone tank in the
Yeah.
list.
Yeah.
Merit and Pelican sharing, like, they're right next to each other.
Yeah, that'd be really close.
Some real team.
Well, proper number 1 again.
Here at Damage, it is proper. And the crowd goes live.
Dude, someone is just impressing me.
Yeah,
on every list
like
at
why
this
is he
point.
here?
What
What are you doing here?
It has to be something with the numbers.
mean?
Obviously, he's been great, but I wasn't expecting him. Kaluj making his first appearance in these lists
Yeah.
as well at number 10.
It feels
Future
like
as well, making his first appearance as well.
yeah.
I mean-
it feels like someone's just trying to blend in. Like
Okay, the next one I'm going to show you is from most healing. If proper tops that one, I'd be really surprised.
where is someone?
Where's someone in this list? Ah, now you made it. Big surprise.
Wow, Field A is doing a lot of healing. Almost same sort of like deficit that we saw in the final blows from Proper. Yeah. Wow.
Twilight coming in at number 2.
Is there anything to do here from like flex supports and main supports? Lastro is a flex support, but we play a lot of main support.
Yeah.
Fixes up there.
Fix is up there as a
Yeah.
main support, like someone who's played a lot of main support this year. Like, you know, Violet and Lasher, you can argue that they played a lot of flex support throughout the season, but Fixer has pretty much been pretty handily on that Lucio brig with a little bit of flexibility here and there.
Do you think Landon is on there because the Baptiste with Rhino and stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised with that at all.
Okay, now let's take a guess very quickly. Damage category is next up, solo kills.
Solo kills.
Proper
Cancer.
number 1.
Lip.
Oh.
I think Lip has the most solo kills.
Wow.
wow.
Looking at the
That is crazy. Oh, I've got it, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Proper
And
only on
number
4th. Bit disappointed here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because you see a lot more hit scans in this
Right.
list, which
Yeah.
makes sense for solo kills, but, you know, Kevster and Proper really breaking that mold. Actually, I think it's more impressive that Kevster is on this list because Proper has played a lot of Sojourners late and he's played a lot of these one-shot heroes. Kevster's really only the primary player who hasn't really played a hit scan this year on the solo kill list, and he's at 3rd.
Yeah, Tracer, I guess. Played a lot of Tracer, flanking around, getting pulse bomb kills and stuff like that. So interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, we have more interesting things coming your way because now that we looked at the top scores, at the overall cheat sheet, at those leaderboards this year, let's play a little game.
Oh, God.
Okay.
I wish I had like a
game.
little chart.
I had like
Let's play a game,
flashbacks to when I
everyone.
saw Saul 1 the first time. And I was
There'll be 3 people on the desk in playoffs.
No, this one is going to be really fun because we're going to show you a stat screen and you have to guess who is who. Ready?
oh, we've done this before, yeah.
Yeah,
What-
we've done it before.
yeah.
We're rolling
Guess
it
the
back
player?
because
Okay.
popular demand. No one demanded it, but we really liked it. So let's take a look at who is who on this one.
Zarya.
As Zarya.
As
Similar
Zarya?
damage, less deaths.
All right, I'm going to go.
One is Smurf and one is Hotba.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, but which one is which?
I'm going to say that because Seoul had a better record and they won more, that Smurf's time alive is probably longer than Hot Bus.
Yeah, I actually think it makes sense that Hopper would do more damage. as well.
Detective Reinforce is on the case.
Yeah, I think Hopper on the right? Smurf on the left?
I agree.
I have to quickly.
So talented.
So talented.
Yeah,
Wow.
what can you
Wow.
Yeah.
Right, so we do love a good tracer here on Watchpoint. And everyone at home, I assume,
course.
will too. Hex mostly likes
Yeah.
a good tracer.
He does
Because it's a hero where you can just really tell that the talent is there. So let's take a look at this next one. Who is who? Zest and Yaki.
Zest and Yaki.
I feel like this is going to be
Zest and
hard.
Yaki.
Zest and
They're
Yaki.
both hyper aggressive players.
I know who I got.
Do share with class.
Ooh, I'm gonna go Zest
That's
on the
right.
left.
Oh,
no,
that's-
I think
that's
Zest is on. I think Zest dies more.
I think Yaki dies more.
Yeah,
no, I
think
actually
that.
think Yaki lives a surprisingly long time. I think
Really?
you'd be surprised. Yeah, he plays aggressive, but I
I
think
would be
he's actually.
surprised.
I'm going to go Yaki on the right because I think that he gets more solo kills than Zest.
Yeah.
I think that Yaki flanks into the back line, gets fixed on the Senana, stuff like that, but his team dies.
Oh.
There it is. We're just geniuses.
Yeah, we're really fun.
We're really talented.
Thank God no one listens to us, Danny.
Thank God I stopped at Zest right. And they didn't say anything.
I'm gonna push you on the next time you say something.
Right, next up, Sojourns. Sojourn has been an important hero this entire year, and here are two of the best. Which is which? Lip and Kai.
Alright.
All right, Danny. Let's let Danny go.
Alright.
Danny, go.
Oh, they're first and second in solo kills.
First and
Whoa!
second. One is second in charge kills. Second death.
I know where I'm going.
First in hero damage. Lip and Kai. I'm gonna go Lip right.
I agree. I actually think Lip does more damage. I think Kai gets a lot of those like big kills, but I actually think
Solo
Lip does
kills?
more like consistent damage.
All right.
I'm
You're a genius.
Yeah, let's go, Danny. Let's
Good
player
job. Nice.
Woo, all right, can I go home now?
That is like, whoa.
No, you did. I mean, you
Oh.
just peaked. If you want to thank the academy or your
I know.
family,
I
fans,
think that
friends.
these guys. Thank you.
It rubs off.
Okay, for giving
Yeah.
me the tip. You know, you're like, hey, go right. So I did right.
Didn't say that, but thanks. I take the credit for that one. And next up, we're gonna have two of the best brigs in the league. It's Scoot and Profit. But which one is which?
I know who's going to be which before I even see the graphic.
Really?
Oh,
Okay,
they
wait,
say it now,
let's.
then.
Okay, yeah.
Profit on the right.
Paint me a picture.
Profit on the right.
Why?
He has the more.
Why?
He has the more final blows. Actually, maybe he has more hero damage.
Oh,
no.
no.
Oh, no.
Johnny's having.
Oh.
These are really close stats.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to go with Scoot on the left. I actually think Scoot is a hyper-aggressive brig, and I actually think Prophet didn't do as much damage as we think he would.
I mean, yeah, I was just looking at the final blows. Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
There it is.
Just like you said. Now, next up, we have Izayaki and RuPaul and Anna. Who you got? Very quick. Before you see it, apparently that's what you
What? RuPaul Isayaki?
Yeah.
RuPaul Izayaki.
I actually, Costa.
This is
Costa,
hard.
we need you to carry. This is
Costa,
Anna stats,
bring it
all right?
home. Bring it home.
Dude, they're so close. I'm actually going to go.
Izayaki right.
Yeah, I'm going to go Izayaki right. I think Izayaki is a more aggressive Anna, while I think RuPaul's a little bit more tempered, but I could be wrong.
Oh!
Yeah, there it is.
There it is. He is wrong indeed. And finally,
I did not submit an
let's
answer.
Damn it, Izzy.
give Diva some love. Hawk and Void.
Hawk and oh, this one's
Hawk
gonna
and
be
Void.
good too.
You think it's gonna be a close one?
I think it's gonna be close.
Wow.
Countdown
Alright,
Countdown
yeah.
qualifiers.
Final
Void and Hawk.
I'm only in the countdown club.
What would you look
I know.
towards here?
The death. 7th in death.
I'm
that's
actually.
actually.
Yeah, I think
I think I
I'm
know.
leaning Void on the left side.
I think I'm going to avoid on the left as well. I think Hawk probably died a lot more. They didn't have a great stage.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah, there it is.
Void as well. Like if you
Right.
win your matches fast, you get higher eliminations. Well, I don't know if that's pretend. Is that overall elimination?
Yeah, pretend, it says
Yeah, okay,
overall.
pretend. So
Yeah.
Void, you know, they're winning quickly. They rack up the eliminations quickly, and then maybe you get a higher kind of stat because of that. So
I'm sure
Right.
Chat got them all right.
Oh, I'm 100%.
wait, I just remembered Shang got
Mega
that.
big brain, so wrinkly, incredible.
Wrinkly.
But,
I'm
we
impressed,
ended
Kat.
on a high note, so yeah, thanks Costa.
What was that,
Carry-
4 out of 5?
I didn't submit an answer for the Anna one, and so therefore I call it a tie.
I think that
So
was
I
5 out of 6. And when I say I think, it's our producer thinks. Because he just told me in my ear. Thanks a lot, X. Now, but that is who in the stats, but who is going to advance to the playoffs? Wow, nailed it. Transitions, man. I'm killing it. Boston and Washington will play in the lower bracket later today. And the losers season is over. We'll get into that match right after this break. Welcome back. Are you okay?
Oh yeah. I'm just a bit emotional. You know, it's an emotional day today.
Yeah, that gallery always gets him. Artist pain, what can I say? Welcome back to Watchpoint though. Later today, we have an elimination match between the Boston Uprising and the Washington Justice, and the loser goes home. Yeah, no, everything on the line, but that's what makes this one excited. Now, a few years back, Washington actually made an epic run through the lower bracket of the Overwatch League playoffs. Some of you might remember, and some of you might be too young to remember. But this year, their luck in the lower brackets, actually not so hot. Because we keep on thinking like, lower bracket Washington, like that. Nah, not this year. Not this year. So far, at least in
It's
those
a brutal
mid-season.
bracket. It's just like...
Yeah, it is what it is. But again, that's not playoffs. At least. It's just
0-5 in
small.
all tournament matches
Yeah.
this season.
It really just comes from 2020, right? That like narrative of when Decay first joined the Washington Justice, played
and then
Zaya.
Decay just
But was
popped.
that was also season like grand finals playoffs, right?
Yeah, it was like end of
But like
season.
the
It's coming, guys.
Washington
It's happening.
Justice had a not so hot season. Like all
Yeah.
season long, they were like trailing at the end, and then suddenly playoffs they popped off again. As evident by the graphic we just showed you, maybe not the case this time around. Now, if there was a single player which embodies this Washington team, it just has to be Assassin. High highs, low lows, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Assassin, he is the linchpin of the Washington Justice here. They're committed to playing the Sombra, and, Assassin, he said his ups and downs on Sombra, even dating back to last year when they couldn't really figure it out, right? But they're playing it for a reason, right? They're not just like, oh, we're not good at Sombra, so we're gonna play it. If you take a look at the stats, they're not great, all right? 15 out of 16 in hero damage, 15 out of 16 in offensive assists. He does actually, contrary to popular belief, he does EMP a lot of opponent players. You can see that per 10, 6 in that category, of course. But we need to see him be a bit more proactive, not just when it comes to the EMPs, but actually just like in general, manual hacks, ensuring you get that hero damage onto the enemy team, racking up those final blows. If you're going to play this Sombra, you need to be able to play it with pace and be proactive about it and be disruptive about it. Because by just like sitting back like this and just taking your time, you only get a handful of engagements, and you really need those to work out. But at this point in the stage, teams have figured out how to play around the Sombra, positionally, abilities, stuff like that. We saw Twilight flicks over to Diana, for example, to give him that sleep dart, the butter grenade, to protect against Assassin, and rendered Assassin useless in many ways. I give the Washington Justice the benefit of the doubt. They're playing the Sombra for a reason. They decided not as much to integrate the Sojourn and the Genji, and it's probably because they found success with Sombra in the scrims, in practice. And so they would need to enable that when it comes to match play. Can they do it? I don't know. Just be a bit more proactive.
Bit more proactive. Proactivity. Just do it. It's very simple.
I believe. Look, I don't. if Washington lose, they're out. Like there's
true.
no more this season. I just want to see them like end on a good note.
Yeah.
And
Make it a good loss.
But if it's a good note, then they win. That means it's not the end of the season.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I
you
want to
can
see
have
them
a
lose
quality
in good
loss.
fashion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're gonna have a quality loss.
Oh,
That's
okay.
definitely a thing.
Yeah, I
Now,
see what you mean.
Yeah.
we talk about that Cinderella story in the playoffs many moons ago for Washington Justice. However, that was partially on the back of Decay on Zarya. This time around, Danny, they have to rely on him playing the Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, that is sort of his signature hero, and like we talk a lot about Decay's Tracer because for a good reason. He's a really great Tracer. Like I think compared to previous seasons, this season was a little bit less, but we're looking at the stats as Decay on Tracer before the season, and he is in one of the top Tracers that we have in the league. I think for today, I'm guessing, or I'm pretty sure that he is going to be on the Tracer role again. Like even yesterday against Toronto, like I think Decay was probably one of the few people that really tried his best to like carry his team. I think I would honestly say on this Toronto map, he dipped Finale.
Oh yeah,
He
straight up.
Tracer gapped Finale pretty hard.
That's a really smart lower third.
Priority the entire state of the game.
Smart.
Well,
I like it.
So
I don't get it.
like Johnny said, yeah, like Assassin has to step it up, Callius has to step, everyone has to step it up, and Decay, like I don't want to see Washington Justice go down against Boston Uprising. Even if they go down, like I want a good fight, right? So Decay either has to carry harder, or or I guess just put out a crazy performance. That's what I want to watch out for.
After what we saw yesterday, that man has backaches. Like he tried so hard to carry his team.
It was enough. So Decay, go harder.
Go even harder.
Lift
is all we
heavier,
ask.
Decay.
Just one more. That's a personal trainer coming through.
You can do it.
Or not. We'll see. Wow, way to put it down.
Yeah, wait.
No, yeah, you can do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Costa, we're looking at the other side here. Boston Uprising. They didn't look too hot yesterday. Like that was a little painful to watch. What do you want to see from that team today?
Yeah, you guys are talking about the woes of the Washington Justice yesterday. I would say Boston Uprising had a worse performance as a team yesterday, and it honestly, a lot of the Boston Uprising stems from Punk as a player, him being on that tank role, and I really want to see him sort of get back to that form that we saw him in the Countdown Cup, because yesterday in their match on the Zaya, he just did not play that well. And it wouldn't just be him, it would be everyone across the board. 11.1 deaths per 10 minutes in a match is just extremely high. So if you're the Boston Uprising, you need to forget yesterday's loss, sort of shake that away. You're playing against a very different team in the Washington Justice, who might lean into playing that somber composition. So for me, Punk needs to feel comfortable on the Zaya, forcing the Washington Justice to play their game. And if not, we need to see that flexibility from Punk that we know he can do. He can move over to that D.Va. He can play a lot of other looks. So Boston Uprising, for the exact same thing that Danny was just pleading for the Washington Justice, do not go out like this. They have had an up and down season throughout it. They have finally started to find their footing. Do not go out like this. Put up a better performance. And at least if you are going to lose, go out in a good fashion. Lees
and geese, like we got them all here in the Overwatch League. Now that match will happen later today, and as I said, the loser goes home. The winner, however, will have a chance to punch their ticket into the playoffs against the team remaining from the upper bracket, which reminds me, our first match of the day is the upper bracket finals. Florida facing off against the Toronto Defiant. Ooh. The winner moves on to the Overwatch League playoffs in Anaheim, and that match and more right after this break. Welcome back to Watch Points.
Aw, look at this cute couple here.
You look great.
I like your shirt.
Thank you. That was pretty good. Yeah.
That's so weird.
Crazy how that happened.
You want to
Anyway, I asked for colorful. Yesterday, the assignment was channel your inner Mitch, and this is what everyone came up with. I think I nailed the assignment.
I think I nailed it with the flower.
the 4 clover?
I don't think I've ever seen Mitch wear a sweater.
Yeah. Also, it's.
Oh, it's, you know, it's true. Mitch and Matt combined. Mitch and Matt combined.
That's an Uber X kind of situation.
Yeah,
I like
Uber
it.
X is
Yeah, no, we
way
like
there.
that. That's great. Anyway, welcome back to Watch Points. Both Florida Mayhem and the Toronto Defiant looked dominant yesterday. They will face off for a spot in the Overwatch League playoffs in our first match of the day. Now, this Florida team might be peaking at the right time, and the meta certainly agrees with them at the moment, Costa.
Yeah, we talked to RuPaul yesterday, and he was sort of describing their glow up in the last couple of matches that they've had, and he said individually every one of their players are on signature heroes that they feel comfortable on, and that attributes to a lot of their success that they've had of late. So I went to Noah, our stats guy, and I was like, okay, give me the numbers. Is he telling the truth? So we're going to look at the Countdown Cup qualifiers and the numbers that they put up on their heroes. Someone, we know how good he is from the leaderboards that we were just looking at, putting up those numbers on the Zaya in the qualifiers so far. Go on to the next one. We got lots of people to go through.
On to the next.
I'm going through every single Florida Mayhem player and the heroes that they're playing in this meta. RuPaul and this Baptiste, I talked about him very recently. Second in a lot of categories. There is a lot of great flex spots.
That's a real bridesmaid moment here.
Hey, honestly, if you're second, you're doing better than most. So you can't complain about that.
What a
Animals
post.
on the Lucio.
Lucio.
A questionable signing for a lot of people heading into this season, but his Lucio has drastically improved. Very passive player, does a lot of healing, defensive assists, but he has even been getting a lot of damage in there as well with some high eliminations, so still getting it done on that front. Hydron, Danny's favorite player on that Sojin.
Let's go, brother.
Getting those #1 final blows, solo kills, and charge shot kills. He's definitely doing his job for this team.
One more!
Definitely feels comfortable. One more!
Bring it home!
I need to precurse this one. Checkmate. His ranks did not look as good as that.
What? No!
We needed to show his picture, and we needed to show him popping off right now. Yesterday in their match against the Boston Uprising, he was absolutely dominant. His final blows were very high, low deaths. If he can keep playing like that, he is absolutely going to feel comfortable on that Genji. Florida Mayhem, you got this. Focus up. You play like yesterday. You guys will absolutely do well in this play-ins, qualify for the playoffs, and then the sky is the limit.
I did like the animal too, though. What did the Mayhem
Yeah,
Hey, the Gladiators do it too. You know, the Gladiators hype video with Funny Astro, they do like the...
I dig it. No, I'm vibing with this. This is great. Jonathan, a rising star in this league has got to be someone. We saw the numbers to speak for themselves.
No, I'm sorry, that was so lame.
wow.
That was so lame. Oh my God.
End of the season, and you said,
That was so lame. Ooh.
Anyway, let's
I might
talk
get
about
fired after this
someone.
broadcast.
That one.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
He's been good. I'm still cringing. Anyway, someone. Been great for the Florida Mayhem, you know? Start the season, a lot of Winston, which is what we expected. You know, it's been good Winston from someone as well. But if we take a look at his stats, Jungle Queen, of course, played a ton of Jungle Queen in Jote's meta. But then also the Zarya. 12% Zarya. Someone is supposed to be a main tank player. So in many ways, I'm just proud of someone. He's giving main tank players transitioning into solo main tank or solo tank into Overwatch 2 a good rep, all right? His Zarya, you saw the stats that Costa showed you. He's not supposed to be good at Zarya. This is like a bonus. It's like dessert. It's like the cherry on top. It's like, oh, you're a great Winston player with Reinhardt and you can play Zarya too? This is unheard of. This is fantastic. So in many ways, I mean, he's like the Western region's equivalent of like Smurf at this point. Because Smurf, we're like, oh, Smurf has a good Zarya? Like, what? He's not allowed to have a good Zarya. He's like one of the best Winstons in the league. So I'm just really proud of someone. This is such a glow up for him. Someone, if he continues to improve like this on so many different heroes, someone's going to become one of the best tank players in the league. I'm not even joking. This is his rookie season, and someone has the potential to join a top team next season, or stay with the 4 man. So I'm getting ahead of myself. But like really glow up. It's like start competing for like tournament titles at this
Is
rate.
he the true Jokes?
He might be. Fun fact, his best hero, he told me at the start of the season, is actually Roadhog. He in like rank in season 26, 27, he was like rank 1 and 2 as a Roadhog player. Yeah, I'm sorry to ruin someone a little bit for you, but he's a Roadhog player as well.
He just died. I watched him die in
Get him out.
Yeah. That was
Get him
really
out.
harsh, actually.
Get him out.
Get him out. Was someone or that one? Anyway.
No, the Roadhog players. We don't need more
Everyone.
Roadhog players.
It's just everyone. There we go. I feel seen though.
I feel betrayed.
Anyway, Danny, as a well-documented,
Yes.
it's really nice what we got going here. As a well-documented Toronto Defiant fan, who are you watching out for in this match?
I'm watching out for Finale. You know, honestly, I want to talk about Finale, but I feel kind of bad because I said that his Tracer he got gapped by Decay. But it's
say
okay.
that,
I'm
yeah.
talking about his Genji, and I liked his Genji a lot yesterday. I mean, start of this stage, I think we saw a lot more Although in the lineup. Coming in yesterday, Finale came in, took that role instead of Although, and I think he looked decent on it, and I liked it a lot, but more than I guess when Although was in the lineup. What do you love?
The lower third is just so good.
Sure, he can. All right. Nice.
Bravo!
Bravo.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I honestly I talked to him after the match in the post-match interview as well. You know, the reason why he, I guess, Although was playing and not Finale was more like the play style. Like I guess Toronto Defiant was still developing their own style and their meta. And even yesterday too, my last question to him was like, hey, do you guys now are you guys comfortable in the meta? Are you guys do you guys have your own style? And he says, we definitely do. And you know, for today's match, that is how we are going to beat the Florida Mayhem. Like they're confident because they have that play style. So you know, I'm keeping my eye out for Finale and his Genji.
You like me, yeah?
No,
I mean, you talked about him yesterday.
Yeah, well,
You wanted to see more Finale,
yeah.
and here he was, and then he lost you your prediction. So, yeah, that did happen.
You had to just kick.
You
You sort of like propped me up just to kick me down at the end.
That's exactly what I do. Now, I'm very interested to see where we are going with our predictions for today.
Oh,
Based on
this
what
was
we
so
saw
hard.
yesterday, I think this one was really, really
Oh.
good. First one, all right. Who you got?
All right.
Oh.
Yeah. This one was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh!
Danny, Costa?
Washington let me down one last time yesterday, and I promised
with them.
myself I would not go through that pain again. So I have to go with Boston, even though I don't love it.
I just couldn't Assassin and the Diva comp was just didn't. I just didn't.
Why
I
did you
didn't
go
like
Washington?
it.
Why did you go
But-
Washington?
Yeah.
But
I
Why'd you
am
guys
so
go
disappointed
Washington?
in you, Zoe.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, but okay, golf didn't look hot yesterday.
Yeah, no.
But I think in terms of unhotness, Boston's definitely ice cold. Like, I don't know.
Unhotness scale.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Washington wasn't that hot either, right? It was.
No, but they have the potential of a low simmer at least.
You're gonna be so disappointed if Washington is. Look, I
I
was
will be.
born
That's the
with
whole
the disappointment
thing.
of dreading Washington, but dragging you in here, Zoe, I feel bad for you. Like, it's.
But the good thing about this prediction is that either way, you're still lost in our press. And on that note, we're done with the Esports pre-show. Let's send it over to our casters, Uber and Mr. X. I love you, Jonathan.
Oh my goodness. Absolute chaos reigning on the desk here, and I don't blame
A
them.
lot
'cause
going on
anytime-
over there, a lot to take in.
Yeah, anytime you add a pinch of the Washington Justice to predictions, everything is out the window. And I do want to say the desk is looking so fly today. Big shout out.
Yeah,
to
it looks
the,
like you
outfit
dressed them
coordination.
in just, button downs with trees and colors. Danny got the short. He just got a sweater with a butterfly on it or something.
Yeah, listen, if you're only going to have one flower on your outfit,
flower, butterfly,
make
all
it
the same
bloody
thing.
massive, you know what I mean? Make it gigantic. Big fan of that. Good on you guys, and yeah, good way to sort of bring us into this matchup. I think the more contested game, oddly enough, is that Justice versus Boston Uprising one, but this is a fascinating head-to-head here because the Toronto Defiant weren't without their own mishaps yesterday in their game against the Justice. Matt, we kind of noticed that teams that make it hard for Hisu to play in a safe pocket tend to find some degree of success against the Defiant, but the Justice were either really fast and very coordinated or had neither of those things going on. The Florida Mayhem are almost guaranteed to keep their foot on the gas for the entirety of the series, and the Defiant have to be ready for anything.
I think you just kind of have to throw out a little bit the Defiant performance in that Justice match, just because the Justice are all over the place. Where I think the real story here for Toronto today will be like, what is the play of Hisu, right? How is he able to kind of stack up against Hydron, where we've seen the stats, right? Now here in the Countdown Cup, Hydron has been dominant on the Sojourn. I think, Hisu kind of tries to match that, Mitch. I actually, think that Toronto, you kind of look across the board, right? I think Checkmate Finale is a little bit of a toss-up. I think, Charong and Twilight, the better of the support duos in the match.
Yeah, I think that's kind of always the biggest boon for the Toronto Defiant that we tend to discuss going into the pre-match, right? Charong and Twilight, fantastic combination. Twilight is so consistent and so reliable in that backline. Charong, on the other hand, gets to play hyper-aggressive. Last series, he goes 8-1 final blows to deaths on control. The Toronto Defiant really impressed us there. Toronto have a tendency to be incredibly good defending on a map like Dorado, but it was the pace and the coordination for that time of the Justice that unseated them on a map where they've full held some top teams in the league. So that's something to keep an eye on. Something about the Defiant that always sticks out to me is that when the pace of play gets ratcheted up, they struggle to keep up. Finale was excellent, though, yesterday, Matthew. The Genji, the Tracer, both really shone. You can see why he's the preferred option alongside Hisu, instead of someone like Although, who's also been incredible on picks like the Genji in the past.
Yeah, Finale has really kind of hit a stride in this meta and really slotted into the team nicely after we saw a lot of, Although for parts of the season. For me, the series really kind of comes down to, how do they deal with the aggression of the Florida Mayhem? Because if they're not able to deal with that, I imagine you're going to see, Hydron and Checkmate and, someone who's really, high up in some of those final blows and Elim's stat cards we showed earlier today, really because of his Winston play throughout the year.
Right, not many teams are actually playing a pocket Winston. Some teams are maybe using substitute players to have a Winston option, but someone has played more Winston than I would say almost any other tank in the Western region, and like you pointed out, has had fantastic results. It's a look that fits so well with the philosophy of this team, right? You have a pretty aggressive backline, right? Especially when Majid's in there, but even with the RuPaul and Animo look, Animo obviously coming in primarily on that Lucio. Checkmate is an astonishingly talented Genji player, and Hydron is probably one of the most improved hit scan players over the course of this year. People didn't know much about him to start with.
In the season. They took him out at some points in the season. I mean, he looked like, remember back in, I mean, this is like Kickoff Clash, like whatnot, before they got Exy, right? You saw some sick performances from Hydron, the Widow, and the Sojourn and whatnot. And then he kind of like, ends up on the sideline a little bit and comes back now and really just picking up where he left off. And if you're Florida, I think the thing you're kind of telling the team going into this match today is just play with pace, right? Keep the tempo and the pace high against this Defiant team and hope they break eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. That seems to be something that the Mayhem are really comfortable playing. And Hydron's the kind of player that is absolutely going to be sliding up in your face as that Sojourn. He is not afraid to get aggressive. His accuracy is frankly frightening. And we know now with that Baptiste-Sojourn combination, you only need to hit body shots on that railgun more often than not to get insta-kills. That's huge. That's a big deal. And teams, both of these teams, to be fair, are very good at leveraging that combination of abilities. Remember, everybody, the gloves are off in this matchup. There is a spot in the playoffs on the line. Neither of these teams gets eliminated, of course, but goodness me, they'd love to be able to just get this game done and not have to play another one to shore up their chances of making those playoffs.
Because although we didn't see a great performance from the Justice yesterday, I mean, it's kind of the story with the Justice. As they come in today, they could play two really decent back-to-back matches, find themselves getting in. You don't want that last chance situation to happen with a team like the Uprising or the Justice, two teams that would be coming off of a win today, right? Kind of having that confidence, that momentum going into another one.
Florida Mayhem, again, we might see that Winston play from someone. It's a joy to watch. Again, mechanically proficient Winstons are always really exciting to see. And when it comes with a core that is extremely fast, extremely in your face, sparks are bound to fly, ladies and gentlemen. We kick off here on Oasis. It's all on the line for these two teams. They want that spot in the playoffs and no prisoners to be taken, to be sure.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about trying to play with pace and aggression, right? Florida coming out here with a Winston-based composition. Tracer, Sombra, really putting the pressure on somebody like Isu and Finale here.
That hacked health pack not quite coming up in time for someone. You see it just appears now, but the Mayhem throw themselves at the Toronto Defiant. And Toronto give a good account of themselves, despite that aggression that tends to be the kryptonite at times. They're able to stave off the Florida Mayhem here, and they'll have first cap.
Yeah, and I think what makes it a little bit easier here, if you're the Defiant, to stave this off is having a Baptiste player like Twilight. The immortality field, the healing, the extra damage that Baptiste puts down, just so strong dealing with comps like this.
Checkmate trying to go to work on Twilight, who gets a bubble from Hotbar. Torong looking to stave Checkmate away from the backline, and so he does. Hydron getting Finale quite low. He can't quite get the health pack. It was just behind him. He just pulls up short. Twilight's immortality field is down. Now Hydron knows there's no one to check him as he dives into the backline alongside someone. Hisu gets caught a little bit too far ahead of Hotbar and is also brought down.
Yeah, and I think 3 players there hit with a biotic grenade that came in from RuPaul. So nice take back here from the Florida Mayhem. And they want to push up. They want to finish some of these players off. You'll get Hydron. Hydron will get Hoppa and Twilight. So being able to pick up those 2 kills there at the end, you start to build up some of these ultimates. And now you can start to cycle if you're the Florida Mayhem and hold this point.
For RuPaul, if Hydron's able to win those 1v1s against Finale, there's essentially no pressure on him in the backline. And he has a fantastic candidate for the nano boost in someone who will be able to cycle that quite often into building up more primal rages, causing more disruption for the Defiant, who want to play close together around Twilight as much as possible. Very different dichotomies here for these teams as they try and execute their strategies. Hydron with a dash through Hisu, looking pretty scary in the backline right now. And yep, RuPaul strikes, Finale's down again.
Yeah, they use an Amp Matrix here in the Immortality field as someone jumps in there with that nano boost, and guess what? He just jumps right back out. You use all of those, ultimates and some of them abilities, which feel like ultimates, like the Immortality field. And you have nothing when he comes right back in. Just really good play here from the Florida Mayhem, and that's going to be Hotba with a grab, and oh no, it's a big nothing.
Yeah, Hydron was in there, I think. That's all they're going to get for it. And Anamo's already struck back against Chorong, feeding him a taste of his own medicine there as far as aggressive Lucio's are concerned. Hisu absolutely rolled there, got hacked by Checkmate. During that ultimate, shut down entirely, and he'll be up on his feet in no time here. But that's a nasty bio-nade to finish him off.
Yeah, 80% in counting though here for the Florida Mayhem. Let's see, you can contest this for a while, right? You got Hydron here, you got your Lucio lingering around, just gonna jump onto the point, contest. Now Hydron will be able to do this again. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get up to 95, 96% here, no, maybe even higher, because someone's back.
Your ability to follow up on his sleep dart severely compromised based on the game state here. Someone's trying to get away, but Hopper makes sure he cannot escape. 95% though for the Florida Mayhem. And Matt, we got to see RuPaul kind of checking Finale, forcing early recalls just by straight up shooting him with the darts.
Yeah, right? There's Toronto during this match, they've actually switched their comp. So Hisu now is going to play a Sombra. So you're mirroring in terms of the supports and the DPS. You're just going to be playing that Zarya for a little bit more defense here.
The concern may be that the Defiant have a less enticing nano candidate in Hotbar. If he can be avoided and circumvented by someone, it's hard to get the Zarya in position against a mobile composition. Finale backing up. Wants to hold on that recall as long as humanly possible, and he gets the sound barrier. It's go time now. Attempted disengage here for the Mayhem. The pulse doesn't quite hit Animo. He gets nano boosted, and that was actually intentional, potentially.
Yeah.
Someone may have blocked that line of sight for RuPaul, but we're giving the benefit of the doubt. They keep Animo alive here, and they trade Arna's mid-fight.
Is it worth, though? I mean, now you're not going to get a nano for probably the rest of this round. As, yeah, sure, you keep your Lucio alive, and maybe the intent was actually to kind of get it on to someone and let him go in. But, man, I mean, that could be one that you would love to have back here. Imagine having this for someone here as he goes in.
Some big ults coming online for the Defiant as well, Matthew. Graviton, EMP, The Mayhem don't have any great dive targets outside of Twilight. They're trying to make the most of it here. Big sleep, but what a finish on Hydra on Twilight. Knows how to look after himself, Matt.
That is just filthy. I mean, he's just so good. Is the cleanup crew kind of coming in here for Toronto, but no, not a lot of Anas in the league are able to do that with such a casual look on their face like Twilight. He secures that round for the Defiant.
Yeah, that's big. Without Hisu playing a long-range hit scam while Hisu's busy doing his own work in the backline, Florida have to figure out what they do with Hydron and how they get the most value out of him. This is such a Mayhem vibe as well. Interesting to see this map come up here, an opportunity to really mix things up. Here's Twilight in his final moments.
Look at this. I mean, there's a Sombra there shooting him in the back. He's hacked for a period of time. Just, oh yeah, as I go through, I'll just sleep and just kill the Tracer myself. Like, don't worry about it. I mean,
Hydron opts to keep fighting even though we got Bio there, so pretty risky.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, they think they have the Ana. I mean, look, if you are there with your Sombra and the Ana is hacked, you feel like there's a really good chance that you guys are able to take that Ana out. They're just not able to get it done. And look at this, the Mayhem switch up their comp. They're going to play with a Reinhardt-based composition here with a May in the mix. So just trying to, like, bait them onto the point and then brawl it out.
The Reinhardt does mean a lot of free charge for Hisu, building up on that rail, and then he can set it somewhere else. Here they come, though. The Mayhem wait till the point is capturable. And then they drop straight on out there. You see Hydron trying to play from behind, but Rupal is caught by Chorong. And someone's trying to wade into this immortality field. Gets the result of removing the Zarya, but now he's stuck in his corner for the time being. And yeah, the Defiant aren't going to let him slip away.
And what do you think about kind of this strategy here from the Florida Mayhem? For me, I really like how Toronto, they're able to just kind of consistently, I think a lot of confidence actually, yeah, that's nice. A lot of confidence gained by Toronto in that, first round of being able to kind of weather the storm against like Florida, one of their best looks, right? I think now coming in and being able to win a fight early on this, like attacking with the Mei, like is a lot harder than when you already have like control of the point.
Well, your game plan requires Rupal to be standing.
Hapa is in real trouble.
Yeah, he's actually able to get away, though, somehow. Lovely tech is, but he's too low by the time that happens. That's the game plan for the Mayhem, though, Matt. Now we actually get to see the use of the May wall.
Yeah, so the May wall is there, and Hapa actually has the immortality field, like, on him. No. Poops out of it. I mean, that would have been quite scary. Is Chorong able to make it out with his life? But now you have a Blade in the mix here. Yeah, but... Now, Hapa to get out of that May wall had to go out of the immortality field. If he he almost would have been better off having Twilight trying to jump over the wall and keep him healed up inside of the immortality field rather than trying to get out on his own.
Again, the game plan for the Mayhem hinges on Rupal being able to heal Finale. Okay, sees the immortality field. Notice also his opponents stepping out of it. Okay, Air Matrix here, but Rupal, oh no! Finale's cut down! The sound barrier makes it so hard for Finale to actually secure a kill there. Florida spend big, in fairness, but keep a couple key ultimates going into the next fight. And Finale's Blade absolutely blunted by the barrier.
And I also think that, Finale thought he actually had a kill on a Rupal, but the regen burst of the Batiste as well. Being able to, I think there was a health pack there, but then also kind of when you're below that 50% HP mark, right? The regen burst is just a little bit
it's
more
100 up front
instant.
HP.
Yeah, so
100 up front plus the ticking heal.
Which is nuts, right? I mean, he thinks he has to right.
Oh, someone. My God. All right. Having to charge up around the stairway. Tough to find a good shatter here, Matt, and he gets absolutely bloody nothing. Shield broken, and he'll get caught by Hisu there, who just takes him down with that Air Matrix in play. Nice work by the Defiant to pivot to an aggressive strategy, despite rapidly changing conditions.
And they still have this grab to use, right? You don't get them above 80%, right? So you think maybe it's actually 2 more fights if the point flips. And you have a grab to use here, which you get good use of this grab. You're looking at a tie game scenario in terms of percentage.
Probably not too hard to get some value out of it, at least catching the enemy Reinhardt inside
you would think, right?
Yeah, big group up here for the Mayhem.
You can't use it inside of this little room, right? You need them to come out into space because there's no way you can get in there and put down that damage against the Mei and the Rhine.
Yep.
So you need them to either open up space or find one on their own.
Oh, the immortality field, great positioning. Animo eventually falls, but Hydron's able to trade. The Air Matrix definitely assisting with that, and it's a pretty dangerous spot to be for the Defiant, so fire strikes get amped when they come through. So the Defiant disengage because they still have the point here, Matt.
Yeah, and you know, you've had a few kills traded. I mean, there's the equal in percentage off that grab I was talking about, but I mean, you still have this control. You have this overclock here from Hisu.
Oh,
You're in
no.
a spot where they can easily, and that's a huge pick. And that's not even with an overclock. You can now come on this flank. I mean, you can seal the deal for the Defiant.
You have no time. You at least have Animo to speed boost you out of there, but Rupal is the centerpiece of this strategy. There's no point playing so close together if you can't be benefiting from Baptiste AoE healing. But they've got to go, and they've got to go now. Onto the point, Chorong already trying to reposition someone away from the rest of his team. Blade for Finale, spends much of it deflecting, and the Mayhem can't get to the point in the end. Twilight lets them know that it was in fact a Charlie Niner. And Florida Mayhem lose Rupal at the start of that last fight, and they can't get back in.
And when you're not getting a lot from that Reinhardt-based composition, I mean, if you play the game on live, you can tell like it's really difficult to kind of get in some of those like power spots as Reinhardt without taking like big chunks of damage beforehand. They can't come out of that side room to heal, and they can't pick up any kills. And now Hisu winning the Battle of the Sojourns there in map number 1, looking really good for Toronto.
Yep, that close together, slower comp from the Mayhem allows Hisu to play safely, and he comes out with 9 final blows for the map. Great start of the Toronto Defiant. They're showing excellent composure in the face of this raw aggression from the Florida Mayhem. Can they maintain that now, or does it get broken down map after map? There's only one way to find out, people, and that's to stay tuned.
And what a day for the Toronto Defiant to shake off even the merest suggestion of mediocrity, turning up in a big way against a team that a lot of people are afraid to go up against in these play-ins. Already one map on their way to securing a playoffs berth. Squeaky clean gameplay, I've got to say, against the Mayhem's signature Winston dive and then a move over to Reinhardt, which the Defiant seemed to be ready for in that second round.
Yeah, and you know, with not finding success there on that first map, right, Florida will end up getting to pick the second map here. And they'll pick Eichenwalde, which just tells you, Mitch, that they want to try and get some more of those like dives going and put themselves in a better, you know, maybe map advantage position to do that, right? Where, you know, Eichenwalde, you need the, you know, whether it's like Winston, Diva, right, to get that like verticality at the second part of the map. I think a really interesting choice here from the Florida Mayhem. Definitely kind of tips their hand in like exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think it's at this point in the season, with so many games already behind both these teams, probably tough to really take your opponents by outright surprise with all the tape that is there. No better way, though, to try and tilt the odds in your favor by selecting a map on which you've got a tailored strategy for. It is loser pick, of course, in this tournament format.
Right.
It's first to 3 series. So Florida making the most of the opportunity to select the next battleground.
Because it's interesting, right? Like, if you're Toronto on offense, I think we've seen them in the past, like, they would actually kind of just stick with that Zarya-based look. You know, you can't really play the... I mean, you can play the Diva into that, you know, Winston on the other side of things, but there's someone could also come out and play this Zarya, where I think in the first part of the map, I don't think you obviously need that verticality, right? We're trying to hold that choke, kind of playing a little bit of an even matchup.
Put someone on his third different tank hero for this series, bear in mind. Flexing that sort of hero pool depth here. Going to be able to hope to hold out for as long as possible.
Hello.
As they've sort of gone back to a bit more of a standard composition here. The Sojourn Genji looks. And again, their strategy always seems to hinge on keeping Rupal alive and in the center of the action, albeit well protected.
I mean, it's like a little bit of a broken record, but, you know, in the first round, right? You know, what put away that last round on Ilios? It was that Hisu railgun shot that took out Rupal, right? Before that last push could even get going. You know, these Sojourns, when they get charged up, you can one-shot just about anybody out there, it feels like. Where being able to pick off the supports, especially one like Batiste, with these type of compositions, right? Not just providing the most healing, but also like utility, right? With that immortality field, it's just a massive swing in your team's favor.
That's already been deployed here. Twilight had to pop that pretty early because the Defiant take heavy casualties trying to approach the setup for the Mayhem here. Florida really hold their ground and set their feet defensively. Once that Imo is down, the Defiant start to fall like flies.
Just embarrassing.
Yeah, and that's a really good start here for Florida, right? Kind of building that confidence back up and being able to take that first fight relative ease. Look at this. I mean, Hydron getting out there, trying to poke a little bit, get some more charge, right? That maybe you think you can, while players are coming on in, you can catch one off guard, not thinking you have a ton of charge. It could be difficult to tell, maybe land a shot, but as we come into the next fight, let's see what Toronto decides to do. Looks like they just want to kind of get Finale in, use the bubbles on him, but that's both bubbles gone already.
Yeah, Hopper trying to posture aggressively, but he doesn't really have much left in the tank. And nice double team there on Finale. Hydron catches him airborne with a railgun of Rupal, consistently finishing the job. That immortality field has done its work by now, as only checkmate falls on the side of the Mayhem. They're ready to clap back again.
Yeah, look, I mean, when we're watching it from the kind of the pre-camp, and Hotba uses a bubble in front on Finale, at the same time uses the bubble for Twilight in the back. But still wants to take and like occupy that space. What do you do the next go round, right? The other team, they know they have an advantage that you've used both your Zarya bubbles, right? There's no way to protect the back line and also protect Finale, and what happens? Finale goes in, they don't have anything for him, and he gets taken out.
You can't have it both ways, right? You can't posture aggressively like that without those bubbles in reserve. Oh, it's a scary. That was an amped disruptor shot as well, which will do more than just tickle at this point. Hydron, yeah, gonna have to pop the overclock here as space is getting taken away from him pretty quickly. Hotba there standing on the point. The rest of the Mayhem trying to return to their backline. They've lost Hydron though. Graviton Surge, Immortality Field protecting the Toronto Defiant right now, but only until someone gets involved in the fight once more. Now he'll be dueling it out with Hotbar, and that's a fantastic grab in the heat of the fight, but a sound barrier was perfectly timed from Arnamo, and Hotbar can't back away quickly enough.
Yeah, the blade from Checkmate is good, and then that sound barrier keeps everybody alive, as it looks like for now, at least Florida is going to be able to get a hold. There's still some, stragglers here for the Defiant. They're going to have to back up. This next fight's going to be the toughest though, Mitch, right? Toronto's going to have the overclock, and they're going to have their own blade. No support ult on the other side. Now, how do you defend against this if you're the Florida Mayhem? If you can weather this storm, you're in a good spot to get a full ult.
Yeah, you basically have got the round there and then if you hold for this last fight. Not the last, but maybe the last significant one. Hisu straight away, overclock, pop, Checkmate low already, and someone gets missed by that railgun. Finale caught him midair though, he's not able to drop. He falls to someone, but Hisu at least able to trade. Sojourn is down for the Florida Mayhem, and now they're starting to make it hurt a bit more. Hisu playing inside that immortality field while he can, and Checkmate is barely clinging on to life. He's getting healed by Animo though, and they're able to get him back in the fight. This isn't over. RuPaul has an Amp Matrix, but no Sojourn to make use of it here. Another trade, and Twilight is down. The long fight healing is gone, and Checkmate snaps back into action. Hisu falls. Hopper though trying to cap here, and he'll have it.
Yeah, it's not enough for Florida. I mean, it looked like, back and forth, but now once you lose someone, you can't really contest the point at that moment, right? You kind of have to back off of it, unless you believe Checkmate can kind of just, dash through, run crazy. Now this will be the interesting part. Like, how does Toronto kind of navigate this high ground, this natural high ground control that the Florida Mayhem will have at this point in the map?
It's a bit uncomfortable, right? Trying to play Zarya from this position without any real mechanism to get her up there outside of going the old-fashioned way. The Mayhem will just take their time and divining an opportunity to drop down en masse. Start the fight heavily in their favor early. Checkmate's blade, key component of that strategy, I have to assume.
He gets a bubble there, allows him to get some energy for someone else to charge up, but Hisu with another opening kill.
That's huge. What a big way to start the fight here. Checkmate knows that his blade likely going to be answered by Chorong's sound barrier, so he has to puzzle his way forward here. And Matrix might buy a little bit of time, but it's time for blades. Checkmate going to pull his out here. The Graviton Surge helping pile these targets together, and there it is, 2 for him. Hopper and Chorong try and fight back inside the grab, but Hopper goes down to his own right click.
Yeah, and Hopper ends up using his grab there, maybe thinking that they're going to be healthy enough with that immortality field and sound barrier to fight it off, but they were all about 50% HP once he decided to use that, where you may have wanted that back for Toronto, because look at this, I mean, you didn't even get any progress of the payload.
Oh, you're on the big boss's wild ride now. Sometimes those grabs are perfect, sometimes they absolutely fizzle. That's the second ineffective grab from Hopper this map. The first one obviously getting shut down by a sound barrier. That one though, perhaps a little more egregious.
Yeah, it's Finale will have that blade, but you got a sound barrier on the other side to counter it. I think Toronto really having difficulties figuring out how you go about getting them off this high ground.
I love this, but there's a sound barrier for Animo. Finale really tried to make the play. They are able to get through it at the very least, and Hisu once more gives that headshot kill on RuPaul. That's a huge way to start the fight, but Checkmate's able to reciprocate. Both teams lacking Baptiste. Cart no longer moving at this stage either.
You have to be careful though if you're the Defiant. You're gonna get the payload moving after this, but it feels like every time you actually get the payload moving or some success, whether it be the first map as well, it's based off of these Hisu just railgun shots that are able to give you a player advantage early on, which you shouldn't have to rely on that when you have big ultimates like a grab or a blade.
Oh, Lord, he's going in! Hydron dives deep in enemy formation, is able to pluck Hisu out of their ranks straight away. A headshot there could be pretty crucial. As Twilight and Chorong extremely low. 4 players with a sound barrier though. The cart's not moving. They've walked headlong into a Graviton Surge here as someone holds him in place once more. Chorong is down, and now that mobility's been compromised for the Defiant, and they're out of time.
Yes, this will be a grab from Hot Button Hydron. 20 HP though, he's so low, getting shot down through an Amp Matrix as well. So it looks like Twilight and Coach trying to get a little bit more payload progress before this one stalls out.
Again, you don't have to blame Hopper for these grabs, but you've got to point out that he's never able to use them in a situation where he can get a clean fight win for his team. Man, it always looks like pure desperation where he hits that Q key, and desperation is not enough to conquer a team like the Mayhem.
And it feels like that the Mayhem on defense, on the defensive side of things, you couldn't really even play what they actually wanted to play, which maybe is more of an aggressive style of play with a Winston Diva. Really would be the Winston for them in the mixed, where now on offense you feel like they can actually do that.
Florida really weathering the storm, playing that high ground, but as you kind of pointed out, Matt, as we got into the second phase of the map, it would be difficult for Hopper to have idealized circumstances in which to engage, especially with that Graviton Surge, right? It always feels like they're fighting tooth and nail to get into the castle. But so many of these fights come with Hisu already finding an early pick on someone like Rupal, which on Oasis, especially University, was such a big part of their win condition. Here, it doesn't seem to be enough. The Mayhem always have other tricks up their sleeve. That is, I mean, look, if you're Toronto, you don't feel good about how you've looked on this map so far. You've not pushed the car far enough to give you any degree of confidence about this defense. You've got to be centimeter perfect now on this hole.
Yeah, it has to be just as perfect as you can be here. I know on this hole. Let's see this from the high ground. So this is actually where Hoppa gets his. Look how low everybody is when they use it. I mean, everybody's basically dead when the grab comes through.
When you oh, Finale. You can't tell me that, you know, being forced to use grab in a situation where your team are in one and getting played at the same time is kind of the perfect situation for it. It always seems to be so reactive from Hotbar. Maybe being proactive about to start the fight off with the first grab could be a big difference maker here on defense. Let's see if the Defiant have the space to enact that kind of approach.
You see, they don't even want to play that Winston-based compositions we thought possibly, you know, when you pick a map like this to get that high ground is, oh, actually, Twilight opened things up with a kill here on a checkmate. That's the Immortality field out already, and now you see the Toronto Defiant pushing forward, the cleanup crew coming in.
Hydron must have rolled in some lard at the start of this round. So slippery, hard to catch, but eventually the Defiant can pin him down. Twilight's opener. Definitely a big way to start the fight.
It's a good early start here for the Defiant. You know, can keep it going, right? I think, look, this point A is pretty difficult to take at times. You get through the grab and the blade, right? And you think, you know, if Hisu keeps playing the way he does, there's a real chance you could get a full hold.
Finale got bubbled there as he dove in. The Mayhem tried to turn on him, but he still gets away.
Disruptor shot.
Hydron, though, finds the shot across the map. Just a clean pick to start this off. Checkmate is deep behind enemy lines, and he strikes gold in a big way. Defiant are done here. There's not much they can do on this hold. I think they'll try and maybe taxi people out, maybe make a late push for it, but it's chalked.
Yes, that's a fast push there from the Florida Mayhem. Able to take that first point. No ultimates even needed to make that happen. So, talked about Defiant having to get off to a really good start. That is not it.
All right, 4:50 on the clock. The situation that the Defiant were hoping to avoid has come to pass. With the Mayhem come into this next phase with a lot of time to work with.
You are completely healed.
Again, definitely rely on Twilight here to have a well-placed amp matrix. Checkmate goes up as the way was made clear for him by that disruptor shot. Now Immortality field is down. Twilight still hoping to play somewhat aggressively here, and yeah, the rest of his team also following suit. Chorong, okay. Nice looks getting rid of Rupal.
They have to play close. You can kind of see where that tick of golden box of victory is at the top of the screen. Like from where they're playing now, you have what, 2 fights, maybe 3. If you can, get a breakthrough here if you're the Florida Mayhem. So if you're the Defiant, you got to consider just continuously playing close here at the gate.
Same question here we levied at the Defiant for the Mayhem. How do you get this Xayah in position? Hopper actually electing to drop fairly early there, as someone is threatening cart progress on this corner. Oh, there it is. That's perfect. Chorong absolutely blown to smithereens. He had a sound barrier. Now there's nothing to stop the blade. The Checkmate doesn't opt to pull it. In fact, Hopper picks him off. Hydron still had the perfect opener, though. Graviton Surge comes out, but the sound barrier is going to be there for Animo. And yep, everything that the Mayhem need outside that blade is at their disposal. And they're not afraid to make use of it. Late sound barrier here for the Defiant just to try and hold on, but the Mayhem can sort of split here, allow this to expire, and then renew their assault once more in that cart's position. Finale's forced away. He can't touch. Chorong not able to drop in time, and the Florida Mayhem take a convincing W on Eichenwalde.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, it's their map pick, but they looked flawless there for the most part. On Eichenwalde is someone able to get good use of his grabs. And then at the end, you had this sound barrier for the Defiant, but nobody there to be able to contest.
Someone dies once for this entire map. Now, if he's playing Diva, that's maybe less surprising, but 8 final blows and 1 death for him on the Xayah. Ridiculous damage output in general. Someone showing us it's not just the Winston that he can really turn up in a big way on. Great Xayah play, and the Mayhem make that one look pretty easy comparatively. Stunning stuff from both Sojourns. Hisu a little quieter by comparison to Hydron, always opening up these first picks. And a good recovery for the Florida Mayhem now. So we have a tied series heading into the map 2 break.
Think I'd ever let you down?
Florida Mayhem are showing us a multitude of different looks, and someone is helming all of them. This guy can do anything.
What? Someone already... Sorry? Excuse me? That's not allowed. Is he in a luge? What is this? Cool runnings? Sorry?
Someone just slurped up proper on the way through. There's like someone just bolted a bloody hyper-powered Dyson to the front of him as he charges through the middle of the map. I mean, someone has to yeet the spaghetti. Someone was just able to follow up, clean him up indeed. Someone going to flatten Gurio here, and Dallas Fuel get absolutely Goomba stomped in this first fight. Someone trying to clear a few mines. He's very, very low, but he catches Violet still somehow.
When it comes to rookies, I think someone is someone that we're really going to have to start heavily considering as one of the best.
Oh man, don't let this guy's happy-go-lucky attitude fool you. When it's game time, the gloves are off. And in a big way, his Zarya is a difference maker on Eichenwalde. We said, okay, the Mayhem, look, it's probably going to be a little bit hard for you guys to progress through the second phase of the map, given that high ground disadvantage you have to play from. Someone said, yeah, hold my charged particle cannon. Check this out.
Yeah, he plays really well there on Eichenwalde as really it was just really clean from the Florida main, which is kind of what I expected from them in our first map. But Toronto was able to just kind of like squeak it out. As we go into the next map, I believe it is Circuit Royale, which is what the Toronto Defiant choose. You know, interesting that maybe, look, I think Zarya is obviously the strongest tank right now, but still a lot of opportunity to play some other stuff, especially on a map like Circuit. Like, do you end up playing some type of like Sigma-based stuff and with Hoppa and really trying to, you know, pressure down the Florida Mayhem into something different?
Yeah, maybe, again, continuing to stretch someone's hero pool may be some form of answer. But, you know, we see a lot of teams that want to opt into what we consider like a very standard Sigma poke composition on this map. Plenty of teams are also, you know, moving away from that and continuing to force Zarya, Baptiste, Lucio-based compositions. So there's definitely no one defined way to play this map. And even if the Mayhem had to play that way, you have Hydron who can play the Sojourn. Also, his Widowmaker, absolutely bloody terrifying. This is the team that, during their kickoff clash, were trying to force Gibraltar as often as possible, just so they could put Hydron where he was most effective. And even teams like, you know, the Atlanta Reign, with someone like Kai on the bench and on the field in that case, had to respect them.
Yeah, look, you can play Hydron on those long-range hit scans on maps like this. You feel pretty good about your chances able to win, but Toronto seem to feel really strong about this map in their selection of it. So, see kind of Isu now play some of the piano. I think both teams end up at the end of the day probably coming out on Zarya comps. Like, Zarya just, like, so you can make a case like D.Va is as strong, right? But just the fact that like, the Zarya is so strong against the D.Va that you're almost kind of defaulted to just playing Zarya here.
I think you have to be a pretty masterful D.Va player to have any game in that kind of matchup, right? Just because of your fundamental weaknesses in that head-to-head. Hydron here, hoping to clear Finale off the card here, and ooh, this is the 1v1 Finale has to opt out of. He heads for the hills with that switch strike, and he won't be allowed to get that health pick. Hydron gonna have to get up pretty early in the morning to pull the wool over this man's eyes.
Yeah, as far forward defense is been kind of the thing you've done here for ages on Circuit. Not an awesome start here.
Good body blocking, man.
Yeah, not an awesome start here for the Defiant, but looks like they have to back up just a little bit here.
All right. Florida do give some ground, right, because they lose a couple players. Still being able to, you know, melt a minute off the clock. Pretty desirable outcome for the Mayhem. Finale again has to probe. He has to be careful because so far Hydron's had his number, and then he just, I mean, speaking of numbers, Choron's, I mean, 911, that's the number out here, right? Yeah, he's dialing that at light speed, trying to get himself out of that situation. Checkmate removes Hisu, and another Florida Mayhem hold.
Hello.
As this stuff starts to get really dangerous, man, on a map like this, right? You have to start dumping in some of these ultimates really early to get around this corner. It's a really tough spot to be in if you're the Defiant, because you can't afford to kind of blow everything there, because you're going up towards like the harder part of the map, right? Where the opposing team has all that high ground, that verticality is crazy.
Really, checkmate. Okay. Putting a couple of gouges on the spawn door there as his blade gets pulled out. And Matrix there as well from the Mayhem to scare the Defiant back inside their hidey hole. Seen a few teams, you know, use this strategy before. Not often do they pull it off for 2 minutes and counting. Here come the Defiant with an Ant Matrix of their own here. Someone gets grabbed out in front of it, but look who's getting into the back line already. Checkmate's trying to make this hard, but that immortality field will let the Florida Mayhem already survive a couple seconds more.
It just feels so bad. I mean, Hydron getting some kills here at the end, but it just has to feel terrible. Like, look at where the card is. I mean, this is like just basically where it starts off. I mean, both teams, you know, able to hold on to their sound barriers to get through it. I mean, this next fight, though, you consider a must-win for the Defiant at this stage of the game, right? You're gonna have like a minute 20 or so on the clock, right? You lose that fight, we're coming back off spawn. You're looking like 45 seconds to go. You're in a really tough spot.
Sound barrier plus blade Finale. He really wants to go in. These ultimates just have to be used here. by the Defiant. A little earlier than they would have liked considering where the card is, but they've got to take their chances. Anamo's sound barrier helps them stay alive with 4, but he himself might get caught a little bit too close, and yeah, Chorong's able to nip that one in the bud. That cart will still be able to move it. There's another chance for the Mayhem to get involved here, and Hydron always seems to be finding at least an exit pick.
They're trying to just, I was going to say, they're trying to just dump everything here into someone to keep him alive. The Immortality Pill, I think, was probably off a cooldown because Rupel throws it as checkmate there right at the end, where, you know, if they had it, maybe they're able to kind of keep someone alive. You can maybe keep that going, but point A finally taken here by the Defiant.
3 minutes and 5 now. That's what they got to work with for this very precipitous climb towards that second checkpoint. And they're going to have to do it headlong into the immortality, the amplification matrix rather. Never mind. Hisu has simplified the calculus substantially with that pick.
Papa just gaining a charge, able to push up. You know, now you get that pick. Just forces the Florida Mayhem just further back. Is this one of the maps, man? It's like the most punishing with these early pickoffs because, like, you know, now where the Florida Mayhem could have like pushed up and had this sick high ground advantage, it's all completely lost.
That is absurd. What a high value pick and a perfect immortality. Look at the immortality field. It's just bloody perfect. Nobody on the Defiant side can move up to pick that off because they lose their frontliner instantly. Hydron is consistently foiling the dastardly plans of the Defiant. Every time they try and make the play, this guy's shutting them down. What a beast. What a machine.
I mean, so good on the Sojourn, right? To be able to just come around the corner, get those 2 picks, no overclock during all of that, right? So just kind of able to do some damage, hit the shot, do some damage, hit the shot. And it gives them the ability to kind of have this high ground control again. I was talking about that's so difficult to make this trek up and out through this open space.
The guy has 68% charge shot accuracy, Matthew. This effectiveness, that's a big part of it. All of his kills coming as a result of charge shots being involved at some point or another. We've got another one ready to go. Hotbar caught inside the grab. Immortality kill needs to be the first down. Hydron happy to farm a little bit of the Hotbar health and then finish the game off there. This is brutal stuff. The Defiant getting absolutely bent into a pretzel.
Well, and that's why I was saying it was so important for the Florida Mayhem to win one of those fights, right? You kind of have this large open space that you have to cross, and you're not playing like any type of shield or like, you know, a tank that could prevent any of that damage. And you're allowing somebody like Hydron, who's sick on the Sojourn, and even, you know, Rupel to just farm damage for these players just coming up.
All right, we're running out of time rapidly. Hisu, Hydron, both with the overclocks. Someone able to finish off Finale. So no pressure on Hydron outside of Hisu's presence across the map, and he makes good on that. Big elimination, but isn't enough to really be going on with. Is someone is well charged up. There's still checkmate played. Animo beat. There's so much on the table here. Here goes checkmate. Zayu able to start with, but he gets out instantly as a beat gets dropped.
Yeah, it's going to be the M-Matrix used aggressively here by the Defiant, and it's going to be a sound barrier to try and push through this here for the Florida Mayhem. And oh, beautiful blade shut down.
Chorong's beat. I don't know if I even saw that come down, and if it did, it was removed almost instantly. Hard to say, but Toronto don't get much value out of that outside of letting him continue to play. Hopper's done here. Surely Twilight actually able to heal him up from the backside there. Someone wants to delve a little deeper. He's basically spelunking in the backline right now. With Hopper out of the picture, there's no durability left here. Twilight can only hold off for so long, and someone will not be denied.
And once they got that one hold here, is, you know, the defense on circuit, it was very difficult to make it up, you know, around the corner and, you know, get back towards that payload without kind of dumping in some of these ultimates early. And Florida Mayhem finally get a hold.
Something sussy happened with that tweet from Chorong, I'm certain of it. Seemed like the timing that it came down with, not enough there for the Defiant to work with. Beautiful stuff from Florida, really. Again, we highlighted Hydron early in the round. He's 10 final blows for 3 deaths right now. Someone is 11-2. So again, he's just, he's absolutely beaming right now as the Toronto Defiant aren't able to put too much together. Finale having a very, very quiet round. Only 1 final blow for a total of 8 deaths.
And if you're Toronto, if you don't get, like, I think you really start to worry if you're Toronto if you don't get a good hold or 2 at the spawn door, right? Or like even if you play at that first corner, let's say you play at that position, right? You don't get a good hold there. You're just gonna leave the Florida Mayhem with a ton of time to make that trek up towards that high ground.
Similar situation to what we saw in Eichenwalde. The Florida Mayhem can bust through early on here. It's going to be really hard to stop them. Eventually, just the sheer weight of ultimates is going to turn this in their favor. Here's Hydra.
These are the Hydra shots. Yeah.
This is the grab on someone.
So it's the Am Matrix he's able to shoot.
And you just can't do anything
actually
about
trying
someone.
and Hisu's actually just trying to farm up those shots of his own and land that onto someone. But the Immortality field right around the corner, which is what ends up saving someone, and then also allows Hydra to turn the corner and get that pick.
RuPaul is taunting the Defiant, saying, come on, why don't you try and camp us and spawn? Toronto a little bit more measured of a team. We kind of know that about them already. They opt to play a little further back here. Will that prove to be their undoing? Hydron, a lot of pressure on Chorong, and he actually positioned himself away from the mega health pack. He doesn't realize, I think, that Checkmate is waiting for his chance to strike. That is such a backbreaker already.
Yes, that's going to be Florida just getting the payload going basically instantly, and that is the last thing you wanted to see if you're the Defiant.
Hydron, they're getting all the final blows. 13 and 3 right now. That's as many final blows as the entirety of the Defiant have as a unit.
So, bubble use here on Finale. Gets right in, tries to, close that gap, but lots of damage taken by Hoppa. Basically, has 50% HP, and they got to use the Immortality field. This is really bad for the Defiant. Look how low the health bars are.
Hydron tried to 1v1 Finale though and just comes off second best there.
Maybe
So
hold on.
that bubble on Finale, Matt, lets him get nestled into a flanking position behind the Mayhem setup. And Hydron may be biting up a little bit more than he can chew there.
Efficient design at
Oh
work.
man, that is really good support work there from the Defiant. I mean, they get 3 players that were like below 50% HP. They were pushing into that close quarter area, and they're able to all live. And look at this, I think they catch Florida off guard a little bit. Hydron and Checkmate just kind of hanging out outside the spawn. They don't expect the Defiant to push right up to the door yet again, and they do, and they get those 2 picks.
Well, RuPaul, you got what you asked for. Maybe not at the same timing, but here come the Defiant now, trying to make this spawn camp happen. The grab's going to help this immensely. Sound barrier for the use it. All of a sudden, the tide starting to turn against them. It has to be a sound barrier from the Defiant, something they probably rather would not have used. Hydron again gets a better piece here. Unfortunately, it doesn't really need much in the grand scheme of that fight.
Hey, look, I mean, Florida said come to the spawn door, and they have, and it has not been good this second go-around. So Toronto, though, you lose a few players, you have to back up, so going to give up a little bit of space here, and you do not have anything for this B to grab that's going to come through. So maybe a little bit too much here if you're the Defiant, but you started to get the clock to about even to where you were, right? So you're not going to give the Florida Mayhem a ton of time on their offense.
Banana Blade, Graviton Surge here. Chorong and Hydron the first casualties in this fight, but Checkmate's able to pick Finale off as he tries to descend and get some value from the Dragon Blade. Whatba? No bubbles left here. He has to turn tail and run as Checkmate now is hungry. He's out for blood.
So now you'll get the part moving where you're gonna probably get this first checkpoint off of this. And then the Defiant can play that high ground. I mean, this is about the same time, right, Mitch, that we saw Toronto able to take this first checkpoint. So able to hold on. It's actually, they sent Finale down to get a touch. Is he able to contest this long enough to where other players are going to come down?
I mean, it's such a hard fight to win. You're pushing into an open sideline. The Hydron's already set up and has overclock.
And that was
hard
what,
to make that work.
Maybe, there's maybe 3-4 seconds there, kind of of stall by the Defiant, but not a lot. And now you give yourself a disadvantage in terms of the spawn, right? Where Florida can push all the way up here. They can start moving that cart. Where now it almost would have been like the safer play, I think, to maybe just stay on that high ground there, give up that, and then Josh trying to put some damage down from above.
Yeah, you might be right. You're losing more than they maybe would have liked to there. Again, the Defiant want to go forward here. Now they're disengaged. And matrices for both teams are going to be a factor in this next fight. Here they go, both come. Look out for these charged rails. Very scary stuff with the Graviton Surge thrown in there. Impossible for Florida to win a fight like that. Animo only really getting a sound barrier towards the end there, so that's something at least the Mayhem can maintain into the next engagement.
Yes, see how Florida sits. I mean, look, you know that they're probably not close to a blade, that Finale hasn't done much, right? Could you use the sound barrier offensively, right? You get to this corner, you speed, you use the beat, you kind of push deep into them. There's no Immortality field on the other side. There's no beaten response, so you feel like you're pretty safe to do so. And you're so close to completing the map.
Well, you need to get rid of that immortality field quickly, otherwise that sound barrier doesn't mean much. So here they're going to try and do just that, Matt.
Yeah,
A dry fight with the sound barrier, but it's enough time for Tron to get one of his own. So now what? You trade those ultimates. Someone though has a craft. This will be unanswered by a sound barrier if he can get it off. Finale's down. Good start to the fight here. No immortality fields in play. If you're going to grab it, you think it's now, but Hisu shuts Hydron down.
Save it.
No,
Oh,
you know.
they end up using it.
Yep, he's going for it, and so far, so good. The Mayhem able to hold onto that craft into the late fight. There's no beat to answer it. Hisu's on an island here, screaming Wilson as he is forced to give up the ghost.
Yeah, it looks like it was just checkmate someone and Animo there, but you're still able to get a good use of the grab. Checkmate with the blade, finishes players off. And that'll be Florida getting the card over the line. Yeah, I mean, it looked like for a second there, you were kind of like, even you're around the corner, maybe not the best use of that grab. But Florida had some players coming, you know, off the spawn as reinforcements and someone healthy and charged enough to pick up some kills.
Yeah, interesting, Matt, that they start a fight with a sound barrier, right? The Mayhem, just see what they can get. They managed to fish for another sound barrier on the other side, which means the way is clear for that grab, even in a fight where you've lost 2 players. Great way to turn the fight around. I'm impressed by the flexibility we're seeing from the Defiant. They're starting to take the pace of the game into their own hands. Can they carry that into the next map? They have to if they want to have a chance at playoffs. Stick around, everybody. Map 4 is rapidly approaching. celebrate the finale of the 5th season, everybody. Join us at the Overwatch League Grand Finals and see your favorite teams and players compete live. Tickets are on sale now for November 3rd and 4th. This is an event not to be missed. Our triumphant return to an arena environment for Grand Finals. That's the kind of magic that really takes the Overwatch Esports experience to the next level. Don't miss out. I'm going to be there. Matt might be there. Depends if I can get replaced by then. We'll see.
I'll be there.
Oh, okay. Well, Matt will be there. And, of course, the whole crew. So, really a great chance to get to see how it all works for a live event, the Overwatch League. They are, for me, the pinnacle of the esports experience and something I'm always excited to be a part of. And Matt will be there too, so,
Yeah, it'll be dope. Nah, it's hey, look, it's always better when you got the energy of the crowd and the fans and whatnot in the building. Which, yeah, maybe these teams end up, there at the end, right? I think with the long week and a new patch and whatnot, who knows really what we're gonna be in for that week.
Oh, it's going to be wild, actually. Yeah, we're going to be scrabbling to sort of keep up with how developments and how metas change as well. I get asked a lot, Matt, if we expect to see, Kiriko make her mark on the metagame, and people are pretty split on it so far. There are a lot of teams are still, practicing on this patch as they need to get through play-ins, and I think that obviously her mobility and that little immortality from the Suzu is pretty powerful, but whether she's a staple, whether she's relied on, or a pocket pick remains to be seen. I'm excited to find out.
Yeah, I mean, look, her ult is extremely strong, right?
Have you ever tried trying to shoot? If you're playing Cassidy, for example, or a hit scan, trying to shoot people inside Kiriko ult,
I tell you what,
it's impossible. They strafe at light speed.
Try and play Baptiste and shoot inside of it. It's really, it throws the bursts, everything off. It's really odd. But look, I think the one thing you can say about her is she probably does better than just about almost any other support. Maybe probably Bap, probably a bit better. Is that she just lives forever, right? I mean, it's kind of stupid to say it's a huge thing, but just being able to live is a huge asset. Where I think Kiriko Baptiste could be pretty strong.
Now Hydron not living forever, but he's here for a good time, not a long time. 15 final blows in Circuit Royale, 9 deaths again. It got a little bit more grindy towards that second round, but again, really impressive, consistent output from Hydron. He and Hisu really battling for supremacy on the periphery of most of these engagements. And again, that 64% charge shot accuracy, more often than not, even if he's not finishing off a kill, he's setting one up for something like Checkmate just to swoop in and steal the glory with a swift strike. This team really well coordinated. Looked a bit scary for a moment there, though, on Circuit Royale, as the Defiant actually went to spawn camp them. I love seeing the Defiant ratchet up the pace a little bit, right? Now we know they can do it. The question is, can they play like that confidently with that level of coordination for long enough to really put the Florida Mayhem under pressure in this next map?
And I think out of the 4 teams right here in the play-in, I think we got the right 2 teams here in this, win and get in type of scenario, where I know these 2 teams have proven to be the strongest out of the 4. Now, as we go into Colosseo, just one more game here for the Florida Mayhem to just stamp their spot inside of playoffs.
Again, this team, from the very start of the season, felt like a Moneyball approach. Whenever you put Gunba in the coaching seat, give him an opportunity to scout players, you're going to get an interesting result. The guy's really data-driven. I think he's data science, computer science is his background. And he actually creates tools and, to actually assess players and sort of get an understanding of who's out there on the market and how to build a team. You've got to say, it's pretty impressive what he's been able to do with this Florida Mayhem lineup, right? A lot of players coming out of regions that are really, underexposed globally, like Saudi Arabia, for example, and obviously picking up some really great rookie talent, creating a team that is just continuing to get better and better, and they're starting to peak at the right time, or at least you hope so. These guys are a real dark horse, the kind of team that can snatch wins against top teams sort of any given day, and we've seen that in the last couple of weeks from them as well.
And you've seen teams like Florida and teams like London, I think, play really strong throughout the year with, if you're London, right, bringing back, making some adjustments on the roster from last year, but bringing back a lot of the same crew, and then Florida bringing in an entirely new roster, so to speak. And I thought one of the funniest things from yesterday was when Custo was like, oh yeah, Checkmate for most improved, and Johnny's like, well, yeah, now he's obviously not playing tank. Obviously he's improved. He's not a DPS player playing tank.
I know his Reinhardt. I mean, he absolutely gats Mag in the Reinhardt head-to-head on occasion. So the guy, his Orisa play was interesting as well. But Yes, that is a thing of the past now, and for Checkmate, probably hoping we don't keep bringing it up.
I think
What's going on here?
this looks like we're going to get one of those kind of
The shock justice.
stall here, in the middle of the map, as both teams just try and poke away and poke away. Nobody wants to kind of run down this long haul. Nobody wants to give up that first pick to the Sojourners.
I'm disappointed someone didn't look to Reinhardt on this map and go again. Like we've seen him in the
Because it worked
past.
so good on the first map.
It was hilarious though. I remember, I've seen clips from him on this map where he just goes wild. He's there, strays into Hydron's crosshairs a little too long, and he gets absolutely rolled.
Now it'll look like that Florida Mayhem
that's so
will get it
clever.
going.
He's so smart! Oh, he throws down that disruptor shot, Matt, just as he realizes Chorong is drawing a bead on him.
Yeah, and we kind of see that pretty often, I think, from Sojourns, where you use a disruptor shot when like a Genji or a Tracer comes in, almost like at your feet, right? It slows them down. It does like annoying ticking damage. A few shots and like a properly charged rail probably finishes that player off at that time. Really good use of the disruptor shot there. And not even much gain there by the Florida Mayhem, right? I mean, what, 15 meters is like almost nothing. It's like not even all the way down the hallway. And Hydron's getting ready for this overclock.
Yeah, again, wants to try and police this off angle as much as he can. So that Finale just can't close the gap with Chorong as well, without him realizing what's going on. That's 2 bubbles used for Hopper right now, and a sound barrier means that the Zaya could be in danger. Yeah, they've got to turn a look at Hopper, and I think that's an easy pick. So it is.
Yeah. I mean, you can see the entire team move backwards, and Hotba just caught on that opposite side. And it looked funny there. The Florida Mayhem, they were like kind of going to go right towards the rest of the team, and they turned. They're like, wait, Hotba's here alone. They decided to finish him off.
Hydron really taking a risk there. Diving out into the open with a Amp Matrix in play. That's a nice headshot there, but the sound barrier will deny any elimination as a result of that. Oh my god! Hydron Finale can catch a horde of flies in his mouth. He's so shocked. Not over the moon about that.
No, not at all. As Defiant will finally get the bot moving, and the good thing for the Defiant here is like it's not a significant amount of progress gained by the Florida Mayhem, right? They end up having to use your beat, but Amp Matrix bot, you have your own blade, which maybe that can open things up. But nobody wants to push into this high ground when you have the Sojourns on both sides.
Yeah, it's just so punishing. We saw Hydron try and navigate that situation right from his POV in that previous fight. And especially with Amp Matrix in play, it's so scary. Grab this! Okay, gonna be Hopper caught in that one. Any bubbles, sir? Okay, Immortality Field is enough. Healing down from obviously his teammate. Twilight able to use that regen burst to keep him up. Graviton Surge, that's a good one. Very good one from Hopper.
Yeah, you don't have to push into that high ground, right, to be able to take this point. You can now push right past that high ground. Kind of try and take it a little bit for yourself. As now you're in the driver's seat here. If you're the Defiant, then you're going to get close to that Amp Matrix. You can also decide not to fight this here, right? If you don't have a pick with Isu, you can like back off and go back into the tunnel.
How does Hopper die there? Amp Matrix perhaps? Rupal just absolutely rolls him. Still the Defiant able to get a decent lead as they are lucky enough to try and push into this low ground disadvantage. So they get some extra progress here. The Mayhem are going to have to claw that back now. This next fight is an interesting one. We're really out of phase in some of these ultimates, right? Crucially, the Dragon Blade and Sound Barrier. That's what the Florida Mayhem have available to them here. And no answering beat for Chorong could be deadly.
Yeah, it's
Now we push.
Checkmate trying to find this spot. Ooh, it's in a really dangerous position here as gets a Zarya bubble. Should be able to get out with his life. Nope. What? Did Hydron actually kind of shoot him through that hallway, or maybe on the opposite side, coming out that top doorway? Was able to find that shot. It's an Amp Matrix here. It's just going to deter Florida from pushing up.
Okay, this spot's getting close, real close. The Defiant down a player. Maybe enough time for Chorong to get that sound barrier online, but he has to get to work. That's going to be too late. Now the Mayhem get into the lead here. Chorong still no beat. Mayhem have one though as well, and the support ultimates not quite being in time definitely hurts Toronto. They give up the lead now.
And once these fights start to kick off, you can see like just how split the Defiants get at times, right? Checkmate and crew, they go in there and they see like hop off to the side, a few players off to the other side, like they're able to just, run down players, 3-on-1, 3-on-2, and use these advantages to perfection.
Checkpoint here
This
for
ends
Mayhem.
now.
That's huge. Hydron trying to make this a little bit worse here, but Hopper singled him out there. Finale able to finish the job, but Hopper's very well charged. A little bit of extra bot progress here as that fight breaks down a little bit. So Mayhem probably not too disappointed with that, getting the checkpoint now as we're over halfway through.
They get the checkpoint first, which I feel like is a huge deal, right? You're going to have the Baka really fast back towards that part of the map. You should be able to get, you know, close to like 90 meters almost, probably the next time you actually get control of it. And now this fight, I mean, what? Toronto's going to have to win 2-3 fights from here on out to match your progress pretty much.
Interesting that they used a beacon as well, Toronto, in that previous fight.
It was a must-win. I mean, you can't let the buckets like 100 meters and you're at like 40, right? To try to make that up.
And you had no longer had the height advantage, right? The right. Pushed so far. All right, catch Hotbar in the bubble. That seems to be the order of the day, and it works out again. Finale, though, got his own macabre business to attend to in the Mayhem's backline. Hydron able to finish him off, though.
Because you also give up that space that like we were just talking about, and you no longer are the team that can dictate where these fights take place, right? That's so much on Colosseo, like compared to, New Queen Street or, we haven't seen it in like a pro play yet, but like Esperanza, like, this map is so important to dictate where these fights take place, right? You know, not wanting to or being forced to run into some of these high ground fights.
Florida really not incentivized to try and push their luck there. There was a fight where they don't come out with, clean 5 players remaining. And they had to play into a bit of a low ground advantage for a time. Just not a clean enough win for them to really start to push back into uncharted territory once more. There's one bubble forced out by Hotbar. He is charged up indeed. The Mayhem now, I wonder how they try and find a win here, because it's a dry fight for them. They're dealing with a Graviton Surge. They have to attract this ult from Hotbar.
Yeah, I think and you gotta just get this grab out early, right? You get it out early. I mean, that's an amp matrix used there. You lose someone that may allow them to actually just keep on pushing forward without having to use it. I was gonna say, you want them to get this grab out now, right? So they can use it to get the bot over that line where you get towards that checkpoint.
And you see the Mayhem are just filtering in here, just trying to slow up the bot, maybe buy a bit of time for someone to get back here. They are just dying on cart, but the Defiant can take a Graviton Surge into this disadvantageous position and try and get themselves a checkpoint. That would really close the gap in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, now you're getting into dangerous territory, I think, if you're the Florida Mayhem, because you're not forcing them to use tons of big game-changing ultimates, and you're allowing them to move the bot for free. That'll be sound barrier here, the late sound barrier here from Chorong.
Chorong maybe had a specific reason somebody wanted to keep alive there. Animo goes to try and stall the bot for a time. Blade here, no sound barrier. Answer it, there's checkmate for 3! Oh my gosh! Gets rid of that immortality field first and lays waste to both supports plus Hopper. The perfect 3-piece. And again, the Defiant are denied the checkpoint.
Oh, they get so close. I think you're able to get that there. I mean, we had a real interesting game. I think you're just looking at maybe like one pick early. Take a look at Checkmate's Blade here. Ooh, good enough for 3.
So clean.
Because now the hard part is this bot's going to go so far back, right? You're going to be in the same position where you need 2 fights if you're Toronto. And you don't have anything to use. I mean, look, you can just play this out like a lot like the beginning of the game. Stall out some of this clock, use this grab, and put it away.
And if they want to play passively, just grab the Genji as he tries to blade your backline. Well, no blade there for Finale, but he definitely gets picked off. No opportunity to use it there. And Hopper runs out of bubbles, runs out of life force.
Yeah, I mean, this is worst case scenario here for Toronto. You get just the pressure here from the Florida Mayhem. They don't even need this type of progress, right? They can just get off the bot if need be and seal the deal.
And that lead is just getting extended now. The Mayhem don't need any ultimates to make a difference here. Immortality field by RuPaul. Finale not healthy enough to challenge this. Surely he's going to find something with the blade. He comes up with nothing, and then they've lost Twilight to boot. The Mayhem are happy enough to give some ground for now, but you wonder if they want to press the advantage in terms of players here at some point. It's now.
Something like, yeah, they're going to play aggressive. They're going to try and play underneath the bridge here as Hydron picks up 2. Checkmate with another.
There can be no one denying that Florida Mayhem are the better team in this matchup today. They close out Colosseo with style. Someone getting hyped up in the camera as per usual. It's a great result for this Florida Mayhem. fighting all this year for recognition with a relatively untested squad, they will be in the playoffs.
And I mean, I think they're a scary team. Like, I think they take out Toronto today, and I don't even think Florida played like their best game, right? I actually think that, you know, Florida can hit a higher peak when they kind of go towards that playoff, because I still think Sojourner will be good. I think Checkmate, we've seen him play so many different heroes over the season. I think this is a Florida team that could come in and surprise some teams early on in the playoffs.
And the best part about this Mayhem offering so far is that they can play that Zarya Baptiste composition really effectively. Another team that sort of does away with the Sombra says we don't really need that. We can make it work with some fantastic Genji play. Checkmate is so frightening when that blade comes out, especially if there's no sound barrier. That was something that we had to track really closely in this matchup. That key defensive ultimate from Chorong, a player that we spend so much time talking up, and not having that available on that last fight when the Defiant are pushing for a checkpoint of their own. That's heartbreaking, it's backbreaking, and it's game-losing for that team. I mean, the Mayhem are the team that deserve to be going to the playoffs here at the top seed, of course, of these play-in teams. But for the Defiant, there's still an opportunity to make their own destiny.
Yeah, and I think if you're the Defiant, right, you're going to have to play again today to be able to get in. I think you need to take a little bit of a break, regain, right? It's not much more else you can kind of game plan for, right? You've already played against the Justice. I'm sure you've kind of looked over some footage of the Uprising at this point, knowing that there are only, 4 teams in the field here, 3 other than you. I think you just got to take a little bit of a breather, step away, delete that game from memory, because hey, you gotta win an in scenario later today.
Yeah, you have time to take a breather now, of course, as our teams in the lower bracket fight for survival. But for the Florida Mayhem, their day is done. They're ready now to set their sights on a new patch and, of course, those playoffs. Let's talk about our player of the match here, though, Matthew. Someone who, from start to finish, really impresses a lot of standout players on this Mayhem team. But for us, it's got to be it's got to be someone. This Winston play was awesome. A lovely mix-up in that first map. Nice to see it, even if you can't play it on every stage.
And I think what's so impressive about him is like just the ability to play so many different tanks at a high level, right? We saw Winston play. We know that is good. We've seen him play Reinhardt throughout the season, the Junker Queen, Zarya, right? Like, really has just about everything, under his command in terms of the tank role, and no real kind of like lack of performance or, loss of performance from tank to tank. And I think you see today, like, how good he is. Like, hey, we know what? I have to take a Zarya matchup against Hotba, who's a pretty good Zarya in his own right. And he's able to take it and go toe-to-toe and really come out on top.
Shout out to the backline here for the Mayhem is someone only 3.1 deaths per 10 as a player that generally receives quite a lot of attention from the opposition. And of course, very charged up for much of the game. Really impressive Zarya showing. When it had to be Zarya for someone, he was able to pick up that role and absolutely not miss a beat. Fantastic stuff for the Florida Mayhem to advance here, and I can't wait to see what they're going to cook up as we head into the playoffs. Again, now we have to turn our attention towards this Defiant team later in the day. They have to bounce back from this. We know what they're capable of. We know what they did to the Justice yesterday. There's no reason why they shouldn't themselves be in playoffs too, but there's a lot more work to be done for them. That's for sure, everybody. We're going to head to a break. When we return, of course, we're going to hear from the victorious team and set our sights further on an elimination match.
Yeah, Cali, baby. Let's go, Anaheim!
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here with the player of the match, someone from Florida Mayhem. Someone, congratulations on the win. Now, before I get into the post-match interview, Zoe really wanted to know your favorite animal. So I'm going to start with that. 서먼 선수 오늘 경기를 좀 승리 축하드리면서 저희 호스트님께서, 소희님께서 서먼 선수의 제일 최애 동물이 뭐냐 너무나도 궁금해하시기 때문에 그걸로 인터뷰를 좀 시작해보도록 하겠습니다.
아, 저는 늑대 좋아합니다.
이유가 있나요? 특별한 좀 이유가 있나요?
저는 살짝 멋있으면서도 귀여운 살짝 동물을 좋아하는데 그게 늑대에 제일 최적화한 것 같아서 좋아하는 것 같아요.
Alright, so someone's favorite animal is wolf because he likes animals that are cool and cute at the same time, and wolf sort of fits into that category.
I learned so much
Yeah?
today, actually.
There you go. Fun fact about someone. All right. Talking about this match, you guys looked dominant throughout the whole match, but I think it was Oasis where I had my sort of question for you because other than running the, I guess, Zarya competition, you guys tried some new stuff. You guys were running the Winston in the first round and also the Ryan Rush competition in the second round as well. So what was the thought process behind that? 자, 첫 번째 질문 오늘 경기 전체적으로 봤을 때 프로가 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여주긴 했지만은 첫 번째 맵인 오아시스에서 원래 항상 요즘 어떻게 보면 제일 좋은 모습을 보여줬던 자리아 조합을 사용하지 않고 윈스턴과 좀 이제 어떻게 보면 라인 러시 조합을 쓰셨는데 좀 이거에 대한 좀 특별한 이유가 좀 있을까요?
저희 메이엠이 지금 이 메타에 조금 자신감이 있고 그리고 누구한테도 안 질 자신이 있기 때문에 지금 플레이인에서는 그래서 저희가 굳이 이제 맞조합을 안 해도 그러니까 옛날 조합을 해도 이길 것 같다 해가지고 그냥 픽하고 살짝 상대를 좀 얕봤던 것 같아요.
Alright. The reason is because Florida Mayhem, our team right now, we are very confident in ourselves in this current meta. We're very confident that we could go far, and not only that, we could actually not lose to any team currently. So we thought going into the match, even if we use old meta competitions or different variety and not have to go with the mirror comp, we would still be able to defeat the Toronto Defiant. But obviously that wasn't the case, and I guess we were sort of overly confident and we were sort of looking down on Toronto Defiant. That is how we lost the first map. Alright, but at the end of the day, you guys did clutch out the win against Toronto Defiant, and that means you guys are going to the playoffs. We have one more team that is possibly going to the playoffs as well. Yeah, someone! I want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to go up to the playoffs with the Florida Mayhem? 자, 오늘 승리로 플로리다 팀은 이제 올라가게 되셨죠. 하지만 이제 한 자리가 더 남았습니다. 서먼 선수가 보셨을 때 이번 플로리다와 같이 이제 프로에 진출할 것 같은 팀이 있다면 어떤 팀이 있을까요?
저는 이제 저희랑 같이 올라갈 팀은 토론토 디파이언트라고 생각합니다. 그 이유는 저희가 일단 연습을 하면서도 이제 플레인 팀이랑도 많이 해보고 이제 토론토라도 오늘 경기까지 해본 결과 솔직히 말해서 다른 두 팀은 토론토를 이길 힘이 없고 그리고 좀 더 짜임새가 훨씬 더 토론토가 좋은 것 같아요.
짜임새가 좋다고요? 잠시 뭐라고 하셨죠? 죄송합니다.
그러니까 팀의 그 합이라든지 이제 팀합 같은 게 이제 팀이 훨씬 더 좋다.
네.
그러니까 그런 느낌이었습니다.
Alright. Okay, someone says that the team that will go to the playoffs along with Florida Mayhem is going to be Toronto Defiant, mainly because they've been good in practice, and also after playing the match today against the Toronto Defiant, someone believes that the other two teams remaining don't have enough power or strength to defeat the Toronto Defiant. Not only that, Toronto Defiant has way better teamwork, judging from the plays that he's seen. Alright, someone, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. Again, and yeah, we'll see you in Anaheim. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 애나하임에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Thank you so much to someone, and yeah, thanks for asking the animal question. That was very important to me personally.
We asked him about his favorite food before as well,
True.
which was what was it? Ramen.
It's
Korean-
called 짜파게티.
Yeah.
Is that a specific Korean type of
Spaghetti.
ramen?
It is. It
What's
is.
that?
Spaghetti. It's spaghetti, but there's something called jjajangmyeon, which is black bean noodle. Mix it together. It's
I didn't know this existed. I've learned so much today.
I know, right?
You know what?
It's
For
a
Anaheim, I'll
nice
bring you guys some.
We'll eat some with someone.
Yeah.
Eat
That's
some with
content
someone.
right there.
Content right there.
Yeah,
Content.
boom.
Right, that's what the people out there want. So we can deliver. Don't
And
worry
if you
about
don't
it.
want that, Too bad.
We make the content, so that's shame on you. Anyway, Florida did it. Florida are going to Anaheim. Let's go.
Checkmate pose.
Yeah, checkmate pose or a lemur, whatever. Either way, we do want to break down the match because Florida Mayhem, we were a little worried there at the very beginning because they opted out of the Zarya, but then they reconsidered their strength and went back for it.
Yeah, they had us in the first half, I'm not going to lie. It was like one of those moments of Florida Mayhem got this in the bag, and then they rolled out on like Reinhardt. I'm like, no, not like this. And, you know, we were a little worried. We were pretty sure if they just took that toe-to-toe mirror with the Zarya, that they would come out on top, and that was how it played out as soon as the Florida Mayhem went back into that mirror matchup. Just strategically, they were better. I think the way that someone was maneuvering around the map, getting more value from the Graviton Surges, just really helped them get to that value. Like Hopper throwing too many Graviton Surges like this, where it was too easy for RuPaul to be able to use the lamp in a way that their, Toronto Defiant could not punish in the Graviton Surge. So big props to Florida Mayhem. They look to be in great form. I'm curious to see how they are going to perform in the playoffs in Anaheim now they've qualified once the meta is shifted up.
Yeah, there's no room for error if you play the Florida Mayhem. You can really tell by the way they utilize their ultimates, their positioning, that they're a really well-coached team. Like, they've done the VOD reviews, they've done the homework, they know what ultimates to use at what point to gain this advantage. And it felt like many times throughout the series that someone came up clutch with a Graviton Surge. Animo always had the sound barrier on time. Then Hydron is like this ace up your sleeve that just like pops off and like finds picks all the time. So Florida Mayhem, I think they're going to punish a lot of playoff teams who aren't necessarily playing as clean. Well, Florida Mayhem, they know what they're doing, so you gotta watch out.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the bracket once again to see where we're currently at on our last day here of the play-ins. As we just said, the Mayhem now punched their tickets to the playoffs in Anaheim. Toronto Defiant might have lost their first match, but they will get a second chance. They will go up against the winner of our next match. That took me somewhere on a journey. I want to know from you guys, though, looking at what Toronto Defiant showed us just now, what do you want to see different? Like, is there anything particular you feel like if they clean this up, then the next match should be, quote unquote, maybe easier for them?
It was interesting hearing from someone because he said, from what I've seen, I trust him way more than I trust myself. From what I've seen, Toronto Defiant is the most well-rounded in this current meta, and I would agree with that from what we saw from both Washington and Boston yesterday. So if they can sort of fill in that sort of Hopper issue with the Zarya, the Graviton Surges being a little out of position, I think they are still the favorites to go through with Florida Mayhem right now.
I will say though, it's quite interesting because we have the Boston Uprising and the Washington Justice taking each other on. I think it's likely that Washington perhaps will advance from that series, and then you're not getting the same Zarya versus Zarya, like Sojun Genji versus Sojun Genji. Then you're going back to like the Tracer and Sombra territory perhaps, so like it's not going to be that mirror match we just saw between two good teams. Maybe Boston Uprising comes out on top, but we might look at a match where we're not going to see the same kind of tactics play out, and it's going to be a different matchup head-to-head.
Are you expecting a bit more of a scrappy one if we're looking at that Boston Uprising versus Washington Justice? Like, which are the players to look out for? Who's going to be the difference maker for either team?
I think the real question is going to be, first of all, what is Washington Justice going to play? Are they going to stick on that Sombra and sort of die on that hill a little bit, or succeed on that hill? One of those two. Or are they going to go towards a more meta? We know that they can play the Zarya. They don't look as comfortable. But if they watch Boston Uprising's match from yesterday, I feel like you go into this matchup feeling pretty confident, toe-to-toe, that you can potentially get over them.
And I will say as well, these two teams, they played each other earlier on this stage as well. And at that point, Punk actually favored the Diva a lot against this Sombra and Tracer composition, which gives the edge to Kalios in many ways, because Kalios now can sit on that Zarya, deal tons of damage to the Diva, can't really defend as much. So interesting to see what Boston Uprising will do to respond. Boston lost that series 2-3 to the Washington Justice, right? Maybe now you go away from the Diva, you put Punk on the Zarya instead, and then the Zarya bubbles will be of huge importance. If there's one thing to look out for in this matchup, it will be Punk is going to play the Diva or the Zarya, and secondly, if he plays a Zarya, how will he utilize his Zarya bubbles against a Tracer and a Sombra composition? Because Washington will look to get those out and then expose by diving.
Yeah, and for both teams, this is all or nothing. This is the loser's match. It means the loser is going home. They are out. This is the end of their season. And that's going to make for a really exciting match, I'm pretty sure.
yeah.
We're split evenly here on the desk when we're looking at the predictions. Reinforce and I went with the Washington. Costa just couldn't do it anymore. And Danny, I don't know what your excuse is really. Like you're just along for the ride. Let's see if we can figure out what Jaws and Necra think about this match. Are you going to break the tie here from our desk?
Thank you guys on the desk. Yeah, honestly, I feel for that. I feel like Danny, just along for the ride. Sometimes that's the best place to be, especially when it's a Washington Justice game. And you know how Boston kind of performed yesterday. Maybe they just pick it up a little bit. Rose, what do you think? Boston, Washington, who has the edge here?
Well, I think that both teams have some things they need to clean up from what we saw from yesterday's games, and I think that's going to be the big determining factor. I think both teams have a chance to be able to win, but it's like, you know, are we going to see Sombra EMPs actually go off this match, or are we going to really see, you know, Punk be able to, like, get aggressive with the Zarya? See, those are the questions I feel like I need answers to make a choice.
Okay, well, that's not how predictions work.
Sorry.
So,
there's your answer,
no, that's fine.
not answer to your answer to your question.
No, that's honestly fine. I think playing has been really interesting thus far because we've not really seen any like close bout yet, at least in day number 1. Both the games were 3-0. And the Boston Uprising series against the Toronto Defiant was the 7th fastest series we've had in Overwatch League history, which is insane to think about. It felt like a dream in a way, a nightmare if you're the Boston Uprising, right? Not exactly the kind of performance you want stepping into the play-ins where you need to be ultra clutch, but then you could also, you know, fair enough, you were playing against a team that's done fairly well up until this point. Oh, playing Mayhem, sorry, not Defiant yesterday. I've got Defiant still on the brain. Yeah, the Mayhem who just beat the Defiant, you know, you're thinking, well, okay, they're the favorites coming into the play-ins, at least for a lot of people. So well, okay, you kind of take that in your stride. You got beaten by one of the more powerful teams here. But going down 3-0 like that, Boston looking pretty bewildered yesterday after that upper bracket brawl. Seeker, Victoria, Punk, Faith, and Crimzo is the starting 5 for the Boston Uprising. Same kind of dealio we saw as yesterday against the Mayhem. And what can you really say about yesterday's game, Rose? It feels like you just want to go again. You want to forget about it.
I think so. I mean, I think this is a stat the desk touched on yesterday, but it was 113 final blows for Mayhem versus 37 for Boston. So when we say 3-0, we mean it was a 3-0, and it was pretty one-sided. And for Boston, it just really felt like we didn't get a great sample size of what this team is capable of. It was the pace that Florida was setting yesterday that really threw Boston off of their game plan, where Florida was using ult first. Boston didn't always have a chance to respond, and we're always forcing Boston into these weird positions where they had to use their immortality fields early, or they had to try to back away from the fight, and sometimes the disengage just wasn't there depending on what kind of angle Seeker, for example, on the Sojourn was trying to take with Faith on the Lucio. I think that at the end of the day, you just need to see this team kind of regroup themselves, and that's exactly what they're going to try to do here. Jack, you said it perfectly. Just try to go again.
Well, let's have a look at the Justice, their opponents. Remember, loser goes home. They're going to want to bring down the gavel today. They want to make it through, right? We know Decay, when he reaches this kind of peak level of gameplay in like a playoffs kind of scenario, like you kind of want him to step up right here and right now. They also had a 3-0 series the other day. Assassin, Decay, Kalios, and Krillin, and Opener, your starting 5. I think what Scott was saying on the desk and what they were kind of all discussing was, where do they go with their comps? Are we going to see the Sombra, which had, I want to say middling, but maybe that's putting it too nicely?
Might be a little too nice for it. I think the way that we like to describe that Sombra composition is that for Washington, this is not the first time that this has happened, but the second. It's just been kind of towards the end of the stage, but they've been constantly looking for these perfect opportunities to get 4 or 5 player EMPs. And that leads them to holding on to that key ultimate for too long where, you know, even in their series yesterday, they had moments where they might have been able to get a second one online in the time that it took for them to use the one that they had. And that's not what you want to see when you have a Sombra. You're really looking at those EMPs to just be big fight finishers, and you just even want maybe 1 or 2 members. Just try to swing the odds in your favor.
I mean, honestly, just getting a one-man on the tank, sometimes better than nothing, you know?
Exactly.
You just focus down the Zarya, D.Va, whatever tank that is that you do EMP. You don't want to be holding on to it, because then you're like sunk cost fallacy. You're like, well, no, I need to get the perfect one.
Yeah,
and
but
that
it's like
time never
next
comes,
fight,
and you're like,
you'll get it, and then like, yeah, or maybe you get forced to translocate early, and then all of a sudden somebody on your team goes down, and so the EMP just gets held. Exactly. So I really hope that for Boston, it's just about regrouping around the Punk Zarya, or maybe trying to pull out those final stops to keep themselves in this season just a match longer, or for Washington, you know, kind of also just cleaning up their engages where they are so good at getting those first picks, but sometimes it's about the follow-up.
Yeah. I mean, we talk a lot about Punk Zarya. I mean, in the Countdown Cup, like, he's tied for second in final blows.
Yep.
High energy charge kills and average energy. He was about second place, so you're feeling pretty good if you're the Uprising. Of course, like I said, maybe you want to, like the Men in Black pen, where you just erase your memory yesterday. We are jumping into a brief pause. Looks like there's a small problem on the Justice side of things, so they're just going to iron them out. Want to make sure this match is perfect, of course.
Exactly.
Your season is on the line here. You do not want to end your run today. You need to face the Toronto Defiant a little bit later, whoever wins this series, so a lot on the line.
Yep. It's going to be a long road, too, for whichever team, but this is the first hurdle, and sometimes you just have to take one map at a time. So you gotta, yeah, kind of see what you got going on there. But, you know, you brought up some of those stats, Jack. Here's just a visual to look over where Punk really does stand up to the rest of the Zarya in the field for the Countdown Cup qualifiers. And what I find really interesting about this is despite the fact that Punk has shown us multiple different looks in terms of tank heroes that he's played this stage, as well as just diversity of the compositions, he's still this high up there.
Yeah, remember, they were swapping Mag in and out, too, on the Boston Uprising side of things. They were having little it just didn't make a whole lot of sense when it came down to it. I know that was that disgusting stat out there, with Punk in and out of the lineup, but having him in, obviously, aided them to get to the play-in situation. It looks like both teams are ready to go. Just peep in match chat. Just peep in match chat, seeing what's up. Looks like we're going to get into this in just a moment. Now, I will, quickly before we get in, kind of go over what people are hovering. With 7 seconds before the doors open, so it does look like Justice are going with this more meta comp. So Assassins on the Genji, Decay on Sojourn, Kalios on Zarya, etc. Krillin opener on Bap and Lucio. So we aren't seeing any more of this Sombra coming out from the Justice. Of course, we might see it a little bit later, but for Ruins right now, it looks like they just want to go with this.
I think that for Ruins, having Decay on the Sojourn makes a little bit more sense. While you are looking at the Sombra being able to help get you those engages, the Sombra composition just fares better when you have time to be able to get the setup necessary in order to get the hack and then execute on it. For Decay Sojourn, I mean, you're playing on a map that is historically good for those longer sight lines, so you're really expecting both Decay and Seeker to be looking for those initial picks.
Nice little bit of damage there from Assassin. Seeker's have to back all the way up. As long as you can get Decay and Seeker on the other side into a position where you can just free fire onto the Zarya, force those bubbles, they should be pretty good. Speaking of forcing things, Crypto's lamps are already dead as the Justice do march on forward. Seeker claims the first kill though on Assassin. Justice, regardless of that, do end up capping the point first, but Seeker's on a nice little angle, and the Justice just aren't really looking at him whatsoever. Looks like Justice are going to hold on to that point for too long. 12% is the only thing they garner as Boston flip.
I love the way that Boston played that as well. They kind of just waited for Washington to overextend when they did go after trying to get the Immortality field, and that was just the perfect opportunity for Seeker to just go, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and pop the railgun and see what happens there. But I like also how aggressive they're playing, but it looks like that got punished.
Sorry, how did Opener kill Seeker like that? Was that just a sweet little solo kill? Okay, Justice win that fight, I guess. Alrighty. Okay, there you go. Justice win that fight. I'm not sure how Opener got into a position where he could kill Seeker. Maybe Seeker didn't have his power slide. Not entirely sure, but there you go. Justice win regardless.
I mean, that could have just been like a bunch of Cheerios to the head and taking out the Sojourn. Sure, all right. I mean, the Lucios are here to play today, and you're going to see them try to take this high ground away from the Genjis and the Sojourns if they're able to grab that as well.
Yeah, but ult's coming up on the line as well. Krillin lays down that window. Assassin still trying to duel Victoria out on the high ground for some ult charge towards that blade. You can see the window being placed, and the Justice end up just backing up. All good. It was a little bit of a space creation tool, but no initial kills. Now window comes up for Crimso, but Justice can just escort themselves around these pillars. A Graviton Surge from Punk is pretty decent, but the beat and the lamp is going to save Kalios' life. Not enough damage to say it to sustain Boston Uprising through that fight, though, as Assassin pulls the blade and finds two. The Justice now at 60% online as the Boston Uprising have to escort themselves back to spawn. Punk loses all of his energy as well on the exit.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge reset there as well for the Boston Uprising when Kalios is going to be able to hold on to that charge that Punk just lost. And when you're looking at last fight territory, you're looking at almost every ult being off the table except for those overclocks. Well, Justice are going to be in a better position with that one when Decay is already set up to be able to use this ult, and Seeker's going to have to get to a position.
Jesus Christ, all right. Faith gets his head taken clean off. Seeker using his overclock a little bit sooner. Opener's trying to go for the 2-peat there, but doesn't end up taking out Seeker. But Decay is still on the field. He managed to take out Seeker, and now it's a small little brawl. Victoria's super low, he's got no cooldowns left. Manages still to force out the lamp from Krillin as he gets chased down. The dash from Victoria ends up completely missing, but the Boston Uprising still managed to find the flip.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I think you were really hoping to be able to take out Krillin there, but the reset was already going to come through. Justice are able to disengage from that fight, but now Boston are just absolutely trying to climb up a mountain here with his percentage.
Yeah, Krillin has got the window online already. You can use that on the statue to get a nice little angle. He's actually forced the Boston Uprising off of the point, so Justice get a free cap. Now the dive comes in from Victoria, but he doesn't have a blade, so he's got no damage. Speaking of which, yep, Assassin's still doing work. Crimso in the back line goes down, and now no supports from the Boston Uprising and no members left on the point. Justice is going to be able to take round number 1.
Really well played there by the Justice. I think it was unfortunate that Crimso didn't have the amplification matrix online to be able to contend with the one that Krillin had ready to go. And when Justice are able to play this game where they're kind of splitting up the Uprising to be contending on different parts of the map, a lot of these different 1v1s are happening that Boston just aren't winning out right now. So I feel like with the Zarya, you have to play a bit together as a unit instead of trying to take these duels that Washington have just been really good at forcing other teams to do.
Yeah, it felt like Victoria there wanted a little bit more backup. He ended up dashing in, uses a reflect pretty quickly. The mega health pack wasn't good. It was there for a brief moment, disappeared, so yeah, no real sustain. Okay, this is the comp that we were, and the desk was kind of talking about. Assassin back on the Sombra, Decay on Tracer. A bit more of an older look.
But this is a way better map to do it for. It's a way better map. I mean, look at the territorial control that you can have, so many hidey places as well for that Sombra to be able to come out of the woodwork from. And when you're able to control these health packs, you are also making it way more difficult for those solo operators like Seeker and Victoria on Boston to actually take these off angles together.
Boston Uprising just holding down one section of the map as 5 people. A nice hack does result in Victoria's death, and the Justice still managed to sneak the point away. It's all about holding on to it, though. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to do so, with once again the Boston Uprising kind of just stacking all up together. Seeker does get hacked, but instantly bubbled by Punk, so he's managed to stay alive for the time being. Assassin can't get out alive, tried to throw Translocate in, but it wasn't to be. Exactly the same situation, in fact, is what happened on map number 1, where Justice take the point, but then Boston Uprising almost instantly respond with a flip.
Well, this Sombra comp is going to require Washington to play a bit more patiently. And so you'll see Boston hold on to the point for a pretty good while, maybe up till about 40%, while you see Assassin start to get into position. He's already snuck into the backline of Boston, and so has Decay, for that matter. Both of them have just sprinted to point.
Look at Crimzo. He's on top of the lighthouse structure. Like, how can you even get there if you're Assassin at that point? You have to send Kalios to try and chase him away, which is actually what Kalios is doing right now. Crimzo happy to kind of take the 1v1, even putting down the lamp. However, that is a big cooldown that has been used already, but Kalios pays for that with the health of his mech. And the Boston Uprising are just pushing on forward. They end up killing Krillin, and now Opener, the last surviving member of the support line, is quickly dealt with as the Boston Uprising are more than happy in just taking on this Sombra comp. Like, I don't want to put a bad word out there, Rose, but it kind of blows. Like 65% on board. They've not really found any just manual hacks which result in kills up to this point, so you're really just relying on the EMP.
It's been too slow, and that EMP might not even come online either. At least somebody from Washington Justice has been able to get to the point to be able to trigger some type of contest, but Boston still have 5 ults to use.
Well, Decay gets taken down by Faith, and now Punk's fully charged up on that Zarya. High ground, by the way. Crimzo just puts up a window, and Seeker and him can both shoot through it. There's the D-Mech onto Kalios. It forces out a Transcendence, and now both support ultimates have been used. A free Blade for Victoria as he jumps on in. The Washington Justice just in this comp, again, can't use the EMP. Assassin still got it, and the round is over. Decay's on the point. He's got a pulse, throws it out, hits it with the miss, and well, that'll be it. I mean, maybe Assassin gets back just in time. Opener tried to go for the retouch to get OT, but once again, this Sombra comp falling rather short.
Not the best look that we've seen from Washington. That just looked like they never got a chance to get in position to use it, and I think this is Boston just studying up on how Washington might want to play this comp. They've played it often enough that there's plenty of VOD for Boston to review, and if they're looking at it and trying to think about how they're going to play against it, then it's really just don't let the Sombra set up. So, you know, let's see this replay though. Faith just, oh my goodness. There you go. I was wondering how Decay died there. Nice boop attempt, but there was a good recovery from Decay's Tracer. But, you know, this is kind of like the 1v1 also working out for Boston this time around.
All right, Miracoms. All right.
Okay, back to it.
Okay.
Back
to Miracom. I wonder if they're going to try and force this a little bit later down the line, too, with the Sombra comp. It feels quite haphazard right now. Punk got a nice little hop angle there in the skies. You'll love to see it. Nice little B-hop from the Zarya. Taking cage is quite important, especially if you're on this Zarya comp. A lot of places for your supports to hide behind, as well as Seeker, to be fair. Speaking of people who can't hide, it's Krillin. He's already dead. Seeker managed to force her out that lamp, kill it off, and then the execution came through. Kalios has also found himself back in the spawn room as the Justice is chased away from the point. It looks like for the first time this map, Boston might be able to capture the point first. Wow, Seeker and Victoria are just having their way with the Justice in this first one.
Yeah, they are definitely finding their groove, and that's what we wanted to see these DPS do. Especially as we're seeing Victoria actually have pretty decent stats there for the Genji. You really are hoping that he can kind of live up to that initial debut that he made on this hero this season. So really looking for those solo kills to kind of stay up there on the top of the leaderboard in that stat. But he's also getting some really nice support there as well. You'll see Faith kind of following him too.
Okay, well, Opener just dives in and dies. That's rather unfortunate. Going through the disruptor shot of the Lucio, like you're just trying to bounce and, you know, wall ride right, but it does end up slowing you down. Might be a couple of nice resets in Victoria's future. Nope, no it's not. He gets flung off into a stratosphere like Kalios. They're doing a training. Genji's and Opener died a little moment ago, so should be good for the Uprising to hold, at least for the time being. Punk has spotted Decay trying to get a nice angle on the back line. Actually forces out Crimzo's lamp, but look at this. Kalios tried to make a move in, but was rather unsuccessful. Justice once again managed to sneak away the point somehow, but the Boston Uprising with numbers will be able to get the flip rather quickly.
Yeah, that's going to be another flip back into Boston's favor, and now, like, after using the amplification matrix, they're kind of ready to rumble with 4 other ultimates. The grab and the sound barrier are at the ready. Victoria just got the Dragon Blade online too, So there's a lot of tools that Boston can use here to just keep control, and they're really looking at one good fight, maybe two, depending on how fast the reset is.
Oh, straight to the spawn doors! No way Decay dies on the spawn doors to Victoria's Blade. Oh, that's so unlucky. Oh, Krillin switches over to Mercy real quick to get the res on Decay. All right, don't need to wait a few more seconds. I mean, they've got 20% to really deal with, so Justice have to get back in time. Meanwhile, Assassin's getting booped off the map by Faith. Does he get... Oh, he does. Yes, okay. No kill confirmation there by Faith, and a good thing for the Justice is Assassin has that blade. It is final fight approaching, and Justice have both DPS ults and maybe the beat coming online rather soon. Punk ends up using the grab. He manages to catch a couple of people, and the lap is going to save Kalios, but only for a brief moment. The Boston Uprising not really paying attention to Assassin. Seeker ends up getting taken down. Overtime is here, meaning Justice have to put themselves on the point almost permanently now, but their numbers are dwindling. A beat hitting two people, that is Assassin and Opener, as they are the last members left alive on the point. The Boston Uprising just have too many numbers, and that'll be it. Boston end up taking the first map 2-1.
What a start there for Boston, and this was after such a close first round as well, where Washington were able to make that more meta composition work on Ruins. So really exciting to see how Boston is able to make a comeback here, but a lot remains to be seen though, Jaws. Do Washington try this Sombra composition again, or was that really a one and done for them moving forward in the series?
He's the loser's pick, so yeah, Justice losing the first map. Maybe they go to something a little bit more favorable for them. I mean, look, at the end of the day, the Sombra, it kind of got bobbed, being real. Like, they did get an EMP, but they didn't end up using it because it took a little bit too long to build and then get yourself into a position. Exactly what you pointed out, Rose, at the very top of this series. We'll have to see where they want to go. We're going to jump to a break as we go into Hybrid. We'll see you in a bit.
Railgun charged.
All right, a strong start for the Uprising as we're in the latter half of the play-ins at this point. Loser will go home after this match. Boston Uprising, and with this guy at the helm, looking pretty damn good. His Genji, Victoria, who wasn't really known for a Genji play, coming into the play-ins and a couple of weeks leading up for it. Everybody was a bit shocked to see Victoria on that pick, and hey, he's doing pretty well with it thus far. We'll see if this success can continue.
Yeah, I mean, he's first in solo kills. He's got 1.1 per 10. He's fourth in terms of hero damage on average at 7,500. So, yeah, look at that. Over 1,000 more than his average on that. I know it's like not per 10, but you know what I mean. It still looks good.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how fast that map was, but probably around 10 minutes.
Probably around 10, yeah.
All good. We are going to King's Row now. All right, Justice. Yeah. So they get to pick, and they pick Kings. So I'm curious if Assassin does go back to Sombra, and Decay on the Tracer, Kalios, D.Va, etc. I'm very curious, because it didn't really work out on Ilios, but you can do it on Kings. Like, I don't think it's an impossibility, although the way the Boston Uprising were playing Rose, they very much saw that coming. Like, we just slack as 5. You can't pick us off if we slack as 5. Someone gets hacked, yeah, but we have Immortality Field we can all stand in. If we can hit Regenerative Burst, it's going to hit everybody. The BAP's going to be right-clicking the floor, like literally just looking at the floor, right-clicking, and that's going to hit everybody. So it's a lot harder for the Sombra to find value there.
Well, it's really interesting to watch how teams have responded to the Sombra over the course of the stage. You know, at the beginning, I feel like Sombra was everywhere for every single team, where it really was about the Tracer, the Sombra working in tandem with the D.Va, and just to be able to get those dives. But a ton of teams have started to move away from that, but we're still in the same patch. So it's just interesting to see how teams have adjusted. Part of it is that I think a lot of teams figured out that Zarya is just absurdly strong right now compared to the D.Va. Because it's not nichely situational. You can kind of use it everywhere. But on top of that as well, I think teams have been more comfortable playing against a Sombra. They've been way better about responding to it, like playing together like we saw from Boston.
Go on, make the jump.
Do it.
Go on, Punk. Woo! There you go. Nice. Punk looking great.
Right on top of Mundana.
Feels bad, man. Not sure if there's any practical use of being up there, probably scouting, maybe hitting a couple of right clicks on the spawn doors, but...
Maybe scouting and like maybe looking like a juicy target for a Widowmaker snipe and then bubbling right away.
Yeah, bubble in it, get some for a free charge, yeah, I guess so. Alright, so no Sombra. Okay, Justice, let's go. This is going to be the complete mirror. Oh, Krillin's dead. Unlucky. I'm always thinking, maybe if Krillin had a greater mullet, he might survive some of these dives, but yeah, that's yet to be seen. Secret does end up going down 2, a little bit of a 4-on-4 here, as the Justice do pressure the point. Are they going to get a free tick out of this? Looks like it, yeah, all right. Opener gets a free tick out of this exchange.
Like a 2?
Looks like Kalios is going to be kind of chilling there as well. There is 2 ticks now. All right, Boston Uprising do need to respond in some way, somehow, but Crimson ends up going down to a right click from Kalios. Boston Uprising probably want to back off at this point, because, yeah, they got nothing left. And there you go, bam. There you get point A. That was rather quick, rather concise.
Okay, sure. I mean, it started with a trade. How did it end up like this? Boston just gave a lot of space over to the Justice. They got 2 ticks, and then all of a sudden people went down and they capped point A. There's my sum. There's my summary of what happened.
It's good. I like that.
There's no ult online though for this next fight, and so Washington can feel pretty safe about trying to push up and trying to create this crossfire. You'll see Kalios and Assassin making that with the rest of the team behind them, pushing the cart. Taking that high ground is really good, because like look at the disruptor shots, like forcing people forward, splitting them up from the team.
That was nice. Seeker's like super far in the front line though, but look at this pincer attack for the Washington Justice right now. And it looks like Boston Uprising going to try and respond to it with a window. Ooh, nice shots from Crimson. Jesus. That was nice. Through the window, takes 2. Justice is going to get halted at this choke point. And that's the ideal situation, right, Rose? You want to be able to stop that attacking team in this choke point. Way easier for Punk to do damage, easy grab targets, etc., etc. Even the lamp getting a lot more value too if you can hide it around a corner.
Exactly. That's why I think the Streets phase of King's Row is just so fun for this comp, because you do have the natural architecture to be able to keep that immortality field safer. Otherwise, you have to overextend to try to hit it, but there's a grab. Where's the grab go?
Eats into the backline, but once again, yeah, the lamp comes out. They do end up killing Victoria, was stuck in that grab, and here comes the counter grab. The Boston Uprising have already used their beat, and the Justice using one a little bit later. Yeah, that overheld hitting every single member of Washington. Yeah, that sees them through the fight quite easily. Boston Uprising don't end up expending either of their DPS ultimates, so they got those to come back in. But yeah, a little bit disconjointed there. It felt like from the Uprising, just kind of walking onto that payload. Kalios hits him with a free grab.
Yeah, it was so weird how that happened. I feel like Kalios was so far away to even be able to get to the grab, but DPS ults versus DPS ults here.
Oh, wow. That headshot hit, but it didn't actually kill. He must have been at sub-85 charge there. Otherwise, Assassin would have got insta-popped, but it's all good. Follow-ups there. That's what counts. Someone stuck in the subway without their Oyster card, looks like. You get the coppers chasing after you. There you go. The copper being Crimzo in that situation. Boston Uprising end up stopping the payload once again. It was a very nice use of the ult, actually, from Seeker. They used it on the approach there, so Justice had to kind of split. They didn't want to get insta-killed.
Exactly. I think I like looking at overclock on the defense just a little bit more. Just when you are already set up and you can use it to kind of push the attacking team back, but now it's Decay's turn, and you can also use it as a zoning ult here.
Wow, yeah, Crimson using the window rather readily once again. Oh, Victoria! Man, he just got smacked down to the earth, straight into a grave. Washington Justice is going to be able to clean this fight up with ease. These windows from Crimzo, it's like a give or take at this point, especially on a corner like that with the enemy team so close. You almost kind of call for them to just run through it and then kill you, right? I mean, that's a big problem. Ideally, you want to use a window like super far away, but it would have been a nice one from Crimzo if he gets the instant one-tap with the help of Seeker. Didn't end up happening, and the Washington Justice are able to cap that second point with time spare.
3.5 minutes on the clock now for Justice. That's a lot of time to work with, and I don't know if they're going to need it, though. I mean, Kalios has the grab ready to go. This time, hopefully, not just eating and praying into the backline and actually having some follow-up.
Kalios. Yep.
He's looking for the geek prey.
I mean, he did it last time. Let's be real. Oh, grab comes out. Punk already used one of those bubbles. That lamp perfectly placed, but it ends up going down anyway. Nice focus fire from the Washington Justice as they just fire through the window. Yeah, it's pretty good. Grab window. It's a good combination. Take that into your rank games for free. They do end up losing both supports here, so they haven't got any sustain on the point apart from the little bit of healing that the point provides. So a little bit of free real estate, and then backing off slowly, I can imagine, is going to be the course of action here.
Yeah, you don't want to get staggered here. You still have a lot of time to work with, but like don't play around with it, you know? Now that at least opener is going to be back, you can taxi fast. The rest of the members that need to come in for the attack here, but grab first.
The beat comes out, and Assassin pulls the blade too. Can he get anything done with it? There's another beat on the side of the Boston Uprisings, and they also lay down that lamp, so Assassin's blade rather dull, and now Seeker follows this one up. A little bit more of a free ultimate now, as there's no support abilities from the Justice. He's getting damage down, but no headshots and no insta-kills from Seeker just yet, so again, more of a stalemate fight. Boston still have more in their tank though as they pull the blade, and now Kalios gets focused down. He had no bubbles to spare. Opener kills Seeker, but it shouldn't matter. With 2 minutes to go, the Justice still in a fairly decent position here, pushing on to the third point.
They still have plenty of time. It's really just about playing the eco push, and they did just that. Boston now emptied the tank, and so Washington can come back into this one with the overclock to try to push Boston back and provide some space for Kalios and Krillin to work with, and then get those ultimates online.
A rather docile defense there from the Uprising. They almost instantly back off, and Seeker hits a nice body shot on Krillin. Decay trying to make a hero play, but it wasn't to be. Maybe Kalios will be the hero that the Washington Justice need, though, as he takes down Punk. Frontline annihilated for the Boston Uprising, but they're still standing strong. The Justice have to back up once again as they lose their 2 primary damage dealers in Assassin and Decay, but at least they've got a Graviton Surge for this next push.
Yeah, and Kalios was able to get away with his life, so he still has that charge he accumulated in that last fight to his name. And so going into this Graviton, you're going to feel a lot better knowing that you still have like 50% charge. Oh my god, it's going up!
Cheeky Graviton Surge on the high ground there. Punk manages to get a bubble quickly onto Faith, but it is little to no success, as the lamp is a bit awkward to throw up there too if you're Crimzo. Very cheeky from Kalios. They do end up team killing the Boston Uprising with 3 members on the cart. Boston might not have a say into this fight, although they do have a Lucio and a Grav, so it should be good. But look at these 4 positions Justice are holding.
Yeah, and look, the window's gonna go right into the spawn too.
Oh, nice little grab. Can they call Kalios? The lamp's been thrown out. Krillin just pumping Kalios full of heals. He manages to escape with his life. The payload a couple of meters before it reaches the final checkpoint, as the Boston Uprising managed to force themselves out of the spawn doors. But now they have to deal with a beat and a blade from the Justice. Punk, Seeker, dead. Blade is pulled, but the payload is pushed in. The Justice end up finishing with time, 12 seconds to be exact. The Boston Uprising with a stellar defense though.
Yeah, super, super beautiful. I mean, especially after Washington Justice captured that first point in just seconds, Boston had to contend with a pretty sizable time bank, over 5 minutes for second point, and then that 3.5 entering into third. So the fact that they were even able to whittle that down to 12 seconds is incredibly impressive. A lot of that was just off the back of some smart positioning and being able to rely on those immortality fields from Crimzo and the speed from Faith to help micro position the team. Boston playing way better together as a unit right now, and that defense is evidence of that.
Yeah, on top of that point, Rose too, the cheeky grab.
Oh yeah.
Love one of these bad boys. Yeah, imagine if you're Crimzo in that situation. How the hell do you lamp that? Like, you have to...
where do you hit it? You have to hit it,
there you go.
Yeah, like, it hits it on, like, you hit it on the wall,
You have
but,
to
like,
hit it on the ceiling to then bounce down onto the box, or, like, you have to hit it, like, on the pipe so then it bounces onto the... Like, that is such a hard
That's too much
position
geometry. I don't like that. Geometry, trigonometry, one of the
All
maths
the
that
ometries.
I didn't do well in, so...
Yeah, I mean, I did advanced math at university, and they basically gave us the answers to the exam. It was pretty epic.
Oh, wow.
Probably shouldn't have. That's definitely is not how it was supposed to go, but it did.
Well, I mean, sometimes.
There you go, I passed.
Yeah, well, at least you have a calculator, right? Hopefully they give
Not
you a
using my degree now, am I?
No.
How about them apples?
Not in my ranked games.
All right, Justice. Let's have a look where they got Rose, because they're actually running Assassin on the Sombra again on his defense. I quite like on the defense.
Zenyatta too.
Health packs away, but the problem is, look at how, yeah, the focus. The focus from Kalios, onto Kalios. Not much you can really do about that. There's very little kind of brawling potential with this Zarya. You're so heavily reliant on the lamp to kind of save him there, and Opener's running the Ana, not the Batiste.
I'm pretty sure that Victoria going after Opener actually deflected back a sleep dart at Krillin and then like killed him. I'm like pretty positive that happened, and so you know, you talk about some of the risks. There's one of them. Genji in your face. Not always safe for the Ana to go for those tools that would protect that back line, because it might just come right back at ya. Washington aren't going to switch off of this yet though, Jaws. They're really confident in Assassin being able to get these EMPs online. So let's see what they got. I mean, hey, for what it's worth, Decay is already almost to a pulse. That's pretty cool.
Just Decay things, I suppose. All right, yeah, good Kalios there, protecting his backline, but he's got no bubbles now. Whoa, okay, yep. Just kind of dominated. Beautiful sleep there from Opener. Decay doing Decay things, maybe? Oh, he sends Seeker super low. Has to get through the bubbles. No, Punk was the savior of that fight. My word. Bubbles placed perfectly from Punk. Decay almost had his way with the rest of the team. That sleep from Opener was absolutely beautiful too. He slept Crimzo as he was mid-jump, so his body like flung out of the immortality field.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, yeah, Punk just absolutely chasing down the backline here. Zen and Ana, unfortunately, just don't stand a chance. And then the bubble onto Seeker to stop Decay from cleaning up that last 30 HP. Super big, very nice reactions there from Punk to be able to focus on trying to make sure that space is being made, but also just keeping the team safe.
All right, what can they do? I mean, the EMP is available from Assassin. He could break the window if he really wants to. He's trying to ping out Faith. He manages to get the EMP off, and the target is Faith. But look at that, instantly Crimzo reacts. A beautiful lamp to keep Faith alive and in the fight, plus is able to build up to a beat now. Seeker with the railgun. They've got beat. The Justice have to survive this Transcendence.
with the Transcenders, but now they have to deal with Punk's grab. Like, this seems such an unwinnable situation if you're the Justice right now. Graviton Surge comes out, Decay ends up going down, Kalios is nowhere to be seen, and the Washington Justice give up that second point. And now are they going to change, is my question. Looks like they're going to.
Yeah, there's a Sojourn at least from Decay, Assassin switching over to the Genji. I mean, hey, at least they used the EMP, they were looking for a target, but Punk's bubbles were just better. I'm pretty sure the bubble onto Faith stopped that EMP from connecting. And then the Immortality Field follow-up from Crimso as well. You're going to have both of your supports alive, and what more could you really ask for in that situation to capture that second point? Talos is coming back with a grab, though.
Oh, decent grab, okay, on the payload. Victoria saved by the lamp again. Crimso's lamps have been so good. And there's the blade. Victoria just uncheats it. That's the Justice falling on this defense. I mean, maybe they get another touch, but they got no ult to do it with, and Crimso could just put up a good old-fashioned window. Look at this time bank. Uprising hit him with speed run real quick. Don't mind if I do. Maybe the Lucio gets out. Nope, Punk with the body block. Oh my word. Boston Uprising gain 50 seconds on their attack. 4 minutes and 50 seconds for the next one. What an absolute speed run.
Justice pretty happy in this moment that they finished with 12 seconds. Like,
Yeah,
literally
I guess,
anything.
yeah.
Literally anything is better than nothing in this situation, because if you had to try to defend for 4 minutes for a single third of the pie, I don't like the odds on that one. I just think these teams are too evenly matched for ultimates to not come into the equation for 2 cycles and not net Boston some capture progress. So yeah, at least a minute gives you something to work with here, and we have seen teams take a minute and turn it into a mile on maps like this in extra rounds. So Washington, they got their work cut out for them, but it's not impossible. They just...
It is, yeah, okay. It's
some
not
peace.
impossible. Winnable. Everything's
winnable.
winnable, right?
Winnable.
Oh, and that's what you tell yourselves in queue, but you know the mental of your fellow solo queue players are dropping rapidly.
Yeah,
descending
well,
into the
at
darkest
least this
place.
isn't solo queue, okay? It's not
Real.
solo queue. These are teammates.
Base.
Their lives are not quite on the line just yet, but you know they still feel the pressure. And so Washington just gonna stick to what has netted them some success so far in this match, and that's gonna be the more meta composition of that Genji and that Sojourn. So Opener at least can turn on that Song of Speed and try to get them past Mandata and try to contest Boston from the high ground. But Washington did have that fast first take.
Oh, good
That'll
pick.
help.
Right, yeah. Those Cheerios landing straight and true there on Victoria's skull. And they're all now trapped in this small little corridor. If I was the assassin there, probably would have dashed through and instantly died, but that's why he's a pro, not me. However, Crimso bites back there. Decay ends up going down, and a tick has been given over to the Washington Justice, but the Boston Uprising put him in an awkward situation, Rose. It took so long for them to kind of re-engage into this fight that now it is final fight territory. Opener is dead. It's going to be a neutral one too, as there is no ults online. The Justice managed to get the recontest, and that Victoria goes down, as now it is just Kalios on the point. The lamp comes out to save Punk and Seeker as he now fights back at Decay once again. Decay has gone down twice now in this fight. An easy window for Crimso as 2 ticks have been acquired by the Justice, but that looks just about it. A return window this time on Krillin's side, but instantly grabbed behind it. Crimso doing his best job at keeping Punk alive, but it's actually not enough. But Crimso to the rescue. Every single member of the Uprising having hero moments right now. King's Row defending on point A, 87%. Justice, you got a hard rounder coming up. You have to contend with 4.5 minutes. No, sorry, almost 5 minutes. 4
almost
minutes and 50
5.
seconds.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough. Let's be real. That's at least 5-6 fights. So.
That's why it's good that Washington were even able to walk away with 87%. That still buys them some time if they need to step off the point for a little bit, try to get back in and contest. Like if they get wiped super fast, they can come in and maybe get that last second contest in, you know? But otherwise, yeah, this defense has got to be flawless, and it's got to be super tight and concise. that's going to be a tough ask when ults start coming online. You know, you only have one sound barrier. You only have immortality field every 20 seconds. So how do you really try to save those resources for those perfect moments? And yeah, when Seeker, what play Seeker made to be able to shut down that attack push too. A great response there from Boston.
Oh yeah.
Facing the down, what Washington dished out to them the first time.
I mean, to put it into perspective as well, Rose, this 4 minute and 50 seconds, the 5th fastest attack on King's Row of all time was just set by the Boston Uprising. And
Yeah,
now
like,
the
that's
Justice
mad.
on the receiving end of it. We'll see what they can do. Seeker switched over to the Widow just for a free pick, doesn't find anybody. Justice a little bit more, oh, now Victoria's on Widowmaker, a little Widowmaker roulette, maybe?
They do.
Okay, bad to get.
We've seen teams do this. It's like, hang on. And it's kind of smart because you don't really expect there to be a second Widowmaker that peeks its head.
That is
right?
true, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe you do find somebody caught off guard there, but no. Just kind of got to go back to the basics here, and this is really where the going starts to get tough here for Washington. Oh, the backline's already isolated.
Please help Krillin! No, but you gotta help him, man. Hey, that entire time he was fighting a Genji. Oh, I mean, you do end up trading quite favorably in your DPS, but with Kalios and Krillin dead, only opener to heal, the Boston Uprising using speed boost. Yeah. Oh boy, the Justice. It was going to be a hard time bank regardless. Maybe they get another retouch here. Opener's only just spawning now. He is a Lucio, can get back to the point in time, but it's the trickling of the Boston Uprising, or sorry, the Washington Justice members onto the point that's going to keep this one alive, but no, it's not to be. The Boston Uprising now sitting at match point against the Justice, keeping their play-ins hopes alive.
Whew. Extra rounds there for King's Row. What else were we kind of expecting in a situation like this, where this is it? This is it, Jaws. If Washington don't come back from this one, that's it. That's their season. So, whew. Boston.
You don't want to go down in play-ins 0-6 is all I'm saying. Need some of that clutch factor from Decay right now if you're a Washington Justice fan. Like the Sombra comp didn't really work out too well. Boston Uprising setting the 5th fastest record on attack on Kings of all time. Oh, it's rough. It is rough. Back up against the wall for the Washington Justice. That gavel not quite striking the mark just yet. We're going to jump to a break. We'll see if Justice can hit him on a reverse sweep after this.
They have to kill Decay.
The 1v1 on the card now. Drew boots him away, but it's going to be a big forward to keep Decay there. The man is still alive.
Look at this opener. And look at that too. They got sent to the skies.
Get Kalios ready with a rampage here.
Three for 3 is back. For every 3 hours watched, earn 3 owl skins and an additional reward featuring new community designed Overwatch 2 cosmetics. They are pretty sick. Go check them out. Some beautiful artists out there in the community have made some cool cosmetics for us. The player card looks sick. You can see it in the top right corner now. Tune in to the Overwatch League playoffs and grand finals from October 30th through November 4th to earn your rewards. And a shout out to our incredible community artists for their designs. Yeah, it includes Kiriko too, so that's pretty sick stuff. All right, speaking of sick stuff, especially if you're a Boston fan, 2-0 right now. Rose, hopes and dreams for playoffs are still alive. They're in the play-in still. They still need to win here and win against Toronto Defiant later on today. But let's talk about that Kings Row real fast. That was fast. 4 minutes and 9 seconds after the additional time swaps here and there was the 5th fastest time for 2022, which is kind of wild in of itself. The Justice again tried to spice things up with their Sombra comp Rose, but it just didn't end up finding any success.
I think, again, teams have just gotten really, really good about playing around the Sombra. And it's unfortunate because towards the beginning of the stage, Washington's Sombra Tracer comp was just busted. Like, they were knocking down some pretty hefty doors with that composition. And to see it, I think, lose out on that potency is really unfortunate. Like, they beat San Francisco Shock, okay? Like, this is an obvious strategy that has been tried and true for this team. It's just like, I think, been there, done that for a lot of teams. Like, they've fallen victim to it. They've been on the dishing out end of things, playing the Sombra, and teams have just really figured out how to play against it. So for Washington, I love this choice of Circuit Royale. If you're gonna put your faith in anything right now, it's going to be that Sojourn Genji composition. And so you're hoping that after the performances we've seen from Decay's Sojourn on Circuit Royale this season, that this is it. This is the comeback that Washington Justice need right now.
Oh, then yeah, they need some sort of clutch right now because, yeah, they're 2-0 down, so not great. Not the best position to be in. Being real. I'm just keeping it real. Keeping it 100. Damn. My brain. You can tell how much Solo Kid would play. It's turning to mush. It's beautiful.
That was so beautiful.
Beautiful opener. I love it. I love it.
It's amazing that he's that accurate with the orbs onto the piano too. Like that's hard. No.
Don't do it to him. Oh no. Okay. He's got deflect. He's got
No, he
deflect.
doesn't.
All
Oh
good.
my god.
He went for the right click there too. If he was right on top of his head, that would have been an insta kill. That would not have been great. Oh, Kalios. He's alone.
No,
Does he need to use lamp? He probably should lamp. Oh no. Oh, tragedy.
He just like walked right out of it. Oh man.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it went down and then he died, which is, yeah, it does have a deploy time. Don't forget the amount of times I've accidentally died because I forget it has a deploy time is too many times to count, to be honest.
Well,
Nice little forward hold there.
It worked though. That Washington are out. They're out of spawn.
True.
They're good. The cart's rolling. Okay, let's look
What
at
is
it.
Victoria doing? Cosplaying as a plant in the corner. Okay, he's back, everybody. And Decay instantly dies. Wow. Alrighty. Right, there's the lamp. It's on the corner. Problem is, Krillin is alone. He's got his exo boots to kind of navigate himself around the map. They do end up killing Crimzo, but look at Victoria. He's just popping off right now. Go on, son. Victoria just cleaning house. Taking name numbers and their wallets. My word. They're going to have to back off, though, still, because they did end up losing Crimzo, but look at Victoria's ult charge compared to Assassin's. He's almost got Blade.
You've called Victoria a plant, so I now deem him a saw palmetto.
He's a carnivorous plant.
He's a saw palmetto. Excuse me. He has a blade, and it's sharp. Nah. What pitcher plant works too.
Venus flytrap. I'll have to
Yeah,
ask
there you
Cat Planet about those. All right, he's got the blade. Do they know? They probably should do. Ooh, nice deflect damage. Straight back at Decay. They might not even need the blade. No, they do not. Opener Assassin Decay instantly melt as the Justice are forced back to spawn. At least in this situation, if you look at the silver lining of things, he built up a very quick blade, so they might get ults on time, they being the Justice. They do end up taking down Victoria, though. Beam damage going through that deflect finishes him off. But everybody is so split up right now. It's all about this focus fire. Yep, looks like Justice are going to regain control of this portion of the map, there being their spawn. Hopefully the payload in a couple of seconds. All ults online for the Justice in a couple of moments.
Okay, nice job, Justice. That was really good focus fire. And I know they were split up, but they did get the job done. A little bit of a taxi there to make sure that Krillin has the sight lines onto the front line before they start to round this corner, but Boston will jump down.
Oh no. Yeah, okay, Faith
wait.
jumped into that one. That was a free grab there by Kalios. There's the blade pull from Victoria. He's at it for a long time at this point. Can he get any damage done? He's actually trapped in a small room, 60 HP, too afraid to peek. An Assassin and Decay have already cleaned up the Boston Uprising. That early advantage of a blade just not coming to fruition for the Boston Uprising. They do end up forcing Justice to use everything they have, but Boston Uprising on the same in the same fight also used everything, so it's not the worst. I guess Crimzo's got a window coming up, but that's just about it. Taking this high ground is imperative now for the Justice.
What an ult fiesta, though. Like, they didn't have to use all of those ults, but like the grab whiffed from Kalios. Faith sound barriered into the grab. That didn't hit anybody else. I mean, it was just a lot. So
Look at this aggression. 100 energy. Oh, Snipe Seeker, but only hits him in the body, so no instant kill. Here's another window from Crimzo, supplementing that healing and damage. Oh, Assassin, you tried. You tried. Ain't gonna happen, though. Crimzo's got senses sharper than a hammerhead. There you go. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. As now, Boston Uprising, yep, doing the same old thing. It's the spawn camp time, making that payload just inch further and further back.
I mean, you may as well. Boston, at this point, are really looking at trying to keep their resources. A couple of people made it out of spawn, so Boston are going to start to turn their attention towards them. But just like that, I mean, when you don't have the backup of the rest of your team, you've got sharpshooters like Victoria and Seeker that are like actually just heat-seeking missiles at this point. Those are going to be some pretty quick takedowns. Kalios as well, even though the frisbee gets thrown in there, is just...
Oh, nice Punk gift, though. Nice. Punk actually got grabbed on the high ground there. The Justice are going to be able to make their way out of spawn. Wow. That was a nice bloody block initially from Punk, just stopping Kalios from getting back to the rest of his team, but he took way too long to kill and ends up gaining a grab and then using it on Punk. Alrighty. Justice are out of their spawn. They're going to have to gain control of the cart again and push it back up to where it was. Does give Boston Uprising that was basically a free fight, and you force out grab. That's a net win for them overall.
It is. I don't know if they were really expecting the grab to be online from that either. And the best part about the grab is that it bunched everybody up, that Assassin and K now get to cycle through with their ults.
Nice played. A lot of that damage blocked by the lab, but Opener got Ajaxed. Oh, Seeker snipes him out of midair. Opener can't lay down the beat. And that's their hopes and dreams, at least in this fight, snuffed out. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. The Justice have 3 ultimates online, but they still have to deal with that Punk grab, and now they've only got a lamp to kind of deal with it.
Wait,
oh, Blade from Victoria too. I mean, like, you're like, okay, I need to use it up the hill to get the shortest distance possible, and oh, tragedy, honestly.
Such a bummer. I mean, like, sometimes you just can't predict when that Sojourn's gonna have that charged up shot ready to snipe you, though, either. And, like, I would rather see Opener try to use it than not, but, oh, grabbing the stairwell.
Australia's gift to esports, everybody. Pure BM, pure BM. I would expect nothing more.
Not even BM. That was just like a nice opportunity that Punk saw and took. But like that, they gotta regroup. It's fine. Justice still have 25 seconds. Assassin and Decay, they get to use their ults here. I mean, maybe you get to kind of do the same thing. If Faith tries to go for the sound barrier, Decay pops the overclock, and then Assassin goes in. But you gotta be clinical here. Justice, come on. Keep yourself in this.
Okay, that was perfect. They didn't go in too deep. Assassin gets out, he forces the beats, and now Decay can go crazy. He is still on low ground though, so doesn't really have an angle to shoot from. Assassin manages to find the kill onto Punk and actually gets a reset onto Crimzo. Decay, with only 1 kill with his overclock, will do. More of a distraction tool than anything else. Not layering the DPS ults there was perfect for the Washington Justice. We had to get these cleanup kills, but as long as they don't lose anybody in the process, they might be good to put this payload in. Yes, just big staggers here on the Boston Uprising side. I'm not sure Faith is going to be able to get the kill on Assassin there, because they're going to have to rejoin the rest of his team, but Punk is actually already back. A Graviton Surge, here's 3. The lab instantly dealt with. Perfect focus fire from the Justice. And they're keeping themselves in this map just by the skin of their teeth. Checkpoint B unlocked.
Whew. There's the clutch factor. Let's go, Justice. They know how important this map is. This is going to keep their chances alive. Huge stagger here onto Seeker. Buys them some time to get this cart a little bit further into this final point. But they only had 1.5 minutes added, and they're going to have to use everything that they've got here. Not much left in the tank either after using the DPS ults and the grab, just a team fight to go. So you're looking at Krillin using this amplification matrix, trying to pump up some of that extra damage. Assassin actually pretty close to another Dragon Blade here after being able to get those staggers and all that damage.
Man, I love them checking Victoria there. They must know he's near to that blade. Faith ends up going down. What could only be assumed was a big right click or something from Kalios. All right, just force Boston Uprising to back all the way up. Decay almost gets 1 pop there. Not great, not great. And now it's all about a little bit of Overwatch. Uh-oh. Well, maybe not so much anymore. Opener has to use the speed for this grab. This blade has to just be kited away from. There will be a beat actually coming out fairly early. The Graviton Surge does end up landing, and in fact, the lamp is going to help them sustain through this. Punk is still 100 energy, mind you, though, and everybody's trapped in this small corridor. Kalios right-clicking to try and save himself and the rest of the team by just outputting enough damage as possible, but it's not going to be. The Justice still have the blade in their back pocket with 10 seconds to go. I'm not sure there's anybody there to really touch. And even with that, you have a window and a blade and even a beat maybe from Faith to kind of stop all this from happening. A double dash from Assassin using the blade reset to get onto that point. And even a blade from Victoria, just playing goalkeeper, cuts down Opener. It's Kalios, and then maybe Decay gets on, and then maybe Krillin too. But this is where the Justice will get held, just on this final corner. To be fair, with you, Rose, not the worst thing in the world, considering they were almost stopped on that hill on second point. But now the Boston Uprising with a clear goal in their sights. Knocking Justice out here would be perfect. Restore some of that confidence, move on in the play-ins.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when Boston Uprising, the last time they faced the Justice, lost 3-2. It was a close 5-map series. So you know Boston are looking for some revenge, looking to keep themselves in this play-in contention. But it does kind of start and end here. Can they get to that line? I mean, Justice still, like, they did use their borrowed time to its fullest potential there, Jack. That's for sure.
All right. No funny business from the
No
Justice.
Sombra.
No Sombra. No funny hero. Let's see if they're doing a spawn hold. I can't, yeah, I was going to say, I can't imagine they wouldn't. It makes the most sense. I like spawn holding with this comp too. The amount of like sustainability you have and the ability to speed boost is really nice. Just don't split up too much and you're all good. Plus you can, if you're Decay in this situation too, you can sit quite far back, which is quite nice. We yet to see like a kind of a small little Widow counter. Sometimes you do that. If they're holding to the spawn doors, one team, your whole team goes one way, you go the other as Widowmaker, snipe somebody. But with how fast people are in this comp and even movement abilities, it's a little bit more difficult for Widow to get a shot off and insta-kill somebody. But there are God Gamer aimers out there. Oh, wow. Ilios instantly burnt down. Seeker hitting with a large railgun shot forced the bubble, and the bubble was instantly burst. And that will be the spawn hold pretty much over. Yeah, there you go. That was rather fast from the Uprising.
Yeah, something that Victoria actually did really nice there was just dash all the way to the back to try to get access to Krill in an opener. And when that happens, I mean, what do you do as the Baptiste except to try to turn your attention towards the Genji that's just peppering shurikens into the back of your skull? So if that's the case, then you don't necessarily have the same type of sustain, and Boston are also doing a great job too of just taking Kalios offline. They're just focus firing him constantly.
Okay, well, Victoria dies. Alrighty. Well, a little small solo kill there for Assassin. Maybe no healing. Maybe no healing. Not the worst point to stop this offense either. You can kind of just juggle this high ground, just build up towards some of these ultimates. Any small slagger is nice, especially if you're on defense. And we're able to use that window on the corner, which is going to be up in just a moment.
Just kind of looking for those dashes, those bubbles are back off cooldown.
Just a fraction of a second too late there for Crimzo hitting that shift to heal up Punk. All right, the Justice looking alive. They're playing /playoff hopes. Not dwindling just yet. They've got to keep themselves in this series, and they're doing a good job of it thus far. 2 minutes to go, Rose.
2 minutes to go. They're going to back off and pay some respects there to Boston to let them get around that corner, as they also set up to start using their own ultimates. So Washington there too, get into a nice position to be able to use this amplification matrix for the entire team. And if necessary, they're gonna have a lot of other ults to back that up too, but I don't think they need it now.
Yeah, probably not, no. That was a nice shot from Decay using that power slide. It's an achievement as well if you manage to find a headshot with the right click, manage your power slide. All right, the Washington Justice have a couple of DPS ults plus that Graviton Surge. Just it. That's how much impact Soja can really have. Like, just getting one headshot is more than enough to stop the other team from doing much. Look, he's still trying to hunt. He knows Seeker's coming back from spawn and has to walk down that long stretch.
Ooh, nice reaction time there from Kalios with the bubble to save Decay.
Double grab, double beat, double lamp. And Assassin's still in the back. Crimzo is getting harassed, but the rest of his team are getting pushed all the way back, so he's on an island, isolated completely alone. Seeker takes care of him, and now the Justice, down 2 members, have to back all the way up. If they manage to get out alive here, they might be able to set themselves up in a priority position, but they know they're going to lose this first checkpoint unless Opener commits his whole self and more to that point. But it's not going to happen, no. They'd rather take a more favourable fight on this high ground position here. However, I say that. There's the blade. Oh, Seeker, he's in trouble. Gets saved by the lamp. Crimzo, once again, rather quick with the timing, and Victoria takes out Assassin mid-blade. A snipe from Seeker, a rather low energy one, but he still managed to make it work. 3 minutes for the Boston Uprising, as they're setting quite a nice pace, at least on this second point, dismantling, deconstructing Justice's defense on this high ground.
The defense has been good from Justice so far, but I feel like as time goes on, Boston are just getting better and better at being able to figure them out. And so look at the forward hold Boston are taking, all the poke damage coming Washington Justice's way as well, just in hopes that they're going to force out some of these valuable cooldowns like those Zarya bubbles, especially when Victoria wants to go in with this Dragon Blade.
As the blade, the lamp gets thrown out super far. I think Victoria assumed Krillin was going to throw the lamp at his feet. He does end up getting taken down, but the blades in these scenarios, and you've seen it in the stats, they're not there for kills. They're there to force out abilities, force out ultimates, and that's exactly what it did. Just letting Seeker lay waste to the enemy team. And the Justice lose that second point. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go for the Uprising now, Rose. This is Justice's final hope in keeping their hopes and dreams in playoffs and play-ins alive. They need to defend here.
Well, the defense is going to have to come off of the back of Krillin's amplification matrix. When you're looking at contesting against Punk's Graviton Surge, you can use that matrix to a little bit defensively, you know, kind of put it up as you get grabbed together. But do Justice even know that Punk has this online and is ready for it? This could be final fight here. Jack, this might be where Washington Justice fall.
Krillin forced to use that lamp. And now they've not really got much to use against this Graviton Surge. Faith traded for Assassin as Punk just squares up once again. Kalios is in this small room alone. They can just grab Kalios. Kalios completely isolated from the rest of the team and can't even earn a grab before he gets taken down. The Boston Uprising now marching on forward. Krillin falls and the Justice are out. The Boston Uprising keeping themselves in the game, in the play-ins, as they take down the Justice 3-0.
What an unfortunate way there for the Justice to go out this season, just so close towards that playoffs. But what a fight they put up here. Jaws, it's been a treat to watch them this season. And I know that they had bigger aspirations than this, but they've had to fight against adversity this season, and the 5 of them really have come together strong and have put up some great plays all season long. But for Boston, this was the first hurdle, and now they get to go forward and look to their next goal, taking down Toronto Defiant.
Oh boy, after the beating that they suffered yesterday at the hands of the Mayhem, you're thinking like coming into today, they might be a little bit down in the dumps, but you just got to step back in, brand new day, brand new match, brand new map, right? Get back into this. They were 3-0'd yesterday in a devastating fashion, but they completely flipped the script here today, 3-0ing the Washington Justice on what seemed like quite an easy affair. I mean, especially on Kings Row, getting an extraordinarily quick time. It feels like a reinvigorated Boston Uprising.
It really does. I think that there's a lot of different players you could look at in terms of improvement. Today, Punk was able to show us why he's considered one of the best Zarya in the league right now, and that's just because of how reactive he was with his bubbles, and also just how much pressure he was putting onto Kalios when it came to the Zarya versus Zarya, just kind of rushing at him when he had high energy, and not afraid to just try to puncture the bubble and then go in and confirm the kill. I think that's the most important thing when it comes down to these Zaryas versus Zaryas, is don't be afraid to shoot the bubble. But just make sure you have the follow-up, right? Don't give them free charge.
Just don't give them free energy. Well, speaking about energy, a man with lots of it stored under the hat, I would assume. Player of the match is going to be Crimzo today. Not seeing a lot of support players being player of the match, but Crimzo definitely deserves it here. His clutchness, actually, in fact, on King's Row Rose, keeping them in on that first point with the Baptiste. Lamps have been perfectly timed when they're not kind of at weird angles up on high ground when someone gets grabbed. Crimzo's just been a superstar for the Boston Uprising, someone that you want to just permanently have in the roster, and it's been paying off dividends for them.
It really has, and this is another player that you can give a lot of credit for improvement to from yesterday to today, where, you know, before we were really looking at those immortality fields being forced out so early, but I feel like Crimzo was able to really put his destiny in his own hands today with those immortality field timings, making sure that they were going to be able to save the team or himself if he really needed it, and then also where he put down those amplification matrices, not afraid to use them a bit more selfishly, like on that King's Row hold where he was able to clutch that out there for Boston and stop that full point A capture on round 3. But this is just absurd numbers. I mean, like that healing per 10 is just extraordinarily high.
Yeah, it is. That was from this match too, so almost looking at 12k. 11.5k healing per 10. Final blows looking great. Amp Matrix assists also looking good. Yeah, using the window a little bit selfishly. If you got the faith in yourself and the faith on your team, like, at the end of the day, you can do anything as BAP, right? You got Lamp, you got Shift, you end up going low. As long as you have good aim through the window, you're outputting tons of damage. And I mean, Crimzo kind of proved it there. Him and Punk have just been such an asset to the roster. I think we were kind of tossing it up in the break too, if we want to give it to Punk as well, or like not as well.
It was, I mean, but yeah, like maybe
maybe
have like 2 players of the match. I think overall Boston do need that maybe confidence boost after yesterday, as we've been talking about, but they definitely earned it today, and I hope that they can take this next little bit of time to regroup and just stay focused at what the goal is today, and that is to beat Toronto.
Yeah, they've got one more opponent that's going to stand in their way of making the playoffs. They're going to have a small little break just before that match. But after this small break, we do have an interview with Crimzo. And yeah, I want to hear his thoughts on that series, because it must have been, especially after day number 1 of the play-ins, a rough time coming into today. But it looks like they've shored up super easy. You know, congratulations to them keeping their play-in dreams alive. It's going to be a tough mountain to climb over Toronto, though. We'll have to wait and see what his thoughts are with that series upcoming after the break.
I'm here. We can play.
Fight. I'm gonna grab.
They're inside. Sorry. That one. Help me. Which one?
Put him on. Put him off. Main, sort him off, main.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to Game Break, everybody. I'm here with Crimzo coming up from a great win today, 3-0 victory against the Washington Justice. Crimzo, I just want to start this off by asking, you guys look dominant today. What gave you guys the edge today against the Washington Justice?
I think we just had time to kind of figure out what went wrong yesterday, and we made some adjustments. We watched some of the game from yesterday back, and I think we were able to come up with a solution to help us into the matches today. And I think we pulled it off to pretty good success, and I'm excited to go against Toronto next.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go in a little bit deeper and ask you more about that because obviously yesterday you guys were going up against Florida Mayhem, and it was a devastating loss. You guys lost 0-3, but like you said, you guys made those adjustments and you guys look dominant today. So what were some of the adjustments, or what sort of talks you guys have amongst yourselves coming into today's match?
I think it was mostly just kind of nerves maybe. We were playing a little bit slower than we feel like we should have in the Florida game. And so we just really came in today with no regrets mindset. We're gonna go in, we're gonna play the game, we're gonna do our best, and then just leave it all on the table. And I think just the synchronization of their team to be able to do that together really helped us go through today.
Right. Okay. And last but not least, of course, you guys are going up against the Toronto Defiant next very soon. How confident are you that you guys could defeat the Toronto Defiant and finally go into the playoffs?
I mean, they're a really good team. I think we've learned a lot just this past day, and I think that we can definitely give them a run for their money. They're definitely a really strong team, like I said, but I believe in our team, and I think that we can definitely, we have a chance for sure.
All right, I definitely believe you guys have a chance too. All right, I'm gonna wrap up the interview here. Crimzo, thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Crimzo. And that puts the Boston Uprising one step closer to joining us in Anaheim. Also, I love the cuddly energy from Crimzo because he has the blankie, got the neck thing.
He's the most comfortable player out
He's
there.
so comfortable.
Yeah.
I bet he plays with his shoes off too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or he wears UGG boots.
No, or he wears Crocs.
Everyone does that.
No, I wear shoes. I play with shoes on.
What?
I think that's weird, Costa, by the way.
Okay, but is it weirder than the people who walk with bare feet across the stage? We saw
Wait, you
some
can put
people
socks
walking
on.
bare feet.
Bare feet?
Yeah. Oh, I can't. I want to say it was an Atlanta
so now
player.
you don't have evidence?
Well, I will get evidence. Okay. I will.
We'll figure this out all together here. And now Boston Uprising looking very, very dominant. A very different team, a very different look from what we've seen yesterday from him. And Crimzo did just speak to adjustments which were being made by the team. And that is a short turnaround to make such big adjustments.
Yeah, as he said, it was probably a lot of minute things that were just going wrong. They were getting isolated, playing too slowly, as he said. Nerves can definitely factor in when you have when you play mirror compositions. Tempo is a very important thing, and yesterday they just got absolutely overrun. We know how good Florida is at this meta, so that's not too surprising, but definitely look to be in better form against the Justice. Obviously, I have to talk it just a little bit. Washington, I'm not sure what they saw in this Sombra composition, but they tried to pull it out in this series from time to time with very little success once again, which is disappointing. But in Washington Justice, they had a pretty good run, especially with so much of the turnover of their roster in this season. I'm very curious with them finally closing the page and the book on this season, what they will look like next season, because it feels like, for me, this sort of felt like the last ride for this roster. So where will the Washington Justice end up next? But more importantly, there's a lot of great pieces on this roster. Where will they end up after this season?
Yeah, I think speaking more specifically about this match, I think that they still made a decision to swap over to this Zarya Genji sort of competition. We saw it, for example, on the first map even, on Ilios. We saw it come out here on the third point, and yesterday there was not something that they chose at all. I mean, they picked Paraiso yesterday, didn't go with that map today. Instead they went for King's Row, for example. And so there were some changes from the Washington Justice from yesterday until today. And so I think they acknowledged that, hey, maybe we should move into this Zarya composition. But when it comes down to the execution, it was not quite there. You couldn't get the same efficiency with the Graviton Surges, the Dragon Blading, etc. So Washington Justice, you know, they gave it the good old college try.
Good old-fashioned try.
They got a good old try here. But I think you could see as well when you saw these mirror compositions, Boston Uprising, they've been playing this SAR composition for quite some time now. They looked very structured, the way they utilized the Graviton Surgers, their ultimates. Crimson had a good game, they got player of the match, of course. Whereas the Washington Justice, execution wasn't quite there, and I think you could tell that maybe they haven't practiced this composition as much as Boston.
Yeah, and as we say goodbye to the Washington Justice in the 2022 season, we do want to thank the entire team for taking us on a emotional roller coaster throughout the season.
I'm ready to get off.
But it was entertaining. You can't argue that. So thank you so much to the Washington Justice. We're looking forward to seeing you again next season. And as Boston and Toronto prepare for the final match, we did think it was a perfect time to catch you up on the season if you missed anything. So we proudly present the Overwatch season so far. Enjoy.
The 2022 Overwatch League season has been absolutely jam-packed with action. With new heroes, new maps, new game modes, and new tournament champions, there's been tons of excitement all year long. With the finish line in sight, it's time to set the final stage with our recap of the season so far. The season got off to a hot start in May, with qualifiers for our first tournament of the year, the Kickoff Clash. Teams came into the season revamped and revitalized for 5v5 play, a big shift from seasons prior. And these major changes to the game led to some stellar Overwatch play, right from the get-go.
As Tagvisor gets two, looking for a little bit more. The rest of Chengdu Hunters vulnerable to Li Jaegon getting a triple boot, a quadruple, what? Oh my god!
What is more satisfying than that? I cannot name a single thing.
Funny Astro with a little, with some big kills there in the feed. So.
Yeah, Lastro or Funny Astro.
They put a lot of heals out onto them, the Nano Boost as well. Lip's gonna find 1, 2, 3 kills, looking for a lit more, and he's gonna get all 5 members. Gets the ace.
When the dust finally settled, we ended up with the final Kickoff Clash brackets for both East and West tournaments, where winners of each region were crowned. While the East region competed online, the teams in the West traveled down to Arlington, Texas to compete in front of a raucous crowd thanks to our generous hosts, the Dallas Fuel. With the first title of the year on the line, teams showed us their A-game.
Ederson with a 5K! Prophet is going off. He is finding damn near everything in the kill feed right now.
What can you do when Prophet is this good?
Shoot with another kill!
How does he keep doing this?
Fits with the 5K. He's looking for the 5K, and he is going to get it.
Still a legitimate threat, forcing away the Outlaws, but Pelican comes out of nowhere, millimeters away from victory, and they've done it! What am I watching?
Zest answers back with one last kill, but the OT will bleed down ever so quickly. The Seoul Dynasty will take this final 4-0.
But the Gladiators are just tearing them apart! With a victorious war, the Gladiators extinguish the Fuel's flame and secure the Kickoff Clash title.
After crowning our tournament champions in each region, we turn once again to qualifying play, but this time for our first global tournament of the year, the Mid-Season Madness. With a new stage came a new meta, heavily involving one of our new Overwatch 2 heroes, Sojourn. And oh boy, was that meta off the rails. Quite literally.
Kai, who is this man?
MN3, why did they feed him today? Is this the work of the cheesesteaks? No, they don't know! Oh, honey!
Oh my god, oh, they were standing in a straight line!
Meteor strike from the copy, but the Outlaws find the cap! There's no way that just happened!
They're gonna touch.
Oh, no!
Come on!
You can't be serious! It's still blank, by the way, because there's probably gonna be more.
From there, it was time for the two regions to clash to crown the global Mid-Season Madness champion. The teams from the West traveled once again to Hawaii to be able to compete against their colleagues from across the Pacific, as we were finally able to see who got first bragging rights, East or West.
Nearly 3 minutes gone. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
MN3 has a safe position to play from. Artemo falls, bullet between the shoulder blades.
Cuts down Bernard, looks for a little bit more. He's gonna get shy. He gets super rich. He gets absolutely everybody.
Oh God, no.
Did you? I am Winston.
Hex, we need you to get us out of here.
Everybody else piles in around him. They get the elimination shy once more.
Nobody can just throw it into that grab, but Dante's already dealt a lot of damage. A triple kill for the Doom.
Ons gets Violet. They get the kills. And suddenly it's just Kilo. The cleanup comes through. He's already low, someone's gonna touch! They can't do it! Unbelievable! The Gladiators take this series 4-2 in the end. They are your mid-season madness champions.
The LA Gladiators are gonna go back to back.
After a short break, teams were back at it again for the qualifiers for our third tournament, the Summer Showdown. We once again welcomed a new Overwatch 2 hero into the meta, Junker Queen. And we all look to answer the question, who is the Jote?
Ooh, a takedown here. They might not even need it.
Oh, that Rampage was huge. Crowley's going to die to just the bleed. Oh, what a knife by Kellen. Look at this guy go. Like 5 kills, just like that in a blink of an eye.
Today's the Titans' day. They're going to do it.
The Vancouver Titans have done it. They found their first win in over a year.
Vindane following up on those kills and pushed all the way back to the spawn room again.
With the qualifiers wrapped up, we headed into the Summer Showdown tournaments for each region. Where the East teams competed online once again, the West teams traveled to Toronto for the first ever Overwatch League event in Canada.
We have 8 of the very best teams in the Western region of the Overwatch League converge here in Toronto.
He stays alive. The Rampage from Hanbin hits 4 of the Shock, but Fuel barely have any damage. But it's Hanbin who's a one-man army at the front.
Takes one shot, beat from Lijic gone. Smurf goes down. Doesn't need the headshots, the bodies are enough. But he uses one for Stalker, uses one for Vindane! Oh, Lip!
Bob was deployed to the point, but Decay from low. Oh my! You cannot be serious, Decay!
Ladies and gentlemen, look at him go!
Whoa! They're doing so much with so little, I'll be honest with you. This is unreal!
Bakilo and an unbelievable ult from Kalush. He hits 4 members of the Vancouver Titans, piling on the pressure. 4 kills for the Junker Queen.
The Dragons will wait no more. They continue to stand as kings of this meta. They will take Circuit Royale and claim themselves a stage final.
And the House of the Dragons reigns supreme. The Shanghai Dragons are your 2022 Summer Showdown champions.
Here in the frigid north against all comers, the Dallas Fuel extinguished the competition. Take a bow, your Summer Showdown champions. And Hanbin, I mean, he's made for the Junker Queen, and the Fuel are made for the throne.
So, where are we now? Currently, we're in the final weeks of the qualifiers for the Countdown Cup, where teams are making their final push to make it to the postseason. The final playoff teams will be determined in the first portion of the postseason, the Countdown Cup play-ins, where teams on the cusp will have their final shot at making the end of the year playoffs. These games are extremely important, as only 8 of the 13 teams from the West and 4 of the 7 teams from the East will make the trip to Anaheim for the 2022 playoffs. Once we have our final 12 teams, we'll have one last double elimination bracket to determine our 2022 Overwatch League champions. Bracket play with all 12 teams in a LAN environment will begin on October 30th and will culminate into the grand finals on November 4th. As we head into the most exciting stretch of the 2022 Overwatch League season, there's never been a better time to check out some of the incredible Overwatch 2 gameplay at the highest level. Will a team with a tournament win already under their belt bring home the championship, or will an underdog make a bracket run? Will Kiriko, who enters the fray in time for the playoffs, make a big impact on the meta? Which players will make their mark in Overwatch League history? Stay tuned to everything Overwatch League to keep up with the action and see how our 5th season concludes.
That's right. If that doesn't get you hyped, I don't know what will. Josh asking the right questions here.
What was the question? Sorry.
Like you didn't listen.
Sorry, Joel started talking and I tuned out. Sorry, it happens.
Just heard like,
That was a really good recap. I completely forgot we had so many. I was like, oh, we had that, right? Like, oh, yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah. The maple syrup thingy, the check.
Yeah.
That's the.
It was awful.
Yeah,
it was exactly as bad as you can
made
imagine.
Me gag wasn't that bad.
Can I ask
you
a question?
What do you mean it wasn't that bad? You didn't do it.
It
didn't look that bad.
So bad for you.
Did you guys be honest? Did you guys water down the syrup?
We didn't. No, it wasn't watered down. It was definitely a very liquidy syrup, but it wasn't watered down. We had a big one.
It could be a temperature
that
thing
killed
too.
Me. Yeah.
Anyway, it was top shelf, of course. It's top shelf maple syrup, grade A. All
Nice.
Right? That's right, only the best of the best. Speaking of, we do have our next match coming up, and that one will determine the last available ticket for Anaheim. You didn't enjoy my transition there?
No, because I just visually in my head I compare these two teams to really good syrup now. That's just the comparison you made.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toronto.
Yeah,
There's
let us know what you
Toronto
think.
syrup. Yeah, Toronto maple.
Boston is.
So clearly they've already won in that case, right? Because they got a home
Maine
advantage.
syrup, probably, maybe. I don't know.
I'm lost. Where we are.
I really just want to preview the match if you
Massachusetts
please.
syrup
Let's talk
versus
about,
Toronto
the
maple.
match coming up, because I am almost certain that Toronto may have expected to see the Washington in this particular match. Obviously short turnaround for Toronto to prepare. They did have some time to watch both of those teams play, and I think from a compositional perspective, we're most likely not going to see any surprises here from either team, or are we?
No, well, that's interesting. I'm sure actually Toronto is breathing a sigh of relief because they're like, well, we don't have to deal with anything strange. They know what they're facing up against, as you said, compositionally. So now they just have to come in and play clean. We did just see them fall to the Florida Mayhem, primarily in that mirror matchup. But the Boston Uprising is a very different team with very different strengths. They should be able to take that break, just see how Boston Uprising play, and then take that knowledge into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there are two ways to look at this, really. I mean, the Boston Uprising, they're warmed up, ready to go now. Got a quick 3-0 as well, so you're feeling good. The momentum is there. You can even reiterate, like, coach coming in and saying, like, hey, yeah, we did win 3-0, but, like, let's be a bit more aggressive. Let's push the tempo. Maybe Seeker finds a few picks. I think going into this matchup, the Toronto Defiant players, they're like, well, we're the better Star team. Like, we're gonna get away with a win here. Like, we should win this one. But if Seeker finds a few picks with the Sojourn in this meta, and like Hotba, you know, he had a few questionable graviton surges in the previous match, right? Maybe Boston wins a map, and then you're Toronto Defiant, and you're like, uh-oh. This is not good. How do we turn this around, right? So Toronto Defiant, I would definitely say they're the favorite in this matchup. But because of like the meta and also like the dynamics of like coming into Boston being good now, in good form, this could go either way.
I do want to say as well, I think the linchpin of this series for the Boston Uprising is going to land on Victoria. Someone who has been playing the Genji, not really known for that hero, but he just played very, very well. If he can get that same level of success against the Defiant, I think that could give the Boston Uprising a pretty good edge.
Daddy's like, I'm ready. Well, let's take a look at predictions for that one. I don't think anyone is going bust. Unless Jonathan really tries. No, he's not.
This was your opportunity, Johnny, to go lone wolf again.
We're going to say that every time from now on, huh?
Yeah,
actually.
Come to playoffs is going to be like that. I will say, you know, it seemed like the Boston Uprising, they were having a bit of a watch party there for, you know, their team, fans attending and stuff like that. Look, we're sorry, all right? Don't let our picks, you know, make you believe that you don't have a chance, all right? Don't trust our picks. If anything, our picks are generally horrible. So believe in your team. Boston fans.
We all just listened to someone because someone said Toronto was gonna win. So
is that why you went for Toronto? Because someone?
So I could just blame it on someone.
Yeah,
they lose.
That's smart.
Yeah.
You can just like.
So why don't you make my picks for me and then I can.
Is that how you get your picks?
That's how I do my questions.
Like,
hey, who do you think's gonna win? Oh, okay.
That has to be illegal or something like that.
That's work smart, not hard.
Okay,
so I can respect that. I am super excited to get this match going because, again, one ticket on the line, the other team has to go home and will end their 2022 season. We're ready for it, but first we're heading into a very quick break, and then afterwards we're gonna be ready for all the action in our last and our final match of the 2022 regular season here in the play-ins.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Woo!
One more shot, one more opportunity for both Defiant and the Uprising, who have both had matches today already, so I can imagine they're already warmed up to make it to playoffs. Rose, the Florida Mayhem have already made it there, only dropping one map in their play-ins run. The playoffs is in sight. Oh man, this is a tough one. Toronto Defiant, the Boston Uprising. I mean, Toronto played a little bit earlier on. They got to watch Boston in that last series. Oh, it's hard. It's a toss-up. It really is. Both suffered like devastating losses, right? I mean, Toronto Defiant only took one map off the Florida Mayhem, who were just been steamrolling. The Boston Uprising bouncing back from the that 3-0 on day number 1. Like one of the quickest series of all time, and they come in. Whoa, okay, we'll just 3-0 Washington Justice, no problem. Like, man, what a crazy play-ins it's been already.
It has been incredible, and the fact that we're here with Boston versus Toronto. I'm always rooting for a close match because I just want to see more Overwatch and teams just putting their best feet forward. So I'm just hoping for some big things this one too. Maybe 5 maps incoming?
Yeah, we haven't had a 5-mapper yet.
We have not.
Had 4-mapper, but we haven't had a 5-mapper. I mean, this is the chance to really do it, right? I think what's quite scary about the Boston Uprising, I mentioned it just a second ago, Rose, the Toronto Defiant have just looked and watched that whole last game.
Yeah.
Like, we know how you guys play. Maybe. Of course, Boston Uprising might have done their homework in the back rooms too, watching the Toronto Defiant a little bit earlier on, get beat by the Florida Mayhem. So, you know, coin toss there. Let's have a look who's the starting 5 for each team. Boston, there's no changes. I'm just going to spoiler right now. There's no changes. Seeker, Victoria, Punk, Faith, Crimzo, who was our player of the match last match. So we'll see if he can replicate the same thing that we just saw from him. His Baptiste today looking rather good.
It looked really good, and so that's why he earned himself that player of the match. But also talking to him and hearing him talk about the team's adjustments going from yesterday to today really sounds like Boston Uprising were able to identify the pain points from their series versus Florida and just really up to the tempo of their play. And that was so evident in how quick the engages were from Punk, the reaction times of those bubbles, Seeker and Victoria as well, just playing that game in the back line of running that distraction and interference so that really those picks could come through.
Yeah, it feels like they're a well-oiled machine right now. And yeah, specifically Punk, his bubbles have been on point. Let's have a look at their opposition though. Toronto Defiant, Hisu Finale, Hotba, Chorong, and Twilight, the Adamantium backline. Yeah, still standing strong regardless of that defeat a little bit earlier on. Now, the Toronto Defiant, Rose, I mean, they've been a team that has been middle of the pack almost the entire season. They had an amazing run at their own homestand earlier on this year. But the playoffs now, within one series, like you'd expect, especially coming into today, Toronto Defiant to kind of win this. The desk also kind of expects that too. Although, you know, they did caveat that with saying, or Johnny caveat who was saying, you probably shouldn't trust us, you know. But signs point to Toronto Defiant having the edge over the Boston Uprising right now. But Boston have just come off of a hot match. I can imagine the confidence is just oozing from them.
Absolutely. I mean, when you take down one, you're just the tension is high in this double elimination bracket here for play-ins, and when you're able to at least buy yourself another life, you're definitely looking at that as a great confidence booster. But for Toronto as well, they had a confidence booster yesterday. They also 3-0'd the Washington Justice in a pretty dominant fashion, like over twice as many final blows as what Washington were able to dish out to them. So let's see what they're able to get done here. They still looked incredibly good in that match and even made the series competitive versus Florida Mayhem earlier on to kick off the broadcast today, but it's still going to be a behemoth of a battle between these two teams. You win, you are in for the playoffs to lock in that final spot.
We should be getting into Ilios' our first map in just a moment. The Heese is ready. Looks like we are about to jump into this final match of the play-ins here. Rose, like you said, winner here goes to the playoffs. Loser, well, their season ends today. Ilios, our first map, and will we see Toronto Defiant try any funny business? I mean, now really is the time to kind of bring that stuff out. This is also the last game of this patch too. Worth keeping in mind, we are going to the Kiriko patch in playoffs. So the Toronto Defiant or the Boston Uprising, if they've had any kind of secret weapons they've been manufacturing in the back rooms, now is the best time to bring it out.
Yeah, we talked about this during the last week of qualifiers as well. A lot of teams may be holding some of those cards close to their chest, waiting for this final opportunity. But I don't really think we're going to stray too far away from what has become the meta as we know it for this stage. The Sojourn, Genji, Zarya, Lucio, and Baptiste composition has just been the go-to for a lot of these teams.
Too good.
It's too good, exactly.
Yeah.
It's too good.
I'm like, maybe we see Spice. Oh, maybe not. Probably not.
Maybe not until Twilight feels as though he needs to clutch out on the Ana, and then we get the Spice factor, right? That's the only time I would expect to see any sort of sway away from this composition. Twilight has pulled out that pocket Ana as one of his best heroes before to clutch out. We saw that yesterday in their series versus the Washington Justice, and even to start off their series today versus Florida with their map win on Oasis. So maybe it comes out again today, and we'll have to see how Boston are quick to respond, but it's about the Sojourners getting these picks first.
Ooh.
Or Victoria, okay.
Alrighty. Victoria just landing a couple of normal shurikens there. Looks like a trade back and forth. Punk and Faith versus Finale, Hopper, and Jorong. All right, that was a very strange trade or series of events there. Toronto Defiant coming on top. Those kills from Finale happening off camera. You can tell how much damage you did though. 55% towards that blade as Toronto Defiant will claim the point.
Yeah, super, super big there. And then Crimso staying alive as well to be able to pump out that healing is already going to get him to 45% towards that amplification matrix. So it really is a rush to try to get these first ults online and whatever picks you can.
And there's the perfect pick, killing Punk. Oh, Finale even steals away the health back there. Reset off of that kill. And Toronto Defiant still going to hold on to the point. Okay. Not the best losing your Sojourn there, but it's all good. I mean, you got Power Slide, you'll be able to get back to the point rather quickly. Not a problem.
Yeah, and these fights are going fast enough that Boston still have plenty of time to work with here. Still being able to create some of that space, but you gotta pay attention because like Victoria and Seeker, they're taking a lot of damage before they're able to peek their heads out and try to get some damage onto Toronto.
Good reaction done there from Finale. Almost got a snipe from the back of the head. Victoria's already pretty low, but Finale setting his sights on the front line of the Boston Uprising. Seeker and Victoria taking a whole load of damage right now. In fact, Victoria ends up going down. A little anime blade there from Finale as he chases Faith up into the skybox almost. A triple kill for the Genji as the Toronto Defiant only used one ult in that fight and fight quite a definitive team kill there.
Well, you don't need anything else when there's also nothing else online right now for Boston. Crimso just got that amp matrix up, and this is going to be the last fight to be able to use it. And you might just have to pop it now to try to buy yourself some space to just get out of spawn.
Look at this. Rose is just going to grab on. Yeah, I mean, why not? You're going to have to touch the point as some time, like Boston Uprising are going to fight in this small choke, but one of them has to escort themselves to the point. Luckily, Chorong ends up going down in the hands of Seeker, but Seeker tried to challenge height. He ends up just getting beamed. Hopper's still up there. He's sitting up in the sky. A triple kill for the big boss man, maybe. Oh, not quite. Twilight steals it away. And there you go. Punk was the one to try and touch. Toronto Defiant holding all the way up into the spawn doors of Uprising right there. Just take it to him. Round number 1, 100-0.
Well, that's what we saw from Toronto yesterday, and this is the exact problem that Boston faced in their match against Florida, is just how fast are their opponents playing. And for Toronto, it really has been about just kind of getting up close and personal with the rest of the team. But like Hoppa, even just going for some of these choices that are just like unconventional. You're up on top of the ruins, you grab down below, you're just beaming people away. And that's rough. Next round though, okay, GG go next. Boston, they've got another chance now in this best of 3 for control.
Okay, no GG, just GR. No
GR, sorry. Oh, you're right. No, wrong term. GR, go next.
Okay, Twilight's taking a little bit of damage there. Another nice executed dive by Victoria, something he's been very good at in the last series they played. Toronto Defiant taking more of a passive defensive approach here. Doesn't matter though, Victoria doesn't go and take him down.
Finale proving quite a menace in the backline of the Toronto Defiant, but Issue Trading isn't the worst. A DPS for DPS is now both teams moving their way towards the point. A fairly early amp coming out from the Boston Uprising as they try and keep themselves up and alive, but look at the way Twilight's playing right now. The rest of the Defiant are making so much space for him, he can play up and just do free damage, not even in that situation, as they do clean up the Boston Uprising and cap the point.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you have Chorong just kind of hopping in between the pillars of point to keep the team healthy. Yeah, Twilight can definitely take a little bit of leave and go far forward to try to get some damage, and it's paying off in a pretty big way here. Jazzy's already 20% over Crimso right now towards that amp matrix. That's going to be coming online pretty quickly, and that's really where Toronto were just able to start generating that momentum.
Nice kill from Victoria there, dueling out with Finale.
Oh, huge.
And now he's going to try and get the kill onto Hisu, but look at this response from Chorong. Perfect peel from the Lucio. Both windows have been utilized. Toronto Defiant, as soon as Twilight got his, he did just plonk it down, hoping they could kind of win a fight there. Defiant using a 3-man beat, okay. They want to take it to him. Punk earns himself a Graviton Surge as Victoria takes out Twilight. A very ambitious beat from Chorong, I will say. But I guess it bought them some time, but not the optimal usage, it feels like, especially as Punk has the Graviton Surge around the corner.
Oh, he's just going to use it.
There it is. Oh, actually forces out the beat too, so Hopper also threw his Graviton Surge in, forces a beat from Faith, but Boston Uprising managed to gain control of the point for the first time this map.
Well, that's good because they did get out so many different ultimates from Toronto, and when you don't have the sound barrier anymore, you can go in with this Dragon Blade from Victoria super freely, and Seeker as well, just going to be able to land that damage pretty true, especially once you remove that immortality field there from Twilight. So there's a lot that Boston get to use here to hold control and try to match that and then overtake the Toronto Defiant.
Blade coming in as well as that overclock, both DPS ults on the field for the Boston Uprising, but Finale off screen takes care of Crimso's lamp, helps with the kill onto Crimso himself, as now the Boston Uprising are recoiling. Toronto Defiant still don't control the point, mind you, but a swift rotation should make the difference now as Hisu earns his own overclock.
He doesn't have to use it just yet, as Boston are going to pay respect to this aggression. But, oh, wait a minute, he sees the opportunity, he's taking it.
Big corridor, look at him spamming through the window to one-shot body shot to low-health targets. In fact, they're all lined up. Do it to him, Hisu. Oh, I was ready for another cliff, I really was. 85% on the board, and Victoria's already dead. A 4v5 for the Boston Uprising as they need to touch. Crimso's lamp's already been forced out. He's trying to navigate around this window, trying to bait Finale into 3-tap him, but it wasn't working. Finale has come back though, as Crimso uses the regenerative burst to heal himself up. Boston end up getting the flip there just before 99%.
Okay, so now they do have a bit of work cut out for them, but the best thing going for Boston right now is that Punk is really close to that grav, and Toronto don't have responses to it right now in terms of any ultimates. So with how Punk played so aggressively in their match versus Washington, let's see another big one, maybe something crafty, like up on the high ground.
Yeah, he's looking, okay, bubble Victoria on the height, so there's not any bubbles left. Probably wants to wait for one of those to come back up before he needs the grab in, so he can just dive on into it. Speaking of which, Hopper actually just gives him a free one there, basically, right in his lap. Punk takes that with ease, but Hisu still manages to find a kill on Victoria. Keeping Punk alive is paramount right now for the Boston Uprising. That's going to be quite difficult as Toronto Defiant lay it down a 4-man beat. That Graviton Surge wasn't beaten there by Chorong, and he's more than happy just to get Punk in a position where he has to bubble himself. The Toronto Defiant off to a strong start with 2-0 on Ilios, as they are now 1 map up in this series.
Looks like they did their homework, watching that match from Boston a little bit earlier, but also Toronto have the experience playing against hyper-aggressive teams and understand what it feels like to be on the receiving end of that. I just want to see Boston kind of go back to what worked for them in their match versus Washington, where they sent them home. And that's going to be matching that aggression.
It very much feels like Toronto we saw in Toronto, Rose.
Yes.
The way, the speed that they were playing, how much aggression they were just pounding onto the Boston Uprising. It's painful, like you saw it there. Like the boss man Hopper up on the high ground, on ruins, just laser beaming people down, easy grabs on Punk. It's a very different tempo what we saw from Boston in on the LAN.
from what we've seen throughout the entire season. They're bringing it here today, and they're going to need to. They're only a couple of maps away from seeing themselves in the playoffs. So we're going to jump to a break. We'll see what Boss can do after it. Welcome back. Yeah. What a map Finale had. Him and Hotbird, to be fair, both of them totaling, just by themselves, the final blows over the Boston Uprising right there. So yeah, it's pretty tough first map to run. If you're Boston, you play Finale. Genji's pretty slick. Only 1 death, 8 final blows, 5 Dragon Blade kills, 2.5 efficiency, which is very high in this meta that you're seeing right now.
Yeah, I mean, to give people some perspective, I feel like the Dragon Blade efficiency we're used to seeing is like 1.2, 1.5, maybe average. So that's pretty big. That's 2 or 3 Dragon Blade kills each time, and that's definitely value that you're hoping to find here. And it's tough when you have Zarya bubbles, you have Immortality Field. That's really where it can be tough to try to find those opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it last series, right? The blade there is really just a force cooldowns. Like you said,
Exactly.
The lamp, the beat, just the bubbles, just something. Getting out the enemy team is more than enough if you're the Genji. If you play this kind of starter composition. We are going on to Eichenwalde. Is our next map, and that was Boston's choice, Rose.
Yeah, so picking Eichenwalde here, this is a map that Boston has had quite a bit of experience on for not even just this season, but also for the stage. And in fact, when they played it last, it was versus the Houston Outlaws, where earlier on in the stage, Punk was still trying to show us that Junker Queen is still in the meta. Since then, we haven't seen a whole lot of that hero overall, but they still have a very good understanding of this map as a whole, and there's some great sight lines and corridors, especially for Genjis to play around. So I do wonder, no. Surely. No, this is a bait. Finale is a bait. No, that was a bait. You know that was a bait from Finale. He was still standing in the spawn door.
Don't troll me. Torb's disabled in ranked right now, so I cannot play him.
Okay, hot take. Hot take, I actually don't think Torb is that bad in Overwatch League or in this meta because of Genji. Anytime I feel like you have a flanker, sometimes it doesn't hurt so much to have like a turret that helps to...
The 6th man, the turret.
Help your backline.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
Hot take.
What is this cheeky little position here from, okay. I was curious there. It's kind of nice, actually. It kind of stops Seeker, I guess, grapple shotting there and going for an insta-kill. But, yeah, he doesn't find anything. Neither team finds anything from that. Just a little bit of damage. But Isu. Seeker switched over to Soju.
Yeah, a huge disengage here.
Nice.
But whoop.
He's good. Okay, I like it. Isu might be a little bit worse for wear there. Yeah, Seeker just trying to build up that railgun shot as fast as possible. Finale does end up going down though, so I did call it, but it was a little bit late. Or a little bit early even. Crimzo and Punk also end up falling, however. Not a good start, especially in this small car. Ooh, Victoria. Okay, kills both Chong and Twilight with dashes in that small room. I was about to say, it's pretty deadly in there if you're against a soldier. A little disruptor shot actually going down. But yeah, Victoria kills both supports of the Toronto Defiant. Easy pushing now for the Uprising.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, everybody on Toronto is just packed up into the health pack room.
Free space alert. Oh, Seeker does end up going down from flanking Isu with a railgun shot to the head. And now Punk is the target. One bubble already burnt as Crimzo also falls. 2 dead for Uprising, and their health bars a little lackluster. Finale, keeping those stats pretty damn high, of course. You want to make player of the match, maybe Finale. Player of the match play. There you go. 60% on that blade versus Victoria's 80. So Victoria maybe a little bit ahead here. First ultimates are coming online in just a moment.
Well, this is big because Victoria might be able to force out the sound barrier from Torong, and then you get a chance to go in with something else like Seeker's Overclock or the grab. I mean, those are trailing behind slightly here to Victoria's Dragon Blade, but the Blade might be coming online soon, but grab first.
Isu gets the better of Seeker again. Grab on touch, Punk, and that'll do it. Alrighty, only one ultimate burnt there from Toronto Defiant. They make it a win. Wow, Seeker's just not really had a chance. Isu's just kind of getting the better of him time and time again. Nice little angles from Isu.
I feel like at this point, if you're Boston, you just want to force Toronto to use ults. They play such an aggressive game, you can expect as soon as you pop your head around the corner, they're going to use something. Here, a little bit of the slow for watch we like to talk about. But oh, no, Victoria's just going to go in with the blade.
Ooh, wow, get down, Mr. President.
Finale actually ends his own life. He gets hit with the blade and then Punk finishing him up with a right click. A beam comes out from the Toronto Defiant as Twilight is now in trouble. He puts down a window for himself but can't quite use it as the Boston Uprising shatter it as they all run through it. The Toronto Defiant still with members around the point, still finding picks. Hisu claims Zika once again, head mounted above his fireplace at this point. Hop doesn't get chased down as, yeah, it's only Choron. Finale does make it back in time to do a little bit of damage, but can't quite find anything more than that. There's the point. Uprising unlock the payload as they get going on second.
Okay, great aggression there from Boston. I guess Hisu saw ahead and decided to click it. I don't know what else you expect from that player sometimes. But like
point
that
and click adventure game. There it, can I headshot? Yes. Then I click.
I love it. Yeah, press X to click the head. No, this is
Only that easy.
if only. Maybe I'd be a higher rank. But hey, listen, Boston did exactly what they needed to do there. They went in with the aggression that they needed to, and now they get to use this grab too. Oh,
Seek's already used that dash. Oh, the power slide not getting him out of danger. Graviton Surge used by Punk. Finale with a nice wraparound on the Boston Uprising. They did not see him coming. I wonder if Toronto play up here knowing that Boston don't have grab, and it looks like actually they're going to.
Yes, 100%, because Hoppa almost has his grab online now. So if you can just kind of grab Boston in the doors, and you're really just trying to buy as much time as you can.
Oh,
there it is.
Graviton Surge does end up coming out, but Finale's already dead. Can they actually throw that in? I'm not sure where that grab went. It didn't look like many members from the Boston Uprising were kind of stuck in place. Hopper and Chorong chased down. Hisu trying to find his life like in Seeker again. Does he get the better of him? But not this time. Victoria to the rescue.
Okay, so that's going to get the cart rolling here for Boston, and they didn't have to throw anything at that to be able to get out of spawn. I guess the whiff of the grab worked in their favor to be able to stay out of that line of sight and just try to catch some of those members of the Defiant off guard. So you'll see this high ground approach here from Toronto, but they really only have this overclock as Boston has lots to throw at this.
Finale doesn't quite get away from Punk's laser beam. Both overclocks have been activated. Hisu's on the high ground, Seeker on low. He's peeking his little head out, but a little bit too scared is Seeker. Blade available from Victoria. He did end up going down, but he'll be rejoining the fight in just a moment. Seeker gets his revenge. Hisu dead. Toronto Defiant on height, losing this control of the payload. I mean, Finale's here to try and contest, but he ends up dashing away. Gets the health pack just in time and makes the turnaround. Seeker, wide-eyed, doesn't believe that just happened. And with a minute to go, both teams end up utilizing their beat to keep themselves in this fight. But Toronto Defiant have the spawn, have the members alive on the bridge, and get the cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you're looking at when you look at the top teams facing against each other, is what is that little thing going to give you an advantage? And in this case, you know, Finale being able to grab that health pack forced Seeker to overextend, and then Toronto had reinforcements to be able to come back and clean up the rest of the Boston Uprising. 30 seconds remaining here, Jack, and they just have to be able to put this over the line, but we will see that amplification matrix from Twilight keep Boston at bay for just a little bit.
I really like that. I really like that window. You've really put Boston on the clock now if they weren't on one already.
Yep.
They got to be checking it. 15 seconds to go. They try and make their way through the castle, but Punk ends up going down. This is disaster for the Boston Uprising. They lose their grab and their front line, and that's it. The Toronto Defiant are going to hold them here. Crimzo may have got a kill, but Toronto Defiant still have a grab of their own. No one's on the point. Well, tell a lie. Face there. Probably can't get... Oh, does he get the boop? No, not quite. Okay. No one panic. No one panic. Faith doesn't get the boop onto Chorong. Chorong grips to life, grips to the wall, and gets back to the point. Nice grab from Punk, hits 3, but it was, yeah, it was a mile away. And there is the meters that are required from the Toronto Defiant now to take this map. Boston stopped just before those castle doors.
The way that Toronto has been able to take these closer holds has allowed them to be able to come in with multiple recontests. I mean, the fact that they put themselves in a position where Boston had to push the cart with less than a minute remaining, and it just made it to the bridge, is pretty significant. Toronto really did set themselves up for success there. Boston hoping to do the same. I mean, they are still a pretty considerable distance with that cart, and we've seen some close holds on Eichenwalde.
Yeah, we've seen some full holds, we've seen some holds on the bridge.
Kind of a classic
We've seen
play
like
to
4-minute fights on the bridge.
Also true.
Ooh.
Look at that ironclad will there from Chorong. Oh, he almost... Whoa, Faith. I mean, that's super nice, but yeah, if he got the Ajax head, that would have been a sick clip. But not to be.
I mean, still,
That's kinda,
like...
That's kind of nice.
Still a good
I mean,
clip.
Chorong with an Iron Mental there, just booping away and then punching Victoria in the face to get the kill, and then hitting the beat to win the fight. Really nice stuff from Chorong there.
Yeah, super good. I mean, Chorong is just going to play the game that a lot of Lucios like to play right now, and why we're seeing success from Lucios like Onimo on floor Mayhem. It's just get that aggressive game, try to get up and close and personal into DPS's face, and win the eco duel.
Speaking of which, nice to dip back to that miniature health bag. Oh, that was close. Face almost booped him off the edge. I think Victoria already dead though. Look at this speed, this tempo, this aggression coming out from the Toronto Defiant right now. We were speaking about it at the top of the game, Rose. It was something that set them apart at their own LAN, was the speed that they were playing. We've not really seen that from Toronto during the regular season, and now they're bringing it out to play once more. 5 minutes and 40 seconds on that time bank for this push.
That
oh boy,
is
Toronto. Yeah, they got a large mountain to climb.
Yeah, Boston at least, you know, they wiped pretty quickly, so they are able to get up to the high ground here. But I mean, you're in a rough spot if you're Boston. You have to win this all-out duel, and I just feel like Toronto are so hungry that they're just finding picks left and right.
Yeah, Victoria went in there in finale, waited long enough for that bubble to disappear, hit him with a right-click dash, and then Punk finished him off. Now Punk's in a little bit of trouble. Does receive the lamp, so stays alive for the time being, but it looks like Crypto may be a little bit distracted. Finale takes down Punk, plus the lamp, and now Faith to the rescue. He's the spawn of the Toronto Defiant right now. Boston Uprising have to back off. They cannot afford to let people go down now. Seeker with 9 HP. Cheerios flung at him left, right, and center. But look at the pace Toronto Defiant are on right now. They're approaching this final corner.
I mean, and at this point too, like Hoppa has a grab, Crimson has window. Is this gonna get them anything else in time though?
All right, if you're Toronto, you just want to back up. If you die here and go again, it's okay. But they actually decide to go in. The blade has been pulled from Finale, and him and Hopper just clean house, carving them up like a leg of lamb on a Sunday. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go, with the Toronto Defiant just walking this one in. There's no one from Uprising to touch, and that'll be it. Toronto, match point against the Boston Uprising. They are one map away from making playoffs.
This is what we saw from Toronto Defiant during their LAN, during the Summer Showdown. Jaws, they constantly were taking fights and forcing them when they were down a player, and they were winning them. And especially after the performance that Boston put on in the match previous, I mean, that takes some gumption. And Toronto Defiant, they are playing with so much confidence right now.
Yeah, I mean, I said just before that fight, maybe you just go again, right? Maybe that's a bit more of a passive mindset, which Toronto Defiant are not in. All engines firing right now. Coal in the engine, or solar power, whatever. They're going, and they might just go all the way to playoffs. It could be a 3-0. The Boston Uprising need to come back. This is their last chance to make playoffs. We're going to jump to a quick break. It is Boston's time to choose a map again. We'll see where their head's at after this. Welcome back. Boston Uprising fans still giving it their all, giving Boston Uprising some energy right now, and they need it. They're down 2 maps currently. The flags are still being waved, which is good to see. I mean, look, you are down 2 maps, but we said it before, Rose, everything's winnable. It's all good. Just come back. I mean, it is a forehead moment, but look, Toronto Defiant are kind of playing out their minds right now. Boston Uprising just need a little bit more in the tank to fuel this reverse sweep, but it is possible. We've seen what Boston Uprising can do. The Washington Justice game was just a roll for them, and they looked like a brand new Uprising. They really did.
They really did. I mean, it was just night and day from what they had experienced yesterday. Obviously, some of that is just the power level of Florida Mayhem as a team. You heard Matt and Mitch talking about it earlier, that this is a team that could go on to surprise a lot of teams going into playoffs since they earned their spot there. But now it's down to Boston making a comeback, maybe Toronto finishing it off here. One of these 2 teams will be our final playoff team. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen, because Boston has had some pretty incredible clutch factor this season. And I mean, they're right here. They already made it through 1 tough match, and there's another one ahead of them, but they've got to look at this map first.
Yep, we're going to Circuit Royale. Boston's choice once again. So we'll see what they can do here. Nothing funny, I can imagine. It's going to be the same old Genji, Sojourn, Zarya, just Bat and Lucio. Can't imagine there's going to be anything too crazy. But you never know. Defiant are on the defense first, but Boston Uprising on the offense. So Uprising once again kind of setting the pace car, seeing how far they can make it.
I feel like Toronto always like doing that, playing defense first if they have a chance to. I just feel like they like setting that bar for themselves, and I kind of feel like a lot of teams like to do that too. But
yeah,
I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's definitely in 2 minds of things, right? Because if the enemy team, for example, caps the 3 points with a lot of time in the bank, you're like, oh, like it feels like a little bit of a mental block. You're like, are we really going to be able to beat that time? You know, like, god damn. But then in the opposite sense of things, if you stop them, say before second or just after second or something, right, before they cap, you're like, oh, you know, it's doable, it's winnable. There's 2 very different ways of kind of approaching that. It depends if you're a pessimist or an optimist kind of thing. I personally like defending first and then being able to hold someone. And I have a clear goal in my mind, you know.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Toronto Defiant are one of those teams as well where they just really like playing with momentum. And so if they're able to kind of set the tone, then they will do just that. But I mean, look at this already. Finale getting a little low here, but this close hold might start to fall down.
Alrighty. Okay, Seeker. Okay. Double kill for the Sojourn. The spawn hold was broken. Not too much time burnt there, but you still take that. It's about 30 seconds or so. Toronto are going to be able to come back rather quickly. Another neutral point. Although Crimzo, especially being on the defense like that and taking a lot of damage, you can see Crimzo building up to the Ant Matrix a little bit sooner. So important on this map, getting a good Ant Matrix. You can take over an entire section of the map just with 1 Matrix. So if you get a kill, or if you don't, to be fair, because the enemy team has to back up from a corner. So Crimzo's going to be the linchpin.
Yeah.
For the time being.
I mean,
Victoria.
Okay, almost disastrous there. Finale getting a little bit low in the back line too, but Boston are trying to pay close attention to the front line right now.
Wow, that slash and melee didn't end up connecting from Finale, and Victoria actually just gets the better of him, gets the better of Chorong too. And he is showing up, even on Eichenwalde, to be fair. Oh, Twilight with a window? Wow, okay. I mean, you can still hide behind the payload if you're the Boston Uprising right now, or even just send kind of Punk on a little mission. All right, Crimzo using a window of his own. This should guarantee the point cap, and it does as soon as Finale is taken care of. Okay. 1 by 1 by 1. Chorong, he just getting kill onto Crimzo, but it's all over and done with. Boston Uprising cap that first point in quite an impressive speed.
I appreciate what Toronto was going for there. Twilight being able to use the amplification matrix bought some time for Toronto as Boston were hiding and just, you know, really just delaying that cart progress towards that first checkpoint. And, you know, in hopes that the rest of Toronto would be able to come in and help out. But, oh, God, the pace that Boston are setting here.
Yeah, I mean, this is good. It's exactly the same thing. Toronto Defiant into them. Oh, Hopper takes down Victoria as he tried to go in for the blade. Both beats have been used, and now it's a battle of the Graviton Surges. Punk has his a little bit sooner than Hopper does, though. But our Boston Uprising going to give him the space. It kind of looks like it, but now Punk's just marching on forward. Hopper just gets absolutely disintegrated. Same with Finale. Toronto Defiant. What? Like, they're plucking at straws right now. Even Finale, Hisu end up using the ults fairly late into that fight, and Boston Uprising more than happy to take those ults off the table. They might be able to get to this point before Hopper uses the grab. He actually used it straight on top of Punk. They are going to be able to touch. Luckily, the spawn point's a little bit closer than Boston Uprising were kind of hoping for. A lot off the table for both teams now.
Yes, I mean, that's really what you were hoping for if you were Boston, is just try to get that cart as far as possible. They still have 3.5 minutes to work with to be able to secure the second checkpoint, and then they also can get ultimates online in that time. So when it's pretty neutral right here, okay, Chorong's actually going to take a pretty big pick here for a reset. But Boston, they can't give up too much space here, otherwise they run the risk of Toronto Defiant trying to go in and spawn hold them. You don't want that, because then you have to have resources online in order to get back to that cart. Just gotta keep pushing the pressure. Good stuff from Boston so far to keep that up.
Looks like Twilight's trying to set up for a window here. There you go, straight in front of Punk's face. Punk actually using the B-hop there to try and get back away from that window, actually forces his way forward. What a perfect position for Punk to be in. Twilight ends up getting isolated, taken down. Hopper surviving with an inch of his life. Somehow still alive in this small corridor. The beat comes out from Chorong, but Crypto actually this whole time was actually pushing the payload. Alrighty. Hopper saved by his supports at the very end. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go though, Rose. The Boston Uprising still with a sizable time back to push onto this second point.
Yeah, and you know, using the amplification matrix there, you get that out of Twilight, the beat too. I mean, this is exactly where you want to be, where you have your sound barrier. You can use that later in response to whatever is going to be coming out of Toronto Defiant next, whether it be that grab or that Dragon Blade. And Boston as well with their DPS ultimates coming online. It's about to get pretty real in here.
Oh, Seeker. Hisu was trying to get away there using that power slide, but Seeker puts an end to that. Victoria and Hisu dead. 4-on-4 on the point, but no play for the Boston Uprising. Could be deadly. However, Seeker a little bit more sharp. A Graviton Surge from Hopper's pretty good, but the lamp is insane from Crimso, forcing out the play from Finale to try and end this fight. He is backing all the way up as the later beat coming out from the Boston Uprising might be able to just turn this. Finale is going to be able to get back to the point in time before he does get capped. Punk and Victoria still holding on to ults. Punk is so low, can't peep the grab. The Graviton Surge is pretty decent, but now the blade from Victoria. This fight is an absolute mess, but Toronto Defiant able to sweep it under the rug as they do take control of that payload just before that second point.
Oh man, I can see what Boston are going for there. You know, super ambitious. They see the goal in front of them of that second checkpoint, and they got a little overzealous. Victoria pretty low when going for that Dragon Blade. Punk as well had to cower around the corner, sitting at 50 HP, and that was super easy for Toronto to find a clean up. But they do still have a minute remaining. Amplification Matrix is good here from Crimso. He's been able to get some really big ones in there too, but Chorong with the sound barrier?
Yeah, he's sound barriered up from the high ground there, straight from the top rope. 30 seconds to go. A nice engagement from the Boston Uprising there, just trying to force the issue. Force Boston Uprising to split off now, Rose. Someone's going to have to touch the point, and Defiant are going to take an upwards position.
They can push far forward now, knowing that that cart is rolling backwards, and Boston don't have anything right now.
Yep. Oh, and Victoria gets taken out. The Disruptor, and Punk's dead too. This might just be the end of it all. Faith, the only one that can really touch, and he gets sniped out of the sky by Hisu. Oh, Faith. He tried to get back to the point, and I don't think anybody from Boston now has a hope. I mean, Punk, maybe if he does a Zebra, get quaked on, roll out to the point, maybe he can make it. No, he's not going to get there in time. The Boston Uprising are halted just before that second point. They've set the race car. Toronto Defiant know the goal. They are 1 point and a bit, we'll call it 2, away from making the playoffs, Rose.
Initiating match.
The line is right there. And Toronto can feel it. They had such a rough stage, too. You know, coming off of the 3rd place there at their LAN Summer Showdown, and just not having clean series. Most of their series this stage, if not all of them, I think were 4 maps. And I mean, taking 2 early losses there to Atlanta Reign 2-3, New York Excelsior 2-3. I think Toronto, their mental was in shambles a little bit. So, you know, to feel like they are on the cusp of making it to the playoffs, I really hope they can, you know, clutch it out. But, you know, I feel like Boston, they set a pretty good pace there on their attack push until they got stopped on that second point where Toronto just started to pull things together. I mean, Finale just got free charge into the grab into tiny room, playing Genji, just dashing back and forth through a bunch of people.
That was cute. Yeah, I really love that forward fight, Rose. I really do. The beat. I mean, Chorong was in the air for so long there. If he got Ajax, I probably would have screamed. But he didn't in the end. It's all good. Yeah, really early fights like that are paramount. It's very forced the enemy team into a position they don't really want to be in. Speaking of which, yeah, Punk's not where he wants to be at all. On top of that payload, on top of that car, payload, with no bubbles left. All right, another spawn hold broken rather quickly. Wasting about 30 seconds there.
Right, so Toronto too. I mean, you can just leave like Chorong and Twilight. Yeah, okay. The 2 of them together will do the job
support, man.
Sitting on the payload. Do the job. They doing the job. Boston coming back in though for a recontest. They do get 2 here if they are careful. And being able to kind of take this first corner of the boutique too.
Good boot. Huge boot
Excellent.
from Faith there. Boot Finale all the way back. Punk's able to laser it. All good. Now they just need these cleanups. Yeah, just extending this fight is really nice for Boston. Obviously, they want to waste as much time as possible, right? Valentine does, Victoria does die, but he's getting to a point. Oh, Hisu kills Faith. Okay, again, some kind of weird trades, but you do take that if you're Boston Uprising. Very fast characters to get back. Shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I actually kind of wonder, you could see that as a little tactical maybe, like Faith going back to spawn to help Victoria get back a little bit faster. No, I'm reaching here maybe. Yeah. But now we're really looking at amplification matrices being traded, and it's about who uses it first, who gets the angle and can pump in that damage.
Yep, Crimzo put his up first. A lot of extra ult charge you gain as well with the window, worth pointing out. All right, Victoria has received a bubble and he's in the back line. Oh, Graviton Surge is pretty damn good for the Boston Uprising, but the beat from the Toronto Defiant is good enough to see hop through this fight. Victoria pulls the play, but is super low. Gets moved back by Chorong. He takes down Twilight, however, so the main source of healing from the Toronto Defiant already erased. However, Hisu is just so slippery, man.
Victoria!
He's just greased up. 3 kills for Hisu, running rings around the Boston Uprising right now. And not only that, Toronto saved 3 ultimates, for this next fight.
Oh man, that almost was so clutch there by Victoria, but Hisu, the Hisu might be least here, Chaz.
He was extremely least there. Oh my word. Okay, Crimzo just Daigo again. This is the final stretch. The Boston Uprising need to defend. Their playoffs hopes and dreams rely on them defending just before this second point. Toronto Defiant with a clear goal set in their sights right now.
Ooh, well, here's something kind of interesting. Ana for both teams. So Twilight switched over to it not too long ago. This is the clutch factor we're looking for here. Ana adds such an interesting element to these fights because you could sleep somebody, take them out, and having Crimzo switch over to that pick 2, maybe you're able to sleep Finale.
Seeker, Victoria, they're already dead. The Graviton Surge comes out, but there's no ults needed. A nice sleep from Crimzo. Waves him hello, but it might be a goodbye. The Boston Uprising get completely wiped, and the Toronto Defiant are on the payload.
Toronto are just going to keep pushing the pressure here as well, especially as players from Boston are starting to come out of spawn. They switched over to some characters to try to get back faster, but Finn can't even get there.
2 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and Hisu's already taken care of Punk. Faith dead. Boston Uprising with Seeker with 1 HP. Survives a little bit too long, but it doesn't matter. Toronto Defiant have done it. A 3-0, knocking Boston Uprising out of the play-ins to secure their playoff spot. Defiant's destiny has been fulfilled.
Wow, what a battle between these two teams, and what a series of games we've had today. Jaws, we already sent Florida Mayhem to the playoffs, but now it's time for Toronto Defiant to join the fun. Wow. I mean, it was always going to be kind of a bittersweet day, right? Sending teams home, sending teams through, but now we know who's competing this season in the postseason.
Yeah, some GGs in match chat there, and a lot of Toronto Defiant players saying like GG's Punk, amazing tank, amazing tank.
So much potential, so much star power.
Oh yeah.
Like, absolutely. I mean, everybody on Boston showed up. Like, today, this season, like, that was a hard-fought battle for both teams.
It really was. Oh man, yeah, you've got to feel for the Boston Uprising. Just come off of a sick 3-0 against the Washington Justice just to get 3-0 to the last possible moment. Oh boy, I think they've got a lot of things to kind of look forward to, especially people like Punk, Seeker. In fact, the whole roster. I mean, I'm not going to just name names.
The whole roster is just stacked of talent.
Oh yeah, and like Seeker coming in through halfway through the season too, just lighting the stage up. Seriously, the guy's an absolute beast. Probably should get a little looking into for next season, that is for sure. But on the flip side of things, Toronto Defiant with a clean 3-0 against Boston Uprising secure their playoff spot, Rose. They go into Anaheim.
They are going to be going to Anaheim, and now we know all the teams that will be there to try to vie for the title of the very first Overwatch 2 Grand Champion. Jaws, it's been a wild season so far. I can't believe the regular season's over. Like, we're going into playoffs, like, next weekend? What is happening? What is happening?
A little bit wild and wacky here at the Overwatch League, that is for sure. Let's have a look at the player of the match, though, before we start losing our goddamn minds. It's going to be, for the Toronto Defiant side, of course, the big boss, Hopper. His Zarya play has been looking spectacular, especially in this series. I mean, this play specifically, him holding down that rooftop, not giving Boston Uprising a say in the matter. And even this play on the bridge here too, I was saying, like, wow, I'm more of a conservative player. I feel like, you know, back off, go again. You've got so much time, but Hopper knows he can win that with Finale, with the Blade, with the grab.
With 100 energy.
Exactly, yeah. He's just right-clicking into that grab with ease. I mean, Hopper, definitely a player that has been on people's radars for a long time. Remember this? He's been on so many different teams over his course and time in the Overwatch League, and him seeing success here is just a merit to his kind of resilience within the league. It's good to see him in the playoffs, and I think the Toronto Defiant and the fans are going to be happy with this. They went pretty far in their LAN, and being the middle of the pack throughout the entirety of the season, they finally made it to the playoffs. They're going to be, I mean, well, it depends on the meta and how that ends up shaping up, but they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. That is for sure. Look at those high energy kills per 10.
I was looking at that. Like,
4. That's a what?
That's the stat that jumped out to me first when we saw this card. I just went, huh? Like, there's no typo there. That's just exactly what happened. Hoppa got almost 20 high energy kills per 10. Like, that's just disgusting. Actually disgusting.
Straight up boss man energy right there. Toronto Defiant, like, and they've been swapping members in and out of their roster for a little while as well, with all those kind of sitting on the bench. Their backline has always been super solid too. I mean, Chorong and Twilight. What more can you ask for from a support lineup, right?
Yeah.
Twilight has just been, of course, around the league since its very inception. In fact, he's one of the only remaining players in the Overwatch League that played in Apex Season 1 way back in the day. He played for BK Stars, alongside actually the late Alarm too, who was playing tank at that time. Like, the legacy Twilight has set up is just unreal. Plus, with a rookie at his side in Chorong, this roster has got so much potential going into the playoffs. Of course, we'll have to wait and see how they get on. That will be coming up rather soon, in a few days. It's crazy to say, but there it is. We're going to jump to a quick break though, Rose. The desk are going to break down the rest of the day and give us their thoughts. We'll see you in a bit.
앞에 나오네. 뽑아. 뒤에 쳐봐. 개 멀어. 서든 로식. 뒤에 봐줄게. 형 주방 있어? 주방 나가자. Here. 트래컷. 밀지 말고 입고 가자. 밀지 마. 밀어.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck. the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
나 찾아와. Welcome to Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here joined by Hisu from Toronto, Defiant. Hisu, congratulations on the win. I want to start off by saying, of course, not only getting the win is big, but you guys made it to the playoffs. So how does it feel? Like, you guys had a crazy play-ins. Of course, you guys, first match you guys lost against the Florida Mayhem, but you guys came back, and now you guys made it into the playoffs. So how do you feel right now? 자, 첫 번째 질문입니다. 오늘 일단 경기 승리 축하드리면서 그것보다 더 크죠. 이제 마지막 플레이인 어떻게 보면 자리를 들어가게 되셨는데 지금 심정 아니면 뭐 기분 어떠신가요?
솔직히 플레이오프 이번에 작년에는 못 갔었는데 이번에는 가서 정말 기분이 좋고 그것도 LA에서 하니까 많이 기대가 되고 그리고 이번엔 그 아시아 팀들도 오니까 좀 많이 흥미로워요.
All right. Honestly, of course, last year playoffs we couldn't make it, but this year we finally made it into the season playoffs. So I am super excited for this year's playoffs, and of course the Eastern region team are going to be joining us as well. So I'm very excited, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Talking about, you just mentioned about the Asia team or the Eastern region. Is there a team that you sort of really want to face off against in the playoffs? 자, 방금 아시아 팀들이 이제 같이 들어온다고 하셔서 되게 기대가 된다라고 말씀을 하셨는데요. 어떻게 좀 이제 동부 쪽에서의 팀들 중에서 좀 이 팀과 좀 한번 진짜 빨리 겨뤄보고 싶다는 좀 팀이 있을까요?
뭐 저는 동부 팀들을 잘 몰라서 그닥 정하진 않았는데 하면은 제가 전에 있었던 퓨전이랑 꼭 해보고 싶어요. 기회가 된다면.
All right. Of course, I don't really know much about the Eastern region teams, but if I have to choose one team, I would have to choose my former team, the Philadelphia Fusion. So if given the chance, I really do want to face off against the Philadelphia Fusion. All right, my next question for you, Hisu, is, of course, after losing your first match, you guys had some time to take a breather and also observe the Boston match against Washington Justice. Was there anything that you learned from that match that sort of helped you get the win today against Boston? 자, 마지막 질문으로는 오늘 경기 이제 첫 번째 경기를 패배를 아쉽게 한 다음에 좀 이제 쉬는 휴식 시간 동안 보스턴의 첫 번째 경기였죠. 이제 보스턴과 워싱턴 경기를 좀 보면서 오늘 경기에 좀 이렇게 도움이 될 만한 좀 이렇게 배운 게 있었나요?
일단 보스턴이 겐지를 이용하는 게 좀 별로 안 좋은 방식으로 이용을 해가지고 그거를 많이 참고를 했고요. 겐지를 좀 어떻게 저희가 겐지를 받아 먹을지. 네, 그래서 한 10분 정도, 20분 정도 짧게 얘기했는데 그게 대회 때 잘 된 것 같아서 정말 좋은 것 같아요.
I think the one thing that really stood out or that we saw during our break or watching the Boston game was that, you know, their way of using their Genji wasn't really optimal. So we wanted to take that or use that as our advantage. So we thought a lot about how to sort of use the weakness of that Boston's Genji in our advantage. We talked about 10 to 20 minutes about how we're going to go about doing that, and I think we came up with a solution, and that was really effective in our match against Boston Uprising. All right, that is it for the interview. Hisu, thank you so much for your time, and again, I'll be seeing you in Anaheim. Congratulations. 자, 마지막으로 오늘 축하드리면서 애나하임에서 프로배 희수 선수 보는 걸로 하고 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Huge congratulations to the Toronto Defiant. This is it for the Boston Uprising. That is the end of their 2022 season. However, I think they really ended it on a high note overall.
Yeah, I think this is an Uprising, you know.
They made it into the play-in.
They
Right?
did.
This is something we didn't initially expect. I don't think, like, at the beginning of the season, I do think that that team came a long way.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just caught off guard because usually Costa goes first and you just turned away and looked at me. So sorry. I totally agree. I mean, Boston Uprising, they took down the Washington Justice, you know, pretty convincingly as well. The Boston Uprising, you know, in the regular season, they were, I'd say, the lowest out of all these 4 teams that qualified for the play-in. So being able to take down the Washington Justice, you know, it's a good feat for them. They've been competitive. Like, remember at the start of this stage, Boston Uprising looked like one of the better teams in the league, of course. They've had some ups and downs. You know, they made a lot of tank moves throughout the season. So this is a Boston Uprising team that I think, at the end of the day, it's disappointing for them to end it like this, I think, going out against Toronto Defiant. But you can tell that this is a franchise that, like, wants to win. Like, they're making roster moves. They're trying to, you know, find their best kind of, like, coaching changes. They're trying to find the best version of themselves in many ways. So Boston Uprising, don't think they're too satisfied going out like this, but overall, I think they put up a good performance. But
yeah, they should definitely be proud. Let's take a look at this particular match. It was a one-sided affair. Toronto Defiant had their numbers, and they took them down 3-0.
Yeah, Toronto Defiant looking to be in good form right now. In this composition, the big question that I have for all of these teams coming through the play-ins is, for the Toronto Defiant and the Florida Mayhem, two teams that have qualified, the biggest issues they've had is inconsistency from meta to meta. So they looked very good when Hopper was able to step into the Xayah, looked very comfortable, and you could tell just from that Heat 2 interview, they understood how they wanted to play the game, and that allowed them to isolate and identify weaknesses in the Uprising play, and they did that a great job against Victoria. Victoria did struggle in this match compared to how he did against the Washington Justice, and that just goes to show the Defiant's adaptability in this composition. But I'm looking forward because obviously coming third in their own homestand in the Summer Showdown was a great achievement, but they're going to want to go further in the playoffs. They have the talent. Toronto Defiant is a very stacked roster when you look at it on paper. They've just struggled to sort of transform that into success earlier in the season, but maybe this could be the turning of that page to be like, hey, we are a team that you should be afraid of for any of these teams that are sort of just posted into the playoffs.
Danny, which player from the Toronto Defiant really impressed you today?
Toronto Defiant. I think it has to be Hopper. I mean, him on that Zarya, it was just really impressed me the most. I mean, Toronto Defiant, I think everyone was very impressive this match, but for Boston, for me, that really stood out was Seeker. I mean, he wasn't on the team for a very long time, right? He came in really late and he really stepped it up. He only played a couple matches here and there, but like, I feel like, of course, like coming in really as a rookie, and when you come in like later in the season, you have that pressure. But I think he like held his own weight, I think. So I'm really excited to see more from Seeker, probably in the next season.
I'm really interested to see the direction the Boston Uprising go, but their season is over. They have a bunch of really interesting players on their roster. Obviously, coming into this season, they weren't really leaning heavily on Punk or Crimzo, but that's how they have ended this season. So are they going to build around those players with the addition of Seeker, as Danny just said, and go from there? Are they going to try and rebuild in a lot of different ways? We don't know. The off-season really hasn't even gotten close to the beginning, but for the Boston Uprising, I wouldn't be surprised to see just a different look for them heading into the next season.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think they found some key pieces they can build on with this team. Punk, for example, he's a winning player in that, like, when he's in the game, like, he wins map for you. I think Seeker as well, a great damage player for them who can, like, make the difference, whereas sometimes this season, Boston Uprising have struggled to make an impact on that damage role, whether it's, like, Valentine finding his place, Victoria as well. Like, Victoria's not even a Genji player, to begin with, right? So the fact that Victoria filled in this Genji role, you gotta give some props, because he wasn't supposed to be this Genji player for them. But Seeker on that hit scan role, and maybe round out the squad a little bit. I can see Boston Uprising like improving upon this season's results, and maybe looking better next year.
Absolutely, and you know what I just noticed? The answer to who is going to Anaheim has been in this truck all along.
What? How?
Have you noticed the Pachimari colors? Have you noticed it?
The script writer. Oh, well, they can't see them, but
they can't see
I'll
them
rise them from the floor.
Rise up!
Toronto Defiant and Florida Mayhem.
Oh,
rise up!
That's crazy.
Script writer's getting lazy, honestly.
Goosebumps.
Quite lazy. But yeah, I know, that was a moment. I just saw it and was like, hold on.
Who's the hamster?
He is us. He is everyone.
2018 Florida Mayhem are coming to the playoffs as well.
Swoosh! The walkouts! They're coming back!
Oh, man.
Good old times. I mean, honestly, we had such quote-unquote one-sided games, honestly, in the play-ins, that it's been over way quicker than I hoped it would be. However, you're in luck, because if you want more Overwatch, we got just the thing for you. Calling All Heroes continues tonight, 6 p.m. Pacific. Started off yesterday with their Challengers Cup, and there is more to come. There will be a second qualifier as well, which you can still sign up for. Also, if you want any more information, feel free to head on over to callingallheroes.gg to find out what it's all about and what you can see there. So I'm going to be very excited to watch that tonight. For now, however, I want to once again take a trip down memory lane and take a look at our best of the day. Starting with you, Danny Lim Lim.
Danny Lim Lim. That is me. Yes, that is my name. My best of the day is it's Florida. It's Florida Mayhem. They always, every time, I think this team is unique that like they are just so animated and they have so much fun. Not only in game, like this, they popped off today. Not only for today, I think throughout the whole play-ins, I think definitely Florida Mayhem like really showed us that like like we're definitely going to the playoffs. Like everyone watch out, like we're gonna win it all. Like they had that energy, they had that charisma, I guess, in their play. But like after that, when they had their reactions, it's just it's just someone and everyone else on their team. they're just. It's always just
watch.
it's just joy to watch.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
here comes the match, and they go. Someone starts off, and then Animo and everyone follows. Are like, oh yeah, and the Hydra's like, yeah. Whatever.
Let's calm down a little bit. Yeah.
Look at the Hydron giving the peace sign.
Look at that. He's giving that's the stuff, someone.
Look at the way he shakes his hips, man.
I know. My favorite thing is someone in Animo couldn't be more different of people. Animo is just sitting there very patient, like, yes, another day at the office, and someone's like, woo, yeah, here we go.
Honestly, I appreciate that though. Like, I can't say it often enough, but I really sincerely dislike players who don't tell their face when they win.
Yeah.
No, they just sit there like it's nothing. Like, no joy whatsoever. Like, why?
Yeah, we're talking about Leno.
I get one frag in a game and I'm already like excited. Like, I don't even need to win the game. Like, I really don't ask for that much. But yeah, no, this is great. Pure joy on your screens. That's what we love. Those player cams. Scott, what tickled you today?
Oh, what tickled me? It's funny. Punk has tried to hide this from the world. Punk, you tried, but you failed because your dad reached out to me and he told me that it is actually your 21st birthday. Happy birthday, Punky!
Happy birthday, Punky!
Congratulations on turning 21. It's a pretty significant age. In
Oh yeah, it's a
so,
pretty good age.
Yeah, he's become a man. He grows up so fast. I'm speaking as if I'm his father now, but
It doesn't seem like you're much older, which you really
I remember
aren't.
when he was a
I remember seeing him run around as a toddler, playing Overwatch. And
I love that his
World Cup.
dad ratted him out.
Yeah, I know. It's in
That's
true dad
everything.
fashion.
Yeah, I love that.
Punky,
That's great.
be professional, drink water.
Yes.
Yeah, stay
Smart.
hydrated.
Yeah.
Be smart.
Drink water and the other thing.
No, Danny.
Gatorade.
Danny, please. Jonathan,
Yes?
what is your best of the day?
Punky!
What?
Yay! Well, if you've been playing Overwatch 2, you know there's tons of custom games like the floor is lava, you jump around maps like that. Punk climbing this statue at Zarya. He shoots one, right click up into the air. Wait
for it.
Oh! He goes up to the statue. Way!
Yeah, Punky, happy birthday!
Look at him go. Woo! Yeah, so so is looking at this like, what?
What source?
What sorcery is this? A mega jump? That is crazy.
I think that takes a lot of practice.
Yeah, how much do you think he practiced that?
Oh, you have a
7
lot of
minutes.
time sitting in service.
Oh, that's easy.
That's easy?
Yeah, you shoot one right click up into the air.
Okay, Johnny.
You wait for it to come down, and then you shoot another one as the first one.
I want you to send me a clip of you climbing the statue on Twitter tonight.
Yeah, first try since it's that easy.
What do I get?
I don't know, my appreciation.
That's not worth it. That's not
I'll
worth anything to me.
I'll sub to the reinforced Twitch channel.
Easy sell. Well, my best of the day, since no one was asking, so I just bring it up myself.
What is your best of the day?
Oh my. My best of the day is looking into this camera and celebrating our last day here in the Watchpoint Mobile Studio. Which is a sad thing, but also an exciting thing because it was just so much fun to be back in person with you guys, with the entire crew. This is the squad. This is squad goals, by the way. So big shout out to Dylan, to Brad, to Diego, of course, our producer Hex, myself. Love that one. So Sarah, Danny, I don't know what's going on with you in this picture. And the twins, the long lost twins.
Yeah, we should have stood further apart, honestly, in this photo. We look ridiculous.
And of course, that's just the people who are here today. We have so many more people working behind
so dancing.
everything happening in the mobile studio.
I love it. You can see all the producers and makeup people trying to help us as we're dancing. It's like
we've made everyone's job really, really hard.
Oh my!
Oh, we've gone through the whole
Warrior mentality
rising from the.
Don't worry, guys. Come playoffs, we're gonna sing that live.
Oh yeah, if you're there with us, you're in for a treat. All right, we have a whole performance planned out for you. But yeah, those were just the people on campus today with us. But of course, we have tons of people behind the stage. Too many to name them all. But one shout out I definitely want to get is also to Noah and Jess, who've been helping us out with stats all year long, and everyone from tape, everyone in production. You guys,
the background.
the best. All the corgis throughout the year.
On Bishop campus.
We love you. We appreciate you.
Love to all of them. Now, we do have a few more games before the season is over.
Today?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, we do have the calling all heroes today.
Yeah.
But
Hey!
next week, though. Right.
London, Philly.
Philly, like what a throwback. Like,
2018 throwback. Oh man.
this fills me with so much joy, I can't even.
There's so many things that have. There's so many. Houston versus Toronto, I think, is an interesting one throughout the year.
Wow, it's actually, I was not ready to see this bracket.
I know, right?
I am just overcome with emotions.
Yeah.
Oh my god, these matches are gonna be so insane.
It's gonna be a week.
Hydro versus Kai, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one knows.
Shy versus Lip.
Kiriko coming into the meta. She's
That's
actually
true.
way
Yeah.
better than I expected she was going to be. The rumblings in the Scrimbuck say that she is getting a little bit of playtime. So if you want to check out how Kiriko is going to go with the pro players, check it out.
Man, it's
Oh, man.
only what, 7 days from now or
7
something?
days.
Like, I swear I can't count. I no, I can't count. I said that correctly. I cannot. 6 days?
No,
7
8
days?
days?
8 days.
8 days.
In about a week, we will be back and we see you all in Anaheim for more Overwatch action. Thank you so much for tuning in for the play-ins. We can't wait to see you all in our playoffs. Goodbye.
See you guys soon.
Bye.